Changes abound amidst the battlefield. No one on and off the battlefield was not astounded by the bright and dazzling divine sword. Inside the empty imperial palace, countless gazes were fixed onto the bright and dazzling scene unfolding within the mirror screen in the sky. One sword, executing the enemy. The divine sword returned to its place in front of Yi Futian. It floated there and released beams of swordsmanship divine light. Apart from that, the bright moon still hung in the sky. Beams of moonlight shone upon the space, bathing Yi Futian within. Hair as white as snow, the will of the emperor as holy as ever. At that moment he looked simply astounding. The hearts of leaders and big shots of the Shin clan, the Golden Divine Nation, and other factions that were enemies of Yi Futian trembled. Their gaze changed gradually. They became colder. Their killing intent had increased even further. Just a while ago, they were still arguing that Yi Futian had dragged their feet in this battle. They wanted to convict him, to declare him guilty, and make him take responsibility for this battle. If he survived the battle once he returned, they still hoped to lay all the blame on and punish him. However, the next moment, Yi Futian released more energy, and his might overwhelmed everything. The divine sword swung into the sky. This was the power of Yin. That day, Yi Futian was on the verge of death inside the core area of the Shadow Realm. Ultimately, he survived. However, he did not only survive. He also gained a blessing in his misfortune. He had mastered the power of Yin. Before this, the others had already been suspicious. However, now that they saw the moon wheel, it was no longer in doubt. Even if they did not feel the aura on the battlefield firsthand, they knew that it was the power of Yin from the Shadow Realm. It had been assimilated into his law power attacks and sword. That was the reason for the surge in might and strength. Yin, mumbled Chao Jun gently as he stared at the void mirror screen. He would never have imagined that such an exceptional person would be in the original realm. Even though Yi Futian's previous display showed that he was unusually talented, maybe even a genius, what kind of person was Chao Jun? He had met all types of great individuals, geniuses coming from all places before, and each of them had begged to train under his banner. As a result, even though Yi Futian's earlier display was astounding, he was not truly moved. That was until this moment. Chao Jun was stunned. The will of the emperor and power of Yin. The talent that he displayed had already surpassed many geniuses in the divine prefecture. He glanced at Princess Donghuang beside him and saw that the princess was still gazing calmly into the void. Chao Jun wondered, did the princess already know that this would be the outcome? However, he only guessed. He did not ask. That was because, no matter his position under Donghuang the Great, the princess was still a princess, and also the only daughter of the great emperor. The princess respected him, and naturally he reciprocated the respect. He would not ask what should not be asked. If the princess wanted to speak, she would naturally speak. In areas where cultivators had gathered in the evil emperor realm and the dark court, countless people were also stunned by the scene before them. Xianxia had already suspected this earlier. Now it was proven. Yi Futian had already mastered the power of Yin and had assimilated it into his abilities. When he was in the Shadow Realm back then, he did not pay much attention to Yi Futian's existence. Instead, he put more focus on the heir of the Heaven Realm. However, unexpected to him, the person who was on the verge of death in the Shadow Realm had not only survived but also managed to master the power of Yin. What was the reason for this development? The number one genius in the original realm was the Heavenly Mandate Academy's Yi Futian. This was the first time Xianxia truly recognized Yi Futian. While Yi Futian's previous displays were exceptional, Xianxia had never truly remembered Yi Futian. After all, the number of people worthy of being remembered by him was quite low. However, at that moment, Yi Futian's name was carved into his memory. It seemed like he had underestimated the people from the original realm. It was surprising to him that the original realm had someone as exceptional as this. He continued to observe the battlefield. While Yi Futian was incredibly powerful, the general tide of the battle had already been set. Could Yi Futian change the tide of battle? Amidst the battlefield, the Buddhist practitioners from the mountain realm looked over at Yi Futian. Then, The leading monk wearing the white robe suddenly turned around and walked towards him. Following that, the rest of the Buddhist sect practitioners also followed him as they walked back to return to the battlefield. The monk walked to a spot not far behind Yifutian and asked, "Dear benefactor, do you need this humble monk's help?" Yifutian did not turn around. Using his divine consciousness, he could see everything clearly. As such, it was natural that he was able to see his surroundings. He continued to gaze at a location far away. There, the proud son of the underworld's gaze was dead cold as he stared straight back at Yifutian. "Master, would you be so kind as to defend my left side and follow me as we kill the enemy's leader?" Yifutian asked. Earlier on the battlefield, this group of monks was capable of battling against the proud son of the underworld. This handsome monk, in particular, was even capable of fighting evenly against Qi Yi. "Leave it to this humble monk," answered the monk with a gentle smile as he clasped his hands together. He looked very handsome when he smiled. A different kind of handsome. "Older brothers, Yushang, you guys are on the right," said Yifutian as he looked at Yushang. "All right." Yushang, Gu Donglu, and the others nodded. They went to Yifutian's right and released their energies. Their might were frightening, particularly Yushang and Gu Donglu. One had a vast amount of demon might as demons and shadows began to form around him while the other summoned a Juetian matrix, resulting in him being surrounded by celestials and demons. It was a frightening scene. 3 major factions. Apart from their group, the Dark Phoenix Division was battling against the cultivators of the evil Emperor realm. As for the remaining cultivators, they were initially prepared to retreat. However, at that moment, many also started to turn around to look toward the battlefield. Yifutian's battle had attracted the gaze of everyone. He had become the absolute core area of the battle. In front of Yifutian was a vast army. Countless cultivators, multiple Renhuangs stood in the area in front of him. When their might descended, it was incredibly frightening. However, at that moment the large army did not move rashly. In the earlier battle, Yifutian was too strong. The top fighters who went out to fight him had already been killed. Then, Yifutian waved his fist, making the divine move around Yifutian to behind his body. This move surprised many people as shock filled their faces. What did this mean? However, in the next moment they saw Yifutian bring out another ritual implement. It was a pole that was releasing a strong and daunting aura. The divine sword gave off a sense of sharpness, while the pole exuded a sense of power and weight. Both ritual implements were exuding a frightening aura. With the power of divine elephant in his grasp, Yifutian was bathed in the Emperor's light. Shadows and illusions of divine elephants appeared around him while starry halos spun around his body. At that moment he looked like a hero of an era. The moment he took a step, the hearts of the Renhuangs in front of him trembled. They felt an extremely powerful force press against them. The moment Yifutian stepped forward, on his left and right side, the Buddhist practitioners from the mountain realm, as well as with Yushang's group, had already taken a step forward. This way, they could share and alleviate the pressure coming from the left and right side of Yifutian. The white-robed monk held Buddha beads in both his hands. Then, flying and spinning at an amazing speed, ancient characters above the Buddha emerged and transformed into sutras. After that, a heavenly Buddha appeared. A gigantic holy Buddha statue appeared. The giant Buddha continued to grow larger as Buddha sounds whirled around it. Kept growing until it was thousands of meters tall, reaching high into the sky. Watching from above, everyone down below looked like ants. Many raised their head to look up and felt as if the Buddha in the heavens was looking at them. Do it! The Renhuangs began to concentrate their powers. Ritual implements danced in the sky. Powerful law power emerged and shot at the giant Buddha. Only frightening rumbles could be heard as a giant Buddha palm slammed down from the sky. It covered a large area and slammed right into many talismans and weapons, blowing them away. The palm continued to push down as it crushed that entire piece of land. On the other side, within the Juetian matrix behind Gu Donglu, celestials and demons roared. Holy beasts surged forward one by one while multiple celestial shadows raged forward. On the other hand, Yushang leaped forward by himself. Using Gu Donglio's attacks as cover, He charged straight into the enemy. His divine item's light shone, overwhelming the enemies in that space to the point where they could not move. His fists flew forward. Fierce and intense sounds of crashing could be heard as several Renhuang cultivators were directly punctured by the aurora of his fist. Of course, most of the cultivators charged towards Yifutian. Yifutian's speed was breakneck. He charged straight into the massive army in front of him. The moon wheel behind him released an even brighter and dazzling great path radiance. In an instant, the bodies of the Renhuangs in front of him froze one by one. They could feel their blood stop flowing while their spiritual souls trembled. The moonlight continued to shine below. Hidden within areas shrouded in the moonlight were frightening lightning. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that the moonlight itself was transformed from the divine thunder. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within the void, figures exploded into pieces one after another. Under the radiance of the moonlight, their bodies were destroyed, and their spiritual souls were crushed. In an instant, many of those who were in possession of imperfect divine wheels had perished. Their souls dispersed as they did not even have the ability to mount an ounce of resistance. Yifutian's level was at the divine wheel's second order. His divine will was perfect, and with the will of the Emperor activated and with his powers, he was definitely at the level of divine will third order. Moreover, it was at a perfect level. In addition, he also had the power of Yin. Hence, how could a lower Renhuang with an imperfect divine will resist him? They were absolutely powerless and could not fight back, resulting in them being killed instantaneously. The moonlight was still a law power attack. The power of Yin assimilated into the perilous thunder to transform into the Yin divine thunder. Hidden within it was the destructive power of thunder, and the power of great path that could tear through space. As such, under the radiance of the Yin divine light, multiple figures turned into dust. They were powerless and fell instantly. Plop, plop, plop. The divine light remained, and combatants continued to fall on the battlefield. At that moment, many people felt that the Renhuang were like ants. In front of absolute strength, their numbers were meaningless. An incredible number of law powers were thrown at Yifutian. However, as these powers entered the domain of the Yin divine light, they froze before being annihilated by the Yin divine thunder. Others were trampled into pieces by the divine elephants or swept away by the starry halos around him. These Renhuangs could not even get close to Yifutian. Then, suddenly, a giant divine tower appeared and broke through the power of the Yin divine light and flew at Yifutian. Many people stared at this scene, hoping to see a ray of hope. Yifutian raised his arm, the long pole in his palm. His body moved as he swept the pole outward. At that moment, the pole's shadow covered the sky, the great path roared, and the ritual implement was sent flying. The next moment, the Yin divine light was shining upon the cultivator who released the divine tower. The divine sword behind Yifutian had also flown out. Before the divine tower returned to the opponent, the power of Yin and the divine sword had descended upon him. Plop! A corpse was left behind. Invincible! The Yifutian at that moment gave off a sense of invincibility. He continued to stride forward. The moon's radiance fell upon the land, and beams of Yin divine light swept across the battlefield. Renhuang continued to fall one by one. It was despair. He was going to annihilate the Renhuang army by himself. There had not been a moment like this where a large number of Renhuang fell ever since the large-scale battle began. As Yifutian continued to bathe in the Emperor's light, no one could block his path. Watching their companions blown to bits and crushed one after the other Renhuangs began to falter as an extreme fear started to grow inside their minds. Some of them were already thinking about retreat. They wanted to get off this battlefield. On this battlefield, owners of imperfect divine wheels were fodders in front of Yifutian. They were killed instantly. In a situation like that, who would want to go and die? Another round of divine light rained from above. All the people close to Yifutian were punctured, while those exposed to the moonlight died as well. Yifutian's overwhelming power made the people watching the battle forget the other two crazy battles on the left and right. The battlefield created an illusion lower Renhuangs were like ants. They were at the same level, However, the gap between their strength was actually so great. One after another, the Renhuangs began to retreat. They avoided confronting Yi Futian directly. In the sky above, several genius-level perfect divine will owners frowned. Faced with the battle in front of them, they were actually feeling a little out of depth and out of ideas. Their law power attacks could not even get close to Yi Futian. I will stop his movements. You guys attack. A voice suddenly appeared. A dark shadow was within the void. The figure was extremely imposing. His body emanated an aura of wildness. Strands of dark aura flowed over his body, raging between heaven and earth. In his hand was a completely black instrument that let out crisp clinking sounds. It was a black chain. Go! His arm trembled. Then he suddenly threw the chain down to the ground. In that instant, loud clinking noises filled the air as a huge number of dark chains flew down from the sky, blocking the sun. Every single chain let out a deafening and explosive sound. Hundreds of millions of chains shrouded the boundless void and locked down the land surrounding Yi Futian. An explosion of dark light emerged as the place turned into a dark prison. In addition to those, some of the chains were flying towards Yi Futian. It was an indestructible ritual implement. This attack was on the weaker side. However, it was capable of sealing people away. At the moment, Yi Futian was too dangerous. They had to seal and limit his movement. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced over his surrounding. The divine light bloomed and made the chains closer to him gradually covered in ice. His gaze was terrifying as it pierced through the gaps between the chain-formed dark prison and reached the figures within the void. After the divine item was released, it turned into an incredibly large prison to trap and imprison him. The moon released an even stronger divine light that directly enveloped the dark prison. All the chains became frozen, and as the power of Yin seeped in, the dark prison began to slow down and stop as if it was solidifying before finally turning into a static prison. Yi Futian's body flashed as he charged at a location. The divine sword flashed and disappeared with him. He directly charged through the gaps between the chains. His body moved straight as he moved quickly towards the figure high in the sky. The cultivator's expression changed slightly. He moved his arm fiercely as he tried to retract the chains to wrap around Yi Futian. However, he seemed to have lost control of his divine item, which had been ice-sealed by the power of Yin. At the same time, a round and full moon appeared in front of him. Then, in the next moment, a huge amount of Yin current landed on his body. Boom! The imposing dark aura around his body exploded as he tried to destroy and counter the effects of the power of Yin. His body was covered in a layer of dark armor. The Yin divine thunder struck his body but failed to kill him in an instant. It was as if the dark armor was also a powerful item. Vong! A beam of divine light shot towards the cultivators around him. With a simple flick of Yi Futian's consciousness, the divine sword cut through the skies and flew at them, forcing the cultivators to scatter and retreat. Two of them were too weak and were directly killed by the Yin divine thunder. Yi Futian himself leaped and landed in front of the imposing Renhuang. He threw the long pole directly, causing a loud rumbling sound that seemed to tear through space, to fill the air, causing the cultivators around the area to tremble. Then the pole came crashing down. Blurg! He coughed up fresh blood. Although that cultivator was protected by a ritual implement, his eyes widened as he spat out fresh blood. His spiritual soul was crushed, and he was killed by the enormously powerful force even with a ritual implement in between. Then his body fell from the sky. Many from the Dark Court knew which faction that person was from. They felt a chill right through their hearts. He could not be stopped. Anyone who tried would die. Yi Futian's gaze turned forward. He continued to walk forward. The moon will hung high in the sky as it continued to rain divine light down. Air current flowed down from above as if they were lightning, but in truth, those were the Yin divine thunder. On Yi Futian's left were the cultivators from the Buddhist sect, while Yushang and the others were on his right. They all moved forward together. At that moment, it was obvious that the cultivators directly in front of Yi Futian had started to consciously and intentionally move away. No one was actually blocking Yi Futian. They did not dare block his path. Many had already sacrificed their lives for this. Apart from the Dark Court's own strength, the Dark Court's army also had cultivators from some of the major factions of the Dark World mixed within. The reason they came to the original realm was so that they could benefit from it. They wanted to gain a foothold in the original realm in the future. To have these people sacrifice their lives to help achieve victory for the Dark Court in the fight for the original realm, it was natural that they would be unwilling to do. Even if they were cultivators from the Dark Court itself, they would still be reluctant to get themselves killed. The retreat from the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture from earlier was similar. The divine light floated high in the air behind Yifutian, the long pole in his palm, and the moonlight shining around him. There was no longer anyone left within a certain range from Yifutian. His gaze shifted to a location far away. The leaders of the Dark Court's army was there. Among them was the proud son of the underworld, Qi. Qi's gaze was also fixed on Yifutian. Was he going to charge towards him? Yifutian said that he wanted to kill all the enemy leaders. After all, one had to capture the ringleader first to capture all the followers, right? Charging towards him directly. What arrogance! If the words uttered by Yifutian were considered somewhat insane, then no one would have suspected that Yifutian was currently carrying out his earlier promise. He charged forward, and by then no one dared to block his path. At the moment, he was charging towards the proud son of the underworld. Qi did not retreat. Who was he? He was the heir to the underworld, the son of the underworld, the commander of the army on the battlefield. If his army had lost the advantage and were facing defeat, a retreat would have been a practical, tactical maneuver. However, at that moment the army had not yet been defeated. Instead, it was just one opponent defeating his army, charging into enemies and then straight towards him. How could he retreat? A retreat would mean that the Dark Court's army could not even deal with a single Yifutian. Then what opportunities would be left for them in the future? His army fought head-on and was annihilated by Yifutian. If he were to retreat, how would they turn things around? As long as Yifutian remained on the battlefield, they would be better off surrendering directly. As such, Qi's retreat would signify a defeat. Moreover, his position did not allow him to retreat as well. Cultivators of the Outer Realms, Dark Court, Empty Divine Realm, and the Divine Prefecture were watching this battle. Everything that happened on the battlefield would be seen and remembered by the cultivators from the Outer Realms. Running away without even fighting? The proud son of the underworld being frightened and horrified by a single person Yifutian? If he were to do this and return to the Dark Court, things would not end well for him. Proud sons of worlds are created amid cruel competitions. The Dark Court did not need weak and average individuals surged. It was an incredibly scary sight to behold. Yifutian landed at a location not far from the proud son of the underworld. He was surrounded by several figures that were the elite cultivators from the Dark Court. Apart from that, on the other side, the cultivators of the evil Emperor realm were also running toward this location. The divine light of space surged. It was a scary sight to behold. However, the Dark Phoenix division was also charging forward. After Yifutian released his true strength, the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had also started a counterattack. On Yifutian's side, a tripartite confrontation seemed to have formed. However, two of the sides were targeting Yifutian. As the moonlight shot down, a black robe floated in front of the cultivators from the Dark Court. A frightening dark storm converged together to create a scary whirlpool of a black hole that actually devoured the moonlight. At another location, led by the cultivators from the evil Emperor realm, the cultivators released a divine sword. The divine sword used by the great Emperor before released an unparalleled divine light of space that tore through everything. Even the divine light was crushed in front of it. Both energies were extremely powerful. Who are you dealing with first? On the side, the handsome monk asked Yifutian, letting Yifutian choose his opponent to help delay or distract the other one for a while. While Yifutian was incredibly powerful, facing the top dogs from the two enemies was still difficult. The Buddhist sect and Yushang's group could help by sharing the burden by facing one of the sides first. Them, answered Yifutian while looking at the cultivators from the Dark Court. The reason he chose the Dark Court was simple. There was still unfinished business between him and the Dark Court. Back then, using the power of hell, the Dark Court staged their comeback and killed quite a sizable number of people from the 9 realms, including cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In addition, he also had to pay them back for when the Dark Court used them to open the gate of the Hell when they were in the Hidden Land realm. Apart from that, there was the poor girl Xianxia. She was forcibly snatched away by the Dark Court's army when they descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy. While Xianxia left voluntarily, it was a decision forced by the Dark Court because she did not want to implicate or involve anyone else. At that moment, it was time to pay them back for all these. All right. The handsome monk looked at Yushang and the others before saying, "Let us deal with the people from the empty divine realm first." Yushang nodded in silence. A daunting aura of divine items came from his body, while his might filled the space, resulting in a frightening aura forming around his body. Yifutian took a step forward. He walked alone towards the most elite group of cultivators from the Dark Court. The others would face the cultivators from the evil Emperor realm. Such arrogance. This thought flashed across the minds of many who saw the scene unfold, on and off the battlefield. For one person to deal with the strongest force of the Dark Court. However, Yifutian has been overwhelming in the battle. If it were only the proud son of the underworld, Qi Yi, it might not have been enough. Qi Yi was at the same level as Yifutian, which was the divine will second order. Yifutian released the will of the emperor, so in terms of planes, Yifutian had sufficiently overwhelmed him. Moreover, he had mastered the power of Yin. Even the proud son of the underworld would not have been able to win against Yifutian. Then, a cold killing intent flashed across Yifutian's eyes as he glanced at Qi Yi. That made Qi Ye's gaze harden as he activated the eyes of the underworld. It was incredibly scary. The thought of killing him directly on that battlefield had actually crossed Yifutian's mind. Remembering the battle at the empty Imperial Palace last time, Qi Yi could not help but feel that he had been ridiculed. The Yifutian, who was easily crushed by him, was now trying to kill him directly. A practitioner from the original realm was actually thinking about killing him, the proud son of the underworld. He extended his hands, and frightening dark storms converged. It became even more frightening by the second as a hell-like black hole began to appear in the sky right above Yifutian. Shadow radiance shot towards his opponent, but a terrible engulfing force appeared within the black hole storm, which formed a horrifying vortex in the sky. The radiance was sucked into the vortex and then was completely swallowed up and destroyed. Yifutian looked at the black hole storm. The light of the moon will grew even brighter. It not only did not stop, it gave off even more powerful radiance, which it then sent into the vortex. A layer of frost gradually covered the black hole vortex. Looking up at it, it seemed to be freezing and solidifying. The storm gradually grew weaker and weaker as well. This caused a look of utter shock to come over the faces of the cultivators of the Dark Court. This power of Yin was too strong. It could destroy anything that they threw at it. Boom! 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 Divine shadow thunder struck inside the storm, making the vortex in the sky tremble. It seemed to be so unstable that it could be destroyed at any moment. "Attack!" someone cried. The other cultivators of the Dark Court were no longer merely watching. They had already released the power within their bodies, and now they were launching their attack. They seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other, and they sent out destructive dark flames at the same time. In but a moment, the entire sky was covered in dark flames. The space where Yifutian was standing was transformed into a world of destructive fire. Within the deep, dark flames, the world seemed like hell. Yifutian was engulfed in flames. Lines of radiance bloomed from him and dispersed in all directions. Bright moonlight fell violently from the sky, freezing the dark flames. A mystical stream of qi flowed by. Yifutian could feel the space around him transform and become silent. It was as if there was no one else there. The lines of destructive qi seemed to enter into a dark illusory space. Many underworld illusions appeared in this hellish space, appearing insubstantial and vague. Terrifying qi flowed through the air, rushing towards Yifutian. His expression turned fierce, and it seemed like he could see through everything. Boom! There was a loud noise as a huge black spear pierced down towards him. But as it drew near to Yifutian, it slowed down, as if it had entered a defensive field around him. More attacks came in from all different directions, but not one of them could get close to him. Nevertheless, Yifutian was buried under these countless attacks. At that moment, lines of destructive flames of the way appeared, flowing through the air. They were everywhere, surging around Yifutian. He looked all around him with his fierce gaze. He saw that he seemed to be within the flames of an oven formed by a ritual implement. He had indeed been swallowed up by a giant oven. Outside, the cultivators of the dark court were surrounding him, standing in all directions. Dark, destructive air currents surged violently from them. Every one of them was calling upon both the power of their wheels of the great path as well as their own power. As so much power was released, they seemed to form a giant matrix. Dark light covered the sky, rushing wildly between them. There was a giant black oven there that had swallowed up an entire section of the sky. Yifutian was within it. This oven was the powerful ritual implement of one of the genius cultivation masters of the Dark Court, who was one of their greatest figures. At that moment, all of the cultivators were working together. First, they had used a diversion to trap Yifutian in a dark illusion. Then they had covered the sky with their oven. The only way out of the oven was through the gap at the top. Now, they were going to burn him to death. Given the power of the cultivators of the Dark Court, there was no way they could fail to do so. Whoosh! Chi-Yi stood atop the oven, wearing a long dark robe that flapped in the wind. Another black hole vortex appeared before him, from which endless underworld spears appeared, each of which then pierced down into the oven. And he was not the only one who did this. The other cultivators attacked continuously as well, adding even more destructive power to the furnace and trying to bury Yifutian within it. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture kept looking over at that part of the battlefield, feeling greatly anxious. Although Yifutian had displayed incomparable power, these were the true geniuses of the Dark Court after all. When they worked together, their power was frightening. Right now, they had trapped within Yifutian within a ritual implement. They did not know if Yifutian could handle such a devastating assault. Within the oven, Yifutian was indeed facing powerful destructive attacks. His body had been swallowed up by the destructive flames of the way. In addition, lines of poisonous air were mixed with the flames, and violent, dark spears were striking him constantly. At that moment, he truly felt like he was in a dark hell. If his defenses had not been so powerful, he already would have been destroyed by this devastating power. Shadow radiance shot out, and the world tree swayed within him, sending out airflows in all directions that pierced through the dark oven. The power of shadow was integrated into these airflows, and they spread throughout the air, infusing it with shadow. Outside, many of the cultivators could not see what was happening inside. Only the controller of the ritual implement knew what was going on there. "How is it going?" someone asked the cultivator who controlled the dark oven. The cultivator frowned. The dark oven was filled with many kinds of destructive flames that would burn the flesh and destroy the divine wheels of anyone inside. These flames were shockingly powerful, but so far, they had not managed to touch Yifutian. And at that moment, the inside of the oven seemed to be filled with invisible power. He could not even tell what was happening with Yifutian's body. Just then, everyone saw the dark furnace begin to shake violently and give off a terrible noise. What is happening? Everyone stared at it. Was Yifutian attacking from within? This furnace had been forged by an incredibly powerful figure, who had then asked other top figures to refine it until it was absolutely indestructible. If Yifutian wanted to destroy it, it would be utterly impossible. He could only come out through the gap in it. "Should I go cover it up?" someone asked. The cultivator was hesitating, unsure of what to do. However, in the next instant dazzling light bloomed with a loud boom. Divine radiance shone as Yifutian came shooting out of the gap. Terrible, dark underworld spears were still flying out of the black hole vortex towards him. But they saw a beam of light shoot out. A divine sword pierced towards the black hole vortex, blazing with shadow radiance. It ripped the black hole apart and then went through it, appearing in the sky above it. Moonlight fell, illuminating everyone and making them feel a chilling presence. The world seemed to freeze. Even the great path of space went still. Up in the sky, Yifutian gripped his staff, and dazzling divine light burst forth from it. He flew forward, raising his staff with both hands. At that moment, he swept out the staff, causing thousands of staff images to appear. They covered the sky as they swept out, flattening everything in their path. Fierce booming sounds rang out as the sky itself seemed like it would collapse. All of the cultivators fled backward, but since the great path of space was frozen, many of them were swept away and instantly destroyed. Some of them managed to protect themselves with ritual implements and did not die, but they still spat up blood when they were struck. After he had done this, Yifutian pointed up into the sky. In the next moment, divine radiance bloomed from his sword and shot up into the sky. There were continuous puffing sounds as cultivator after cultivator was pierced by the light and killed on the spot, dissipating into ashes that floated away on the wind. In the distance, more cultivators watched this scene in shock. Yifutian was too powerful. With a single staff and a single sword, he had brought chaos and killed more than half the people surrounding him. It was a tragedy. Many of those killed by Yifutian were the greatest talents of the Dark Court. None of them could hope to withstand his continuous attacks. The surviving cultivators retreated some distance, their hearts beating wildly. They gazed at the imposing figure bathed in a kingly radiance. They had been crushed by a genius of the original realm. It seemed like there was absolutely no one in the world who could stand up to this man. Yifutian stared at Qi Yi and took a step forward. A terrible dark vortex appeared around Qi Ye's black-robed form. A vast area went dark as this force surged unto its fullest power. Endless qi flowed into Qi Yi, and his body grew larger. There was a booming sound as he reached the height of 1,000 meters. Endless destructive airflows swirled around him, transforming him into a true god of the underworld. His expression was exceedingly cold. In the face of Yifutian's power, he had absolutely no option but to use every last drop of strength that he had in him. His dark spear had grown larger as well and gave off endless destructive power. He reached out, grabbing at Yifutian from across a great distance. Suddenly, a terrible vortex storm appeared around Yifutian, swallowing him up. Yifutian floated there, seeming incredibly small compared to his opponent. The bright moon was in the sky, its radiance falling upon the land. Shadow radiance covered the area and moved towards the vortex. The divine sword clanged as it swept through the air towards the terrible vortex that his opponent had made. The divine sword was followed by countless air currents filled with swordsmanship, forming a river of destructive swords. It pierced through the vortex storm with a loud bang and struck his opponent's left hand, piercing through it. It continued onward towards his opponent's chest, freezing Qi Ye's massive body bit by bit with the power of shadow that it contained. But he managed to grab the sword. Whoosh! Yifutian shot forward, waving his staff. It swept down from the sky, destroying everything in its path. His opponent raised his dark spear, thrusting it towards the staff. There was a loud bang as they collided. The spear shook, and the staff continued downward, slamming into the massive underworld figure and shattering it. A terrifying dark air current burst out and flooded the area, surging all around. Yifutian seemed to notice something. A figure appeared behind him. It was Qi Yi, the dark spear in his hands giving off incomparably destructive light. It struck out towards Yifutian, whose attack momentum had not diminished. This was his true killing move. Die! Cold murderous intent flashed across Qi Ye's eyes. The power of the shadow was shattered under the dark, destructive light. The blow pierced towards Yifutian's head. The attack fell. In addition to the incredibly sharp, destructive power, a terrible hellish vortex appeared as well, filling the area around Yifutian and giving him no power to escape. He was completely swallowed up in an instant. It was like a flower of hell had bloomed and transformed into a killing blow. In reality, this attack was dangerous to Qi Yi as well, but he knew that as the possessor of a second-tier divine wheel, he might not have another chance in direct combat. The Yin power was integrated into Yi Futian's attacks, along with the will of the emperor, making them absolutely frightening. He had used dark escape techniques to avoid harm, and now that he had found this life or death chance, how could he miss it? Countless people watched this attack. It would probably be the end of this fight. Everything around Yi Futian froze, and frost covered it all. Lines of qi became solid, like countless sharp leaves and branches that covered everything around him. Under the dark spear of destruction, the terrifying dark beams of light pierced downward bit by bit, trying to break through his defenses. With a loud bang, the spear reached his divine elephant battle form, making cracks appear on it, and it continued forward, piercing within. But at the same time, brilliant golden divine radiance covered Qi Ye's body little by little, and soon he was completely engulfed. The Yin power went into him, blocking his dark magic. His blood began to flow more slowly, and his divine spirit grew cold. The power in his hands grew weaker and weaker. Everyone gazed fixedly at this scene. Yi Futian's arm moved, and he stretched out his hand. The divine sword came flying back to him, and he caught it, then swept it behind him. It swept out, giving off a terrible radiance that pierced through the frozen space. It continued forward, then pierced into Qi Yi. Qi Ye's eyes narrowed, and he felt a stab of fear. There in the still space all seemed hopeless. He was the proud son of the underworld. Was he really going to fall here? Yi Futian raised his hand and slapped it down directly on the hilt of the divine sword. A beam of even more brilliant radiance bloomed. At that moment, Qi Ye's body shattered bit by bit until he became a little more than an illusory figure. Then he disappeared completely. The heir of the Lord of the Underworld, the controller of the throne of the Underworld, had fallen. He killed him. The battle all around stopped at that moment. Many of the cultivators of the Dark Court looked over there. Had he really not been able to stop Yi Futian? After his divine radiance burst forth, Yi Futian moved into the great army, killing people all along the way. In the end, he had slain the leader of the Dark Army, Qi Yi. It was just like he had said. He had cut off his enemy's head. At a time of defeat, one man had completely turned the tables. He had cut his way through an army of Renuans and cut down Qi Yi, shattering the power of the Dark Army. At that moment, who within the Dark Army would dare continue fighting? And it was not only those on the battlefield. Those cultivators outside the battlefield also trembled within their hearts. He was dead. Within the empty palace, the cultivators who were watching were speechless. The cultivators of the Divine Palace and the Golden Divine Nation had once again witnessed Yi Futian's absolute talent. But they were covered in a cold sweat. Showing so much magnificence on a battlefield would make Yi Futian far more threatening in the future. A cold light flashed in their eyes. It seemed as if they were hiding their murderous intent. There were shaken looks in the princess and Chao Jun's eyes as well when they saw this. He had really cut him down. "It looks like he has turned the tide of battle," said Chao Jun. A single man had turned the tables in favor of the divine prefecture. In the Dark Court's camp, the Lord of the Underworld let forth his terrible aura. Qi Yi was his heir, and he had been slain. Given his personality, he did not care that much about his death. The people of the Dark Court did not feel too many emotions. But the loss of his disciple made the light go out of his face. The others of the 7 kings of darkness would probably mock him for this. Moreover, because of this, he would have no way to fulfill his duty. That was the most important thing. Thus, a foul mood had come over him. This was all because of Yi Futian. If he had known this would happen, then when he had attacked the Heavenly Mandate Academy, he would have killed everyone there and not just taken Yi Qingyao away. No one spoke. There was a sense of tension in the air as everyone watched the battlefield. Back on the battlefield, Yi Futian did not turn around. His divine sword flew back in front of him, giving off terrifying sword will. This sword was payback for those who had been slain by the Dark Court and for Qingyao, who had been taken by them. Looking up, Yi Futian swept his gaze over the other cultivators of the Dark Court. These mighty figures of the Dark Court broke out in a cold sweat at a single glance from Yi Futian. Then they turned and fled. It was as if they feared his sudden attack. Given the power he had shown today, none of them could withstand him. At that moment, another part of the battlefield opened up. The cultivators of the evil emperor realm stared at Yi Futian. They knew that because of him they had lost their advantage. There was now no more hope for this battle. If they continued fighting, Yi Futian could slaughter them. A man who even the geniuses of god-level powers could not defeat had arisen in the original realm. At that moment, outside the battlefield, the huge matrix was surging. This made many people look up into the sky, where they saw brilliant light falling. The huge matrix was opening, and a dazzling light curtain spread out in two directions, then gradually disappeared. Soon, the matrix covering the nameless realm was gone. The cultivators of the three sides appeared up in the sky. The cultivators of the evil emperor realm, the dark court, and the divine prefecture were all there. The divine prefecture was represented by the palace lord of the empty imperial palace. His gaze fell upon Yi Futian. A look of admiration was in his eyes. Because of this battle, Yi Futian's name would be like the sun in the sky throughout the 9 realms. No one would be able to compare to him. This was not just a battle of the original realm. It had drawn in 3 god-level forces. And yet he had still performed brilliantly on the battlefield, crushing all his opponents. This news would spread through the 9 realms before long. "Thank you for your help," said the palace lord of the empty imperial palace with a smile. When they heard this, everyone listening knew that victory had been decided. Their opponents must be giving up. When the cultivators of the dark court and the evil emperor realm heard this, their faces darkened. They had lost. These 2 great forces had allied and yet had still been defeated by the divine prefecture. Or rather, they had been defeated by one man. Yi Futian retracted his aura. He was a little tired. Although, as he grew stronger, unleashing the will of the emperor would no longer cripple him as it had before. He would still become quite tired. It used a lot of energy. He did not know if this battle had been a blessing or a curse. It was just that, in the previous situation, he had not had a choice. He had originally planned to first withdraw and then lowly hunt his opponent. But his opponent had not let them go. If he had not acted, many of the people beside him would have fallen. He had to launch his own attack. "Let us return," said the palace lord of the empty imperial palace. Suddenly the cultivators of the divine prefecture gathered to him. They did not say anything as they left. They were worried about what would result from all of this. Yi Futian left with them as well. Behind him, everyone was watching him. Because of this battle, he would no longer only be known in the divine prefecture. The cultivators of the evil emperor realm and the dark court would all remember him. Up in the air, the group of cultivators went on their way. The palace lord of the empty imperial palace came up to Yi Futian and said, "Thank you for your help today." "I only did my duty," said Yi Futian. "If it weren't for you, we likely would have lost this battle," said the palace lord. "Previously, our opponents had the advantage. But in the moment that Qi Yi was slain, they knew that they had lost and did not continue fighting, admitting defeat instead. They probably did not want to see any more of their people killed or injured. After all, no one could withstand you." Yi Futian nodded. It seemed like these top forces were wise as well. Although the struggle for the original realm was extremely important, once they realized they could not succeed, they had immediately given up. At that moment, a figure walked towards Yi Futian. It was the leader of the Dark Phoenix division. He smiled and nodded at Yi Futian, saying, "It seems we had a misunderstanding before. Please forgive me." His power had won respect. If Yi Futian had not shown such strength, this man would not have personally come to make things right between them. This man was someone who the divine prefecture had focused on training well. But Yi Futian had won the glory in this battle. He had turned the tide all by himself. Previously, he had blamed Yi Futian for not fleeing the battlefield to prevent further losses. "It is no matter," answered Yi Futian with a nod. Looking at it from the man's perspective, he could naturally understand where he was coming from. But he was not here to make friends, so he kept a neutral expression on his face. After all, this was Donghuang the Great's man. And as for Yi Futian, perhaps they would be enemies one day. The other man realized this as well, and so he said no more. He walked over to the other side. The other people of the 9 realms who were there, like Shinhao and Diwu, felt conflicted within their hearts. They had been in danger of dying in this battle, and they had not been good enough to influence the overall situation of the battle, and they had even fallen short in their small-scale battles. Shinhao thought back to when they were in the God's Relic, and he had disparaged Yifutian. He would never have thought that now Yifutian was on a much higher level than him. He had to look up just to see him. How ironic was that? They no longer were even worthy of being called Yifutian's opponents. If they fought him, they would probably be killed in an instant. At the empty imperial palace, the mirror within the sky disappeared, but the cultivators did not leave. They stood there waiting quietly. Princess Donghuang did not leave either. She waited for the warrior's triumphant return. Countless cultivators were gathered together outside the palace. This battle had deeply shocked them as well. Finally, powerful auras appeared off in the distance. A group of figures gradually came into view. After a while, they could see a mighty formation of troops coming towards the empty imperial palace. They stopped outside the palace and everyone looked at them. Or rather, they all looked at Yifutian. Yifutian had once again shocked the world in this battle. Everyone knew of him now. He was the foremost talent in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and no one would ever again doubt that. Now they only wondered how high he would climb in the future. In the empty imperial palace, Princess Donghuang and others were standing on the steps. Below them, mighty figures from various factions were all here. The empty imperial palace's palace lord walked forward and bowed slightly. Your Highness, the mighty figures who fought in the divine prefecture fought bravely in a bloodbath and were lucky to have come out alive. Princess Donghuang looked at the crowd and spoke. Thank you all of you for giving your all in the war of the original realm. We will record down the names of everyone who has participated in the war and the course of the war. We will reward you based on your contributions. The mighty figures all nodded. Although they had defeated their opponents, the atmosphere in the empty imperial palace was slightly weird at the moment, and there was not much joy. After all, the one who had performed most outstandingly in this battle was Yifutian, and the mighty figures from all factions had all suffered losses. Yifutian did his best to turn the tide this time. He should be given the most credit, the empty imperial palace lord said while smiling. He had previously thought that they would definitely lose this battle. However, Yifutian unexpectedly turned the tide of battle single-handedly and led the mighty figures of the divine prefecture to victory. The mighty figures from the Heavenly Mandate Academy all smiled. Yifutian's performance in this battle was amazing. However, there were also allies who looked thoughtful. Emperor Nan of the Nantian Divine Kingdom then spoke up. Although Yifutian's efforts in this battle started to turn the tide, we won the war because everyone fought courageously. Everyone who participated in the battle was the same, and those who died also made their own contributions. Let's divide the credit equally. Many people looked towards Emperor Nan, and many of them looked shocked. He was an ally of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and regarded Yifutian highly. Although they had an ordinary relationship, he let his daughter go to the academy to cultivate. Some people even claimed that he was preparing to entrust Yifutian with taking care of Nan Luotian. Hence, they could all tell how highly he regarded Yifutian. However, his words at this point seemed to be spoken to erase Yifutian's credit. Lord Taixian, the Divine Palace Lord, and others quickly reacted and understood what Emperor Nan meant. Lord Taixian also spoke. Your Highness, as a member of the Divine Prefecture's Heavenly Mandate Academy, everything that he did in this battle is what was expected of him. There's no need to reward him. What Emperor Nan said is extremely true. Those who died and sacrificed themselves in this battle should be honored even more. Their words made the atmosphere in the empty imperial palace even weirder. There was no atmosphere of victory at all, and many top figures were standing there silently. The silence was a little terrifying. They locked their gaze on Yifutian like hunters staring at their prey. Of course, Yifutian understood as well. He bowed and said, Your Highness, I am originally from the Divine Prefecture. It is my duty to serve the Divine Prefecture. I do not need any reward. Princess Donghuang looked at Yifutian. She naturally sensed the weirdness of the atmosphere as well. "Your Highness, I feel that Yi Futian is guilty." At that moment, a voice sounded. This voice was thunderous, and everyone in and outside of the empty imperial palace could hear it clearly as it even echoed. In an instant, everyone focused their attention on the person who spoke. The top figure of the Shin clan, Shin Gao. He stepped forward and stopped below the steps. He looked at Princess Donghuang and said, "I feel that Yi Futian should be executed for his crime." The moment he mentioned execution, everyone within and outside the empty imperial palace was shocked. The cultivators from the original realm outside, who had waited for the mighty figures to return in victory, were all a little confused. Yi Futian is guilty and should be executed? Yi Futian single-handedly turned the tide of the war of the three factions. But now he should be executed? Everyone was a little confused, but they soon realized what it meant. No wonder Emperor Nan and the others tried to erase Yi Futian's contributions, and Yi Futian himself dared not ask for a reward. If they looked at it thoroughly, Yi Futian's crimes and contributions were seemingly a little complicated. He should be executed? Princess Donghuang spoke while looking towards Shin Gao. Beside her, Chao Jun and Du Yu also looked towards Shin Gao. They naturally knew this top figure of the Shin clan. "Yes," Shin Gao spoke up. "The battle of the original realm is a battle between the Divine Prefecture, Dark Court, and Empty Divine Realm. But Yi Futian deliberately hid his strength and did not do his best, making the war extremely passive initially, and we even almost lost the original realm. Yi Futian was powerful but deliberately hid his strength. He must have sinister intentions. Besides, if it wasn't for the threat to the Heavenly Mandate Academy's own allies as well as Yi Futian himself, he might have continued to hold back and chose to retreat, and he did do so on the battlefield. He deceived the princess as well as everyone in the Divine Prefecture by deliberately not fighting. I think that if our opponents didn't gang up on Yi Futian and his companions, Yi Futian would have just let the battle of the original realm be lost without displaying his strength. He does not care about the Divine Prefecture and original realm. Also, and most importantly, the various forces of the Divine Prefecture participated in the battle and bathed in blood. Many of their strongest fighters died on the battlefield. Even though they were not strong enough, they still defended the original realm with their blood. Yi Futian is a member of the Divine Prefecture. If he didn't have the strength, no one would say anything. But he was able to defend the Divine Prefecture, yet he let it all happen, watching many of the people of the Divine Prefecture who participated in the war die on the battlefield. This includes many members of the Shin clan. He should be put to death for his crimes. Shin Gao's voice was powerful, and the sound rang out continuously, causing the space to tremble. His voice reverberated in the mighty figure's eardrums. What he said was all true. Yi Futian could not deny it, and all the mighty figures saw it with their own eyes. He had indeed not unleashed his full strength before. The Golden Divine Nation was ordered by the princess to participate in this war, and lost many cultivators because of this war as well. Among the casualties, there were those of the royal bloodline who died fighting. Yet there are people who have the ability to turn the tide of battle but deliberately hide it, resulting in the unjust death of all the strong fighters. They should be executed for their crimes. The Golden Divine Nation's guide Song stepped out and spoke aloud. "Princess, please convict Yi Futian to pay tribute to those who died unjustly in this battle." The mighty figures of two top powers stepped out and declared Yi Futian guilty. It was as if Yi Futian's strength to take this victory had instead become the reason to convict him. That was because he had hidden his strength previously. Outstanding trees will always get destroyed by the wind first. What's more, Yi Futian was so magnificent today. How could those factions that already had grudges against him let him go like that? Therefore, Emperor Nan wanted to diminish Yi Futian's credit at the first opportunity. However, it seemed that those factions were not going to let go. This time, if they did not make trouble, the princess might value Yi Futian even more highly. If she did so, it would spell disaster for them. Hence, they struck preemptively. "Princess, please convict Yi Futian." Another person stepped out and spoke. This time, it was a mighty figure from the Martial God clan. He said, There are also many people from my clan who died in battle. It was as if those who died in this battle were blaming Yi Futian just because he did not do his best and hid his power. Princess, please convict Yi Futian. Princess, please convict Yi Futian. Multiple voices rang out as more and more factions walked out. The various factions that had allied with Yi Futian in the war all came out, including the faction holding back the Dou tribe, as well as the clan of the Seven Slayers in the Emperor Star realm, the School of the Emperor Star. Princess, the Holy Land of Taichu and many other divine prefecture factions came to the original realm to participate in the war and gave their all. Yet, some people pretended to care about the divine prefecture but really only cared about their own interests, causing many innocent people to die in battle. They also deceived you and everyone in the divine prefecture. Even though they have contributed to our victory, their crimes are still unpardonable. The powerful fighters of the Holy Land of Taichu also walked out. This time, so many forces walked out at the same time that it created a great movement. Now, they wanted to use the movement to get rid of Yi Futian. Many people did not expect. Even the strong fighters behind Princess Donghuang were a little surprised. They did not expect that so many people wanted Yi Futian dead. So it seemed that being too outstanding was also dangerous. It would make people feel threatened, especially those factions that had a grudge against you. They, in turn, would be afraid. Princess? At this time, Emperor Nan spoke up. Although Yi Futian hid his strength before this war, he had been fighting as best as he could and killed many strong opponents. It was only after the major factions retreated that he prepared to retreat with the people of the Divine Prefecture. He was only forced to fight a battle of life and death later on, and he did not have absolute confidence that he would win. If not for the cooperation of the cultivators of the Mountain Realm and strong fighters of the Divine Prefecture, he would also be in extreme danger. On the battlefield, one should always improvise. Yi Futian must have hidden his strength to take the opponents by surprise and kill them, and he did do so. I think that even if he is guilty, his merits are enough to offset his crimes. Lord Taixian also stepped out to speak. I also agree with what Emperor Nin said. Even though Yi Futian has made mistakes, he could be considered to have given his all by using his strength to turn the tide and win this war of the original realm. I hope that your highness will make a clear decision. Several people spoke up for Yi Futian one after another, and this time they were all allied forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian and said, "Don't you have anything you want to say for yourself? Your highness, after I fell into a coma in the Shadow Realm, I was able to control some power of Yin, but I do not know exactly how strong the power of Yin is. I did my best to kill the enemy on the battlefield. After the major forces retreated, I planned to temporarily evacuate with the Divine Prefecture Army and then hunt them down one by one with more certainty. I hid my strength to retain the element of surprise. When I was surrounded, all I could do was fight back desperately. How could I have predicted the outcome?" Yi Futian responded. "As to why they are like this, your highness must know. They have been at war before, so naturally they want me dead." Princess Donghuang nodded. "You do have a grudge with one another. The Tianshan Academy has never cared about these matters and has no grudge with either side. Does the Tianshan Academy think that Yi Futian is meritorious or guilty?" The college chief of the Tianshan Academy, Jian Ao, raised his head. He stepped forward and said, "Princess, the Tianshan Academy cultivators have had direct contact with Yi Futian on the battlefield before. At that time, many people were discussing that Yi Futian had saved many Tianshan Academy disciples. Although I thank him for that, if we look at everything that happened today, Yi Futian does have the suspicion of deceiving your highness and the powerful fighters from all factions of the Divine Prefecture." Jian Ao opened his mouth and said, "As for the specific merits, I believe your highness already has her judgment." Yi Futian glanced at Jian Ao after hearing what he had said. Earlier, Jian Ao did not lift a finger even when Yi Futian was in mortal danger. However, Yi Futian still saved many people from the Tianshan Academy on the battlefield. Although he did not expect that Jian Ao would thank him or anything of that sort, he thought that Jian Ao would have at least been neutral. Unexpected to him, Jian Ao actually said something like that. While he did credit Yi Futian's achievements, saying that Yi Futian had lied to the princess and the people of the divine prefecture was the same as agreeing that he was guilty and should be punished for it. A typical example of biting the hand that feeds him. However, Yi Futian was somewhat confused. What was the reason for Jian to target him? Between the two of them, there was no conflict of interest. In addition, a person on Jian level would not do something without his own logic. Could it be that he was doing it for Jian Qingzhu? Was he, Yi Futian, an obstacle to Jian Qingzhu's path to success? After all, before he appeared, Jian Qingzhu was undoubtedly the most exceptional person in that era. From the abilities and strength of Shen Hao, Di Wu, and the rest, it was obvious that they could not beat Jian Qingzhu. If Yi Futian's group did not appear, Jian Qingzhu might have really become an unparalleled existence in the Nine Realms in this era. In addition, Jian Hao had always wished to send Jian Qingzhu to the divine prefecture to train beside the princess. So, did it mean that this was the reason why Jian was targeting him? To help pave Jian Qingzhu's way? Even Jian Qingzhu was looking at Jian with an odd expression. He was a little bit confused. The Tianxian Academy preached and trained in the Central Emperor realm. The elders in the Jian clan had always had high hopes for him, constantly wishing that he, Jian Qingzhu, would become a symbol of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and in the future to cultivate in the divine prefecture. Moreover, he had been striving for this all his life. While Yi Futian's appearance out of the blue and peerless grace and talent had completely overshadowed him, he would still walk his own path. At that moment, his elders' move in attempting to undermine Yi Futian confused him. With their temperament, why would they do that? To help pave his way. If that were the case, he did not need it. Moreover, regardless of the reason why Yi Futian decided to hide his real strength, his contribution during the battle was something that everyone had witnessed. Furthermore, Yi Futian also saved him and a lot of the others from the Tianxian Academy. While Yi Futian did not start acting earlier, it was still ultimately his choice. They were not qualified to force him to do it. Father's words. I'm afraid I have to disagree with them. At that moment, Jian Qingzhu walked forward. He bowed gently to Princess Donghuang, sitting above the steps. I am sure that your majesty saw with your own eyes what happened on the battlefield. I was also there. Yi Futian prioritizing the safety of those from the Heavenly Mandate Academy is only human nature. If it were me, I would do the same and place the safety of the Tianxian Academy's practitioners as my #1 priority. I believe all of you present here would do the same. Who would say that they'd be willing to sacrifice their own? While putting the safety of the people from the Tianxian Academy, as well as others, as a precondition, Yi Futian was always giving his all while on the battlefield. His displays have always been the most exceptional in every major battle. He has killed many enemy renhuangs. The reason we were close to being defeated was due to the other factions from the divine prefecture showing weakness. After that, it was only because Yi Futian released his true strength that we managed to turn the tide. If it weren't for Yi Futian, many of the people from the factions here would still be on the battlefield. I do not think that those who have been saved are qualified to indict and convict the person who turned the tide around. Jian Qingzhu's words made many people focus their gaze on him. Even Princess Donghuang seriously took a look at him. To say that at that time required a certain degree of courage. After all, many factions targeted Yi Futian. Apart from the top factions within the 9 realms, there were also factions from the divine prefecture. At that moment they had allied. It was an alliance to target and deal with Yi Futian. For Jian Qingzhu to defend Yi Futian under the circumstances, it naturally required a great deal of courage. Moreover, he implied that the people from the factions were not qualified to say that Yi Futian was guilty. Stand down. This place has no room for you to speak. Jian scolded Jian Qingzhu. Jian Qingzhu glanced at Jian eyes. Jian gaze was incredibly serious, seemingly unhappy with him. However, Jian Qingzhu did not avert his gaze. Practitioners should always be frank and honest, after all. It was something that Jian thought him, so why would he go against his own belief and original intention now? If it were for him, Jian Qingzhu felt that it was unnecessary. Yi Futian was a little surprised. He did not expect that Jian Qingzhu would stand up and have an opinion that opposed his family. It impressed Yi Futian. However, it also meant that it became harder for him to understand the Tianxian Academy. Jianeo, what exactly was he thinking? Princess Donghuang's gaze returned to Yi Futian. Then, she asked, Power of Yin, aren't you going to explain a bit? Hearing her words, gazes began to focus on Yi Futian again. The power of Yin was something they had suspected. However, no one dared to bring it up. Everyone had their own guess. Answering the princess, said Yi Futian. Then he continued and said, That day in the Shadow Realm, I was pursued by cultivators from the evil Emperor Realm and was forced to go straight towards the core of the Shadow Realm to avoid the cultivators of the enemy. I went all the way to the Yin Storm Zone, and by then my plane level could not support me anymore. So, I activated the Emperor's will, which I inherited in God's relic to protect my body. I also used the power I cultivated in an attempt to refine the power of Yin to preserve myself. However, the power of Yin was too strong. It infiltrated my body and spiritual soul. It was impossible to block it, and because of that I was infiltrated and fainted. It seemed as if everything had stopped. Only my survival instinct and will to live kept me refining the power of Yin even as I became unconscious. As for what happened after that, I am sure Your Highness Princess already knows. After I woke up, I learned that I had refined a decent amount of the power of Yin that could be used by myself. As such, I synthesized them into my attacks. However, I did not know just how strong this power was. It was my first time unleashing it. What Yi Futian meant was that he himself did not know his real strength. As such, he was then able to explain why he had not utilized his full strength earlier. It was because he did not know that he could be that strong. Naturally, he dared not talk about getting possession of a divine item. That was too much. Fear was the reason why those factions wanted to get rid of him. If he added the divine item into the mix, the number of people wanting to kill him would only increase. Moreover, most knew just the dangers of the core area of the Shadow Realm. No one would believe that Yi Futian's plane level was high enough for him to obtain a divine item there. At most, they would guess whether the will of the Emperor had kept him alive and helped him master the power of Yin. However, even as it was, Yi Futian was still considered extremely dangerous. Right now, you can quibble however you want, said Xin Gao of the Divine Palace coldly. After that, he looked at Princess Donghuang and said, Your Royal Highness, our Xin clan lost at least 10 Renhuangs in this battle. They were the core of our Xin clan. They were also incredibly talented. If it were really because we were weaker than the enemy overall, then there is nothing more I can say. However, our Xin clan fought in a bloody battle while someone hid his strength, ultimately causing a lot of unnecessary casualties. My Xin clan is not worthy of asking for anything. However, whether the princess rules an award or a punishment, from this day forward, our Xin clan will officially declare war against the Heavenly Mandate Academy. On this day, a great opportunity had presented itself. Cultivators from each side had come out and ended the battle of the original realm. So, there was finally time to take a look at their affairs. Last time, the princess set a rule for the battle of the original realm. To fight, they needed to request a battle assignment at the empty imperial palace and not hurt the innocent. This time, they would use this as an opportunity to request a battle assignment. With this commotion that they had made, even if the princess did not convict Yi Futian, she would no longer intervene in their grudge anymore, right? They said that Yi Futian was guilty and should be beheaded. However, they also understood that it was almost impossible to convict Yi Futian. They had to strike first. They had to control the situation better. At the very least, they could not let the princess lean towards Yi Futian. If that were to happen, everything would be for naught and they would not be able to do anything. Our Golden Divine Nation would also like to request a battle assignment, said Gaitsong. After that, each of them consecutively requested battle assignments. The people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, as well as Yi Futian, did not seem too thrilled. They saw Yi Futian's strength and did not want to give him the opportunity to turn things around. The oppressive mood was subtle. These factions were some of the strongest factions in the Divine Prefecture and Original Realm. Their strength could not be underestimated. Even Princess Donghuang could not ignore their existence. These top factions were powers that the Divine Prefecture needed to rely on. Chao Jun stood behind Princess Donghuang. His gaze swept across the room. Mixed in his dignified gaze was a sense of coldness. It was an incredibly sharp gaze. On this day, on the outside, they said that they wanted to indict Yi Futian. However, in truth, they were also putting pressure on the princess. He could naturally see that the people feared Yi Futian's potential. They did not want a person like this to get the opportunity to reach the skies in one go. That was the reason why they struck first, striking before the princess could decide if Yi Futian was guilty or not. This was their method for stopping the princess from awarding Yi Futian and thinking highly of him. After all, if and once the princess awarded Yi Futian and decided to cultivate and develop him, everything would have already been set in stone. By then, if they wanted to change, it would already be too late. They were all old foxes, cunning and calculative. They were not only planning against Yi Futian but also the princess. Then, the next moment a powerful aura from afar reached their location. Many people raised their heads to look towards the source of the aura. There, they saw surges of a golden divine light of space. A group of cultivators descended from the sky. Darkness followed as the empty imperial palace was completely enveloped. The evil emperor realm and the dark court's cultivators had arrived. The people raised their heads to look at the two. The evil emperor realm was led by Xianxia. The dark court was led by the lord of the underworld, who stared coldly at Yi Futian with a gaze full of killing intent. The empty divine realm and the dark court have lost. You are all here at the empty imperial palace because you want to breach the agreement and start a war. Chao Jun's gaze swept across the enemy cultivators as he spoke coldly. The reason the war began in the first place was due to a mutual understanding between the three factions. Even though the factions wanted the original realm, each of the three sides did not want to lose too many troops. That was why an arranged fight was introduced. Lower Renhuangs would fight to lower their losses to the minimum. Each side had its own concerns. Otherwise, none of the three sides dared to imagine what would be the result of the battle. At that moment, since the Divine Prefecture had won the battle, there was a lower likelihood of them going back on their words. Otherwise, they would only have no choice but to wage a real war. Since we've lost, we will admit defeat, Xianxia answered. However, us coming here to visit you is not considered going back on our agreement. Isn't that right? Our evil emperor realm will promise not to get involved in all original realms affairs. Please continue whatever it is you are doing. It is even better if you can ignore us. Many people frowned. The two other major factions were definitely unhappy about the defeat. Moreover, Yi Futian killed a lot of their people. The heir to the Lord of the Underworld had also been killed by Yi Futian's hands. Moreover, Yi Futian now wielded the power of Yin. One can only imagine that whether it was the Dark Court or the Underworld, they wanted Yi Futian's head. They promised that they would not interfere with the affairs of the original realm, but it did not mean that they would not go for Yi Futian. That was the reason why Yi Futian hid his strength during the battle. Branches exposed in the woods will eventually be destroyed by the winds. After he went on the rampage and destroyed his enemies, he had wondered if it was a curse or a blessing. At this time, whether it was the factions of the Divine Prefecture, the Dark Court, or the empty Divine Realm, everyone wanted to get at him. That was unless Princess Donghuang decides to protect him. Otherwise, he would be put in a very precarious position, and many top figures would focus on him. The cultivators outside the empty imperial palace were silent. They would never have imagined that the situation would turn like this. The person who led the Divine Prefecture to turn the tides of the battle, the practitioner who brought them victory in the battle of the original realm, that person was actually in such a terrible situation. Should he not be rewarded for his feats and achievements? The gazes were now focused on Princess Donghuang. The arrival of the Dark Court and the evil Emperor realm was also a different sort of pressure. While they said they were only there for a visit, it was a given that they had plans of their own. At this time, only Princess Donghuang's approach could decide everything, or perhaps, it was more accurate to say that she would decide Yi Futian's fate. Princess Donghuang shifted her gaze away from the cultivators from the Dark Court and evil Emperor realm to Yi Futian again. She stood there quietly. However, it was as if she was bathed in divine light. She was born a divine being. Hence she had always been dazzling. All the women in the world would be envious of her. Yi Futian, you killed quite a lot of enemies in this battle. You took down the proud son of the underworld by yourself. In terms of contribution to the victory of this battle, you ranked first. Princess Donghuang spoke. In that instant, everyone looked at her. Princess Donghuang's approach was too important. It would decide everything. When she spoke, a sense of seriousness filled the eyes of those from the Shin clan, as well as the cultivators from other sides. If the princess made up her mind to protect Yi Futian, no matter how much they wanted to kill Yi Futian, even if they were to use the rules of the princess to start a battle, the princess could still easily overrule that and prohibit them from doing so. If that were to happen, no one would be able to kill Yi Futian. So, at that moment, it was time to see just how much Yi Futian meant to the princess. The reason why they kept repeating Yi Futian's errors and offense, highlighting the fact that Yi Futian disregarded the benefits of the divine prefecture and claiming that Yi Futian did not care about winning, was so that the princess' perception of Yi Futian would deteriorate. Right now, it was time to see the results. However, you intentionally hid your strength, restraining yourself, and ultimately hindered the entire operations. You prioritized the benefits of the Heavenly Mandate Academy on the battlefield. Even though you had your reasons, this had led to many of the practitioners from the divine prefecture meeting their demise. On these, do you have any objections? Princess Donghuang asked as she faced Yi Futian. This time, it was time for the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy to look solemn. What was the princess's intention? No one could understand what she wanted. No emotion could be seen from her eyes, which could be regarded as absolute beauty. What the princess has said is true. I have no objections, admitted Yi Futian honestly. He could not deny it. Everyone clearly saw what happened on the battlefield. Princess Donghuang was also not stupid. Of course, she understood what she saw. The key was how to balance it. As such, it still depended on the princess's judgment. Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian. She waved her hands as bright and dazzling divine lights appeared, floating in front of her. It was a bright square box suffused with a frightening space will of the way, which made the area around it surrounded by bright and beautiful divine light. She waved her hands, and the box flew towards Yi Futian. Then, Princess Donghuang said, "This is an important treasure. Now I hand it over to you. I've said it before. We would grant rewards based on one's achievement during the battle. You contributed the most, and this is your reward." The box flew in front of Yi Futian. It floated in front of him, the bright divine light shining upon Yi Futian's handsome face. Multiple gazes fell on the box in front of Yi Futian. The box was unique, and the treasure inside the box was surely incredibly valuable. However, since it was granted by the princess, they did not dare to have any ideas. This was particularly true for the divine prefecture factions. Even if they were to snatch it away, they would still have to return it to the princess. Who would dare keep it as their own? Moreover, at that moment they were very curious as to what the treasure was. "Thank you, princess." Yi Futian took the gift. He accepted directly and did not act overly courteous. With regard to what the item was, he would check it out later. "This is what you deserve. You do not need to thank me. Apart from that, hiding your strength and hindering the overall battle operations, which resulted in the demise of many from all sides, was your personal choice. Since we achieved victory in the end, and since I only look at the result, I have no reason to punish you for your crimes." Princess Donghuang's word made the expression on the faces of the cultivators from many factions change. In particular, Shen Gao and the cultivators from the Shen clan. Did this mean that Princess Donghuang had decided to protect Yi Futian? However, Princess Donghuang was not finished. With that word, everyone stood straight and listened carefully to the words that were yet to come. "Just as I have no reason to punish you for your crimes, the other factions of the divine prefecture also participated in this battle. They have made a lot of contributions and sacrifices in this battle. Similarly, I have no reason to stop them from hating you or from exacting their vengeance upon you. As such, in terms of the grudge between the divine prefecture factions and yourself, I will not side with anyone. If you want to fight and wage war, you can do so based on my preset rules. On this, Do you have any objections? Princess Donghuang answered while looking at Yi Futian. The cultivators from the Shin clan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the words of the princess. It seemed like the princess was very thoughtful and considerate in whatever she did. The lines between punishment and rewards were clear, and she treated both sides fairly, and this was enough. They never really expected the princess to sentence Yi Futian to death. They knew well enough that this was impossible. The true objective of their previous efforts was to ensure that the princess did not interfere with them dealing with Yi Futian. Otherwise, if the princess were to favor Yi Futian, it would be too late for them to deal with Yi Futian. Who would dare kill a person under the princess? The princess is clear in rewards and punishment. I naturally do not have any objections, answered Yi Futian while nodding. Yi Futian could not find any fault in Princess Donghuang's approach. They were all representatives of the divine prefecture in the battle. He made the most contribution and was thus rewarded by the princess personally. However, the others also took part in the battle, so she would not interfere with their personal grudges or affairs. One could only say that this was an amazingly fair way to deal with the situation. However, the overall situation was still very disadvantageous for Yi Futian. At the moment, the number of people and factions wanting him dead had increased. Princess Donghuang nodded. She shifted her gaze toward the cultivators from the Shin clan and asked, "What about you? Do you have any objections?" "We naturally do not object to the princess's will," answered Xianxia as he nodded. This result was sufficient. This time, as long as Princess Donghuang did not protect Yi Futian, he would be powerless. He would not be as lucky as the last time. Good. Princess Donghuang nodded. Princess, our Shin clan has had a grudge with Yi Futian for a long time. In addition to the incidents during the battle, we are prepared to conclude things. Yi Futian is from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If the Heavenly Mandate Academy or the other factions help him, our Shin clan, and the other factions will also intervene, said Xianxia. What other factions want to take part in this battle? Asked Princess Donghuang as she looked toward the crowd. Our Golden Divine Nation will take part, Gaizong answered. Our holy land of Taichu has also lost a considerable amount of people. We will take part, answered the cultivators from the holy land of Taichu. The Martial God clan will also partake in the battle. The School of the Emperor Star will take part as well. One after another, factions began to voice their opinions. It seemed as if they had a tacit understanding, or perhaps they had already communicated with each other through divine consciousness. The factions of the 9 realms and divine prefecture expressed their opinions one after another. All of them wanted to put Yi Futian to his death. Many from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path wanted to see Yi Futian rise. For example, many cultivators outside the empty imperial palace wanted to see the birth of a legend. However, at the same time, many people did not want to see a legendary person like him to reach his peak. In particular, the factions that had grudges against Yi Futian. They would not allow this. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and their allies were too strong. Once Yi Futian reached the top, this alliance would dominate the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path. By then, the other factions would be affected directly. This time, the number of factions involved was higher than the earlier battle of the Divine Palace. This time, the Solar Divine Palace of the Solar Realm also announced that they would participate in the battle. They wielded the power of the sun and did not want the appearance of a peak existence who wielded the power of Yin. The Nantian Divine Kingdom will take part in the battle as a representative of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, said Emperor Nan, supporting the Heavenly Mandate Academy's side. However, allies of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was obviously weaker, and they would be completely overwhelmed. In particular, since they would be fighting under the rules set by Princess Donghuang, they would not need to worry. The Shin clan will join as well. Allies of the Heavenly Mandate Academy also showed their support one after another. However, in comparison to the other side, there was a huge gap. Regardless, as allies, if they did not stand up to protect Yi Futian right now, they would be targeted and pulverized in the future. Cultivators continued to speak up. Finally, Princess Donghuang asked, "Are there any more? The 9 realms is in turmoil. I am surprised by how hated little Yi is among the people. Perhaps the Tianxian Academy should not have joined the battle outside God's relic. That way, we would not be faced with the storm right now, said the Tianxian Academy College chief, Jian. He then continued and said, Princess, since Yi Futian started this battle, it should end with him as well. If Yi Futian dies in battle, I hope it will also end this debacle. Princess Donghuang glanced at Jian and then the rest of the others. Then, she said, What do you think? Replying to the princess, We have no objections, Xianxia said. Yi Futian was too much of a threat. Killing him would be enough. The others were far less of a threat than he was. Moreover, they had many opportunities in the future. Clearly, this was going to be a hunt, with the prey being Yi Futian. Everyone wanted him to die. Yi Futian's death would end everything. Since that is the case, our Tianxian Academy will also take part. We hope that order will be restored to the original realm as soon as possible, said Jian with a strong sense of righteousness. He looked at the Heavenly Mandate Academy and said, I can only apologize first to little Yi now. Father, Jian Qingzhu shouted. He did not understand why they had to do that. They held no grudges against Yi Futian. Why did it have to come to this? Yi Futian raised his head to look at Jian. He was curious. So, he asked, Last time in the Shadow Realm, Elder, you did not lend a hand even as I was on the verge of death. On that, I hold no grudges. After all, you and I were mere acquaintances. We do not know each other that well. However, on the battlefield, I have at least shown kindness to your Tianxian Academy. Why are you, Elder, repaying my kindness with cruelty? Moreover, you are doing it with such dignity and righteousness. I am very much confused. Could you please clarify and enlighten me? Yi Futian's revelation helped many from Tianxian Academy understand. So, there was actually a story like this in the Shadow Realm. It was no wonder Yi Futian hesitated in helping them. This meant that Tianxian Academy ignored the plea of those in mortal danger first. Yi Futian hesitated and did not give his all. However, he ultimately still extended his help. On this, Yi Futian could already be considered incredibly kind. If one were to argue that they were allies on the battlefield, were they not while they were in the Shadow Realm? Why did Tianxian Academy not help him then? Many shifted their gaze to where the people from Tianxian Academy gathered, particularly towards Jian. The Tianxian Academy preached in the Central Emperor Realm. They were regarded as the #1 holy land throughout the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They had cultivated numerous disciples, had countless cultivators, and were admired by many. After all, who in the land of the 9 realms had not heard of the Tianxian Academy name before? However, in a holy land like this, the college chief of the Tianxian Academy was actually a hypocrite? If what Yi Futian said was true, then in comparison, the actions of Tianxian Academy was indeed quite despicable. Yi Futian repaid cruelty with kindness, whereas the Tianxian Academy repaid kindness with cruelty. Moreover, the Tianxian Academy college chief actually announced their participation in the battle in the name of justice so that he could join the others in getting rid of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Yi Futian, claiming that he would restore the original world to its order. However, the thing no one could understand was, why would Jian do this? With his position and status, there was no need for him to lower himself to deal with Yi Futian using a method like this. After all, the Tianxian Academy held no grudges against Yi Futian. Even if Yi Futian were to rise, a holy land like the Tianxian Academy would not be affected in the slightest. That was unless they were afraid that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would replace the Tianxian Academy as the #1 holy land. That should not be the case. Some people shifted their gaze to Jian Qingzhu. They could gander a guess. After all, one of the things, or perhaps more accurately people, that Jian prized most was his son. The son was regarded as Tianxian Academy's most outstanding person among the new generation. If it were for him, it was certainly possible. Without Yi Futian, Jian Qingzhu would become the #1 proud son of the original realm. Perhaps the attention he would gain would be on a whole other level. At the moment, all the attention in the original realm was focused on Yi Futian. Jian Qingzhu also noticed the gaze of the people. He looked at his father. He did not understand. Tianxian Academy actually ignored someone on the verge of death. He had a feeling that Yi Futian was not lying. This made him feel quite embarrassed. On that day, the Shadow Realm was filled with powerful cultivators. The scene was extremely chaotic. Indeed, I did see you back then, but I did not have the time to provide assistance. With regard to you helping the people from our Tianxian Academy during the battle, I am indeed very grateful. Jian'ao was actually quite calm. He then continued and said, however, the disturbances in the original realm needs to be concluded. If the disturbances dispersed and vanished, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will remain the Heavenly Mandate Academy. No one will move. It is fine even if you hate me. I understand. Jian'ao's answer was the equivalent of admitting to it. It was disappointing to many. While his words remained pretty, many people were already feeling that the college chief of the Tianxian Academy was posing as a person with high morals. Moreover, he was scheming to make his move on Yi Futian at a time like this to stand and oppose the Heavenly Mandate Academy. For the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Yi Futian, this was undoubtedly a disaster that could very well end them. After all, a situation like this would have already been extremely disadvantageous for Yi Futian and his allies. It looks like I will not get an explanation, Yi Futian said after hearing Jian'ao's answer. It was clear that Jian'ao would not tell him the reason. Was it because of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Or was it because of Jian Qingzhu? Maybe it was something else entirely? He would not find out. Princess Donghuang also glanced at Jian'ao. After that, she returned her gaze at the others and said, since all of you have no objections, we will decide the two sides taking part in this battle. After 1 month, the battle will take place in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Both sides will select their own combatants. They are not allowed to raise even a hand against non-participants. The battle will end with one side's defeat. No one is allowed to exact revenge on anyone outside the battle. Do you have any objections? The words of the princess will be remembered. We will only kill Yi Futian. We won't touch the people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy or their allies, said Xingao. As long as Yi Futian died, the enemy's side would crumble. Many people would die. However, the dissolution of the enemy alliance would naturally reduce their strength. It was a matter of time before they were annihilated. He was not going to be impatient. The remainder of the cultivators also nodded to agree with it. Yi Futian saw that Princess Donghuang was looking at him. So, he nodded and said, Yi Futian has received his orders. If I die, this debacle will end. I do not hope to involve the innocent. As such, I would like the princess to help take care of them. He was also preparing for the worst. I will promise you that. Princess Donghuang nodded. Thank you, princess. Yi Futian bowed slightly. He then said, this issue has concluded. We will have to start our journey back. Could I borrow the space teleportation grand matrix within the empty Imperial Palace? Due to the latest incident, teleportation grand matrices that could access the factions of the 9 realms were built in the empty Imperial Palace so that backup and support could be provided to the cultivators of all sides in the least amount of time. Among them was, naturally, a way to reach the Heavenly Mandate realm. The reason Yi Futian did not use the typical way and, instead, asked to borrow the teleportation grand matrix was that he was wary of the Dark Court and Evil Emperor realm. He was worried that those two factions would make a move against him. As such, he decided to leave directly. Before Princess Donghuang could answer, the palace lord of the empty Imperial Palace, standing not far in front of the princess, announced, You've worked hard in the battle today. All the factions can return by using the teleportation grand matrix directly. Yi Futian nodded and replied, Thank you very much. As he finished speaking, he led the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy towards the matrix. Factions that were his allies also headed toward the matrices that led to their homes, their expressions solemn. However, they still had a month to prepare. Based on the rules of the princess, and since both sides had made an agreement, no one would make any moves beforehand. 1 month was sufficient, but in front of absolute strength, 1 month was, in reality, not enough to be meaningful. It would not make much difference. After all, cultivation is not something that could be achieved overnight. They could not realistically increase their strength by a lot in 1 month's time. The teleportation matrix lit up with bright lights. The Heavenly Mandate Academy, along with the other cultivator factions, left one after another. The Shin clan, Golden Divine Nation, and many other cultivators did not leave immediately. They still had issues to discuss, like how they would destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy and kill Yifutian. The boy was growing too fast. His battle prowess and potential too high. They would always be worried if he were left alive. If he were to be regarded highly by Donghuang the Great, entered the imperial palace and reached the top quickly in the future, not to mention getting the opportunity to kill Yifutian, but they would find it difficult to get rid of him. What awaited them in a situation like that would be to await Yifutian in getting his revenge. That was the reason why they were so decisive and resolute, to the point where they even put pressure on the princess so that another battle would ensue. All this to get rid of future troubles. This time, more than half of the top factions in the 9 realms wanted Yifutian's life. Whoever helped Yifutian would die. The conclusion was set. No one could change it. How interesting. Xianxia from the evil emperor realm laughed. He looked at Princess Donghuang and said, "I sure opened my eyes today. We will meet again in the future." After finishing his sentence, he led the cultivators from the empty divine realm and left. This time, Yifutian killed a lot of his people, among them several heirs to top factions. This determined that there was no longer a possibility of recruiting him. Otherwise, he would lose the hearts of the people and, at the same time, displease many others. Since he could not obtain and use him, the only other option was to remove him. However, at that moment it seemed like the original realm was in a state of internal turmoil, which might also end with Yifutian losing his life. With that, they only needed to stay on the sidelines as observers. If needed, they certainly did not mind doing other things. The cultivators from the Dark Court also left. Only then did the darkness subside. The practitioners of the empty imperial palace were in a complicated mood. The people who watched the battle outside the empty imperial palace were also the same. It was not what they had in mind, and it was certainly not the conclusion that they wanted to see. Yifutian and the others returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone was in a bad mood. They had just achieved a great victory and defended the original realm, preventing it from being divided. However, apart from getting the halo, the one who made the biggest contribution, Yifutian, was faced with a life-or-death situation. The people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy were in a very bad mood. Their faces were cold and hard, a tinge of anger mixed within. She should know just how bad this situation is for you. But she did not try and stop it. Yaya, who was sitting beside Yifutian, said. Naturally, the person she was referring to was Princess Donghuang. Princess Donghuang rewarded Yifutian and did not give him a sentence. However, not protecting Yifutian after he showed his true strength meant that Yifutian was now in an extremely precarious situation. Even though it seemed like she was helping Yifutian, the reality was that she did not do so. Perhaps she was indeed dissatisfied with Futian hiding his strength, said Lord Taishian. Perhaps, said Yifutian quietly. However, this princess is hard to comprehend. Indeed, Lord Taishian nodded. The princess never shows her emotions. It is impossible to know what she is thinking. This time it is very dangerous. Futian, why don't you? Yifutian looked at Lord Taishian. From Lord Taishuan's gaze, he knew his intention. To ask Yifutian to leave and head to the Divine Prefecture to train and cultivate his powers. Staying there would impede him. He shook his head. The timeline is set by the princess. She was also a witness when the battle was agreed upon and set. How can we go back on our words in that? If we were to break our promises, it would be hard to find our feet ever again, even in the Divine Prefecture. Lord Taishian nodded. Going away was also difficult. By then, the academy was most likely already surrounded by spies from the enemy. Then head to the other realms. Yusheng was extremely dissatisfied. At worst, he could go train in the devil world, away from the Divine Prefecture. There's still some time. Let's put this aside for now. Didn't the princess reward me with a treasure? Now is a good time to take a look at it. Let's see just how generous the princess is, said Yifutian with a laugh. He seemed to be intentionally trying to soothe the tense and somber atmosphere. However, He was indeed quite curious as to what treasure did Princess Donghuang give him. Heavenly Mandate Academy. The day was calm and quiet. It was as if nothing had happened earlier. In a courtyard within the academy, two figures sat quietly on a bench. They leaned back on the bench and looked particularly relaxed. I heard something big happened outside. How come you still have time to sit here? Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian and asked. He was spending his remaining days at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. His everyday life was very relaxed. He was also not all that aware of the things happening outside. No one told him about the things this time as well. Master, you are already quite old. Naturally, I should spend more time with you, answered Yi Futian with a chuckle. Are you cursing me right now? Hua Fenglu asked. No, I would never dare to do so. With your current condition, Master, you will most certainly outlive this disciple of yours. Yi Futian replied with a laugh. Now, I do not have such a wild wish. You should be the one living longer. Hua Fenglu sighed. Yi Futian single-handedly founded the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Ever since he came here, several major incidents had occurred. Things had been going back and forth, and things never calmed down. He knew that Yi Futian was facing a lot of issues and was burdened with many responsibilities. Being able to see Jieyu and how close and intimate Jieyu and Yi Futian had grown, Hua Fenglu had no regrets in his life. Nianyu had also been growing gradually. Nandu Wanin, Tanglon, and himself were all retired. If it were really possible, he did not mind living a few years less, as long as Yi Futian and the others could live in peace. Are there elders like you who talk about their disciples like you? Yi Futian smiled wryly. Can't help it. You're too much of a troublemaker, said Hua Fenglu. While he said it casually, his words were immensely profound and meaningful. The one who understood Yi Futian most was most probably Hua Fenglu. Of course, it was just a reminder. He would not try to convince Yi Futian. It could not be helped as he was born extraordinary, so he had to face his fate one way or another. Sure. Then if I, your disciple, am not around, you should remember to take good care of yourself, said Yi Futian as he shook his head and chuckled. Hua Fenglu glanced at Yi Futian after hearing his words and asked, What are you going to do now? Nothing much. I might just leave and will be gone for a while, answered Yi Futian. Making arrangements after? Hua Fenglu stared at Yi Futian. Again. Yi Futian was speechless. It seemed as if Hua Fenglu had developed some psychological trauma. Master, you are the person who is going to become the great emperor's father-in-law. Yi Futian looked at Hua Fenglu. However, Hua Fenglu kept staring into his eyes. His eyes had transformed from the earlier casual and lazy eyes into a pair of deep and piercing eyes, both of which stared straight at Yi Futian as if trying to see through him. I am not young anymore, so it is all right. You have only just found Jieyu not that long ago. Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian. Really, it is nothing to worry about, Yi Futian interrupted. Hearing the conversation between the two, Hua Jieyu and Nianyu walked over hand in hand. Hua Jieyu's beautiful eyes and gaze landed on Yi Futian. She did not speak, only gazing at him quietly. Yi Futian extended his hands and pulled Jieyu closer to his side. Hua Jieyu gently and docilely let herself be pulled to Yi Futian's side. She knelt and rested her head on Yi Futian's lap. The two of them had become incredibly intimate. After spending so many days and nights together, even if Hua Jieyu did not remember much, she still regarded Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu as closest to her, and to be more accurate, her only family. It was just that she had no memories. Jieyu, if I am not here, you should still not go back to Brahma's pure sky to cultivate. Just stay in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. You can find Granny if there are any issues. You can also reach out to the Lord, Yi Futian said gently as he gently caressed Hua Jieyu's hair. Hua Jieyue raised her head, and with her beautiful eyes, stared into Yi Futian's eyes. However, all she could see were Yi Futian's gentle smile and an extending her that reached and gently pinched at her delicate face that seemed as if it could break by the slightest of touches. Yi Futian thoroughly enjoyed heartwarming and loving moments like these. However, it seemed as if Hua Jieyu did not feel it. She stared at him and said, No. Where you go, I go. Yifutian felt a gentle and tender sensation in his heart as he heard Hua Jieyu's words. He kept a straight face and said, "Be good." Hua Jieyu shook her head. "Brother-in-law, you won't abandon Nianyu, right?" The young woman on the side stared with her eyes wide open. She was beautiful. The young woman was already a budding beauty. Her delicate and charming eyes stared at Yifutian. She also understood what the conversation meant. So young but already so sophisticated. Yifutian pulled the child over and said, "When I'm not here, you have to take good care of your sister and mistress. Got it?" No, Nianyu shook her head. "I am still a child." Yifutian stared at her upset eyes. He had no way to deal with her. The child was always the smartest, and the Lord also liked her very much. "It's fine too if you don't want to. You'll have to grow up eventually," said Yifutian. Nianyu looked at Yifutian with a slightly upset gaze and asked, "Brother-in-law, are you really going to abandon Nianyu and sister?" "No way. I'll come back to find you guys once I've completed my task," replied Yifutian gently, the ever-present gentle smile still hanging on his face. It was as if he was intentionally trying to not put any pressure on them. "I will go and visit the other masters," Yifutian said as he stood up. Hua Jieyu followed and got up, though she did not let go of his hands. Nianyu imitated her and held on to Yifutian's other hand. Yifutian smiled wryly. It was like having his wife on one side and a lover on the other. "All right then. Both of you will come with me." Yifutian brought the two of them with him and left the place. They arrived at Qi Xiangang and his group's residence. Qi Xiangang and a few seniors were there. Fei Xue had also just returned after cultivating at Shen Luoshua's place. She was sitting beside Qi Xiangang. Upon seeing Yifutian's arrival, Yan Yuan and Nan Zhai, who were both cultivating on the side, also walked over. They smiled and shouted, "Younger brother, big brother, second brother." Yifutian walked forward and then shouted at Qi Xiangang, "Master." Qi Xiangang addressed Yifutian and said, "Have a seat." "I will." Yifutian sat down. Jieyu sat quietly beside him. Nianyu, on the other hand, had gone to find Fei Xue, constantly calling Sister Fei Xue passionately. "Master, do you remember our previous discussion about how the Great Path is boundless? However, right now it is incredibly difficult to spread this teaching in the 9 realms," said Yifutian. Many people and factions did not want to see the Heavenly Mandate Academy rise to power. Some were even pushing to have the Heavenly Mandate Academy dissolve and crumble. That is natural. Humans will naturally prioritize themselves and place their benefits first. Everything else comes after that. If you want to preach and spread our teachings all over the realms, it will most certainly affect the benefits of many. Even when Donghuang the Great conquered and united the world, he could not truly make the Divine Prefecture one. The 9 realms has separate factions, and the Divine Prefecture is also most definitely the same. As such, what we want is most probably just an idealized concept that suits one region, said Qi Xiangang. Yifutian nodded. The world was too big. There were many practitioners, and every single one was different from another. As such, uniting everyone into one was not possible. "Master, what kind of person do you think Donghuang the Great is?" Yifutian asked. "A man with talent and a bold vision. A one-of-a-kind genius and the symbol of an era. A character like that is not someone whom I can easily judge," said Qi Xiangang. "And in terms of the person himself, I had never met him before, so naturally I do not know. However, from the records, he could be said to be a legend of an era. However, Emperor Yi Qing." Yifutian opened his mouth to speak. "That is unclear. That period in the history of decades past is a secret of the Divine Prefecture. The people of the original realm knows even less about it. Perhaps it was a clash in their ideology, or perhaps it was some other reason," Qi Xiangang answered with a sigh. "Both these emperors were symbols of an era and the start of another era. However, Emperor Yi Qing fell while Donghuang the Great conquered the Divine Prefecture. It was a forbidden topic. They could not even get close to the truth. Some had guessed that they were capable of suffering and going through difficulties together but did not share their wealth. The Divine Prefecture only needed one master. After all, such stories are unbelievably common and have taken place multiple times in history. However, Qi Xiangang felt that it might be due to other reasons. After all, the two emperors were never normal to begin with. Yifutian nodded lightly. It was impossible to uncover the secret while he stayed in the original realm. He needed to get to the divine prefecture. Moreover, he also needed to get into contact with someone at a higher level. Master, brothers, no matter what happens to the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the future, you have to cultivate calmly. If the Heavenly Mandate Academy is faced with a crisis in the future, please leave. The reason I founded the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the first place was to spread our ideology so that the Heavenly Mandate realm can stand proud within the 9 realms. However, it looks like the 9 realms is getting more chaotic by the day. No one knows the future of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If there is a time where it can no longer be maintained, just let it be, Yifutian said. Qi Xiangang looked at him. Yan Yuan and Nanjai also looked at him. A formless air flowed around Feishue. Feishue, stop trying to peek at me. Yifutian smiled and said to Feishue while looking into her eyes. She could peek into him and see his real inner emotion. I have already felt it, said Feishue. Yifutian forced a smile as he shook his head. This talent was seriously unbelievable. So, how am I feeling? Yifutian asked. In summary, no sadness and despair, answered Feishue with a gentle smile. Naturally, she knew what had happened, and for Yifutian to show this emotion, did this mean that he had a plan to deal with it? You are amazing, Yifutian said with a chuckle. Do you plan to leave? Yan Yuan asked Yifutian. Perhaps, replied Yifutian. I will have to trouble older brothers to help take care of the master in the future. Even though I did not really take care of him even when I am here. You don't have to worry about me, Qi Xiangang said to Yifutian. Do what you want to do. Just remember what I told you last time. Yes, I remember. Yifutian nodded. Relax. We will take good care of ourselves, Qi Xiangang said again. Yifutian nodded. He was not really all that worried about Qi Xiangang, to be honest. By now, everything was already on track. The only thing left was to destroy the Shin clan to avenge his master. Then, younger brother will take my leave first. Yifutian got up and excused himself. After that, he left the place. After he left, Feishue gazed at his back and mumbled gently. But there's a slight sense of reluctance to leave, worry, and a tinge of sadness. Qi Xiangang gazed at Yifutian's back. Perhaps Yifutian was hiding something from them. However, he believed that Yifutian would deal with it appropriately. By now, he was already a big shot who could influence the entire original realm. He had grown too much over these years. Yifutian went to the practitioners in the 9 states to visit Dozhan, Zhuge Qingfeng, and Gang, and chatted with them, making further arrangements with them. After that, Yifutian returned to the cottage in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He went to a place for cultivation first. Xia Qingyuan was cultivating there. Seeing Yifutian come over, the pretty Xia Qingyuan light of life dispersed and vanished. The holy lotus shut, and her beautiful eyes shifted to look at Yifutian. It has been a while since I spoke to you, princess. Yifutian smiled and said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan felt odd. She looked at Yifutian and said, the divine prefecture has only one princess. Yifutian understood what she meant. He smiled and said, in the past, I often bickered with you, princess. Nowadays, I address you by your name more often, which is actually harder to get used to. Perhaps in my subconscious, I still regarded you as a princess. Xia Qingyuan's brows raised slightly. She seemed displeased. She said coldly, if you don't have any business here, please stop interfering with my cultivation. Yes, that's the feeling I'm talking about, said Yifutian as he chuckled. Xia Qingyuan often spoke to him like this in the past. Cold and arrogant. He seemed to have got used to the dynamic between the two of them. Later, as things changed, he always felt that there was something wrong. Of course, he knew what the reason was. Xia Qingyuan glared at him. This guy did not just come to find her just so he could quarrel with her, right? Who would have thought that, even after so many years, having experienced with the vicissitudes of life and so many major changes, and with the princess having already proven her path and has become a queen, I can still feel that you are that cold and beautiful princess, said Yifutian with a laugh. When she was in God's relic, Xia Qingyuan's spiritual soul assimilated into the lotus that had the karma of the Great Path and was where the Great Lotus Emperor sat on when he reached enlightenment. As a result, Xia Qingyuan transformed thoroughly, and her cultivation speed also increased later. Now, she may even be stronger than Emperor Xia. Are you complimenting me? Asked Xia Qingyuan. Yifutian walked beside her and said, I guess so. Now that the princess has proven her path, may I ask if you have already decided on a date to return to Emperor Xia's realm? Xia Qingyuan was stunned. Her body trembled gently for a bit, and the light in her eyes seemed to have dimmed. She appeared to be intentionally avoiding Yifutian's gaze as she looked at a loss. When would she return to Emperor Xia's realm? That's right. Why was she still here? Did she not already decide that she would leave once she reached the Renhuang stage? At the moment, she had already proven herself and reached this stage at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. She was already a queen. Why did she not return to Emperor Xia's realm to help her father? If she were to return, her strength would be enough to terrorize the surrounding realms. So then, why had she not yet left? Emperor Xia's loves and dotes on you. Many years have passed by since he last saw you. I am certain he misses your Royal Highness very much. The Heavenly Mandate Academy has a teleportation matrix that connects to the Crimson Dragon realm. You can return to Emperor Xia's realm after getting to the Crimson Dragon realm. That would quicken your journey a lot. If your royal princess wants to return one day, do remember to give me a holler. I will personally send you off, said Yifutian with a gentle smile. Xia Qingyuan looked at him, immobile as if wanting to see through him. This time, Yifutian was the one who intentionally avoided her gaze. It was as if he could not endure looking at that pair of sad-looking yet immensely beautiful eyes. At the moment, Xia Qingyuan's eyes were without light. It looked as if she had lost all the brilliance of becoming a queen. It even seemed a little bit empty. Yes, she should have left a long time ago. Why did she have to wait until he came to hurry her? However, did he want to send her away at that time? He would definitely not let Hua Jiu go. I will leave in a few days, said Xia Qingyuan. I will cultivate in Emperor Xia's realm in the future. As a queen in Emperor Xia's realm, her father would be able to rest. She could go sightseeing outside too. Seemed kind of nice. That sounds good too. Princess, you choose the time. Remember to let me know, said Yifutian. He then continued, if there's an opportunity in the future, I will go and visit yous in Emperor Xia's realm. That is unnecessary. After I return to Emperor Xia's realm, I don't ever want to see you again, said Xia Qingyuan coldly. It was unclear if she meant it or not. Now, princess, you should not be so narrow-minded, Yifutian said, laughing. Then he said, all right then, I will not disturb your cultivation anymore. As he finished speaking, he got up and turned around to leave. The moment he turned around, the smile on his face vanished. After that, he sighed in his mind. Some things were naturally known without it being said. However, he could not tell what was going to happen in the future. Sending Xia Qingyuan back to cultivate in Emperor Xia's realm was already considered a relatively perfect ending. He hoped that she would return as soon as possible. He knew that his words today were hurtful. They were intentional. He hoped that Xia Qingyuan wouldn't take it too personally. Yifutian left the place and headed to another. In this cottage, several disciples were present, including older brother Sword Saint, second sister Zhuge Mingyue, third brother Gu Donglu. There were also Yushang, Yi Wuchen, and a few others. They were gathered together, seemingly in the midst of discussing something. Upon seeing Yifutian arrive, Zhuge Mingyue glanced at him with a smile before asking, "Made a round?" "Yeah." Yifutian nodded. "I just came back from Qingyuan's place." "What did you say?" Zhuge Mingyue stared curiously at Yifutian. Yifutian looked at his second sister's faint smile and forced a smile before replying, "I asked her when she will return to Emperor Xia's realm to cultivate." "Why?" Zhuge Mingyue understood his intentions after hearing his reply. She knew that Yifutian always wanted to plan and do things properly. However, everyone would choose, and it was not something that was up to him to plan. "Yu Sheng!" Yifutian suddenly shouted. Yu Sheng raised his head to look at him. "If Mei Ting wants to bring you to Cultivate, you should just go with him," said Yifutian, addressing Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng did not immediately answer after hearing his words. Instead, he looked thoughtful, as if he had not yet decided on it. What would happen if he were to leave with Mei Ting? He did not know. At that moment, he did not have an answer. Even though he had a habit of listening to Yifutian, he did not immediately agree to it this time. At that time, Gu Donglu, who was on the side, suddenly shouted, "Little brother!" Yifutian looked at him. Then, Gu Donglu continued, "Are you really able to ensure that there will be no loss?" "It is probably not going to be a problem," Yifutian answered. "What do you mean probably?" Gu Donglu was clearly dissatisfied with Yifutian's answer. His brows furrowed together tightly. Yifutian's answer seemed to imply that he himself was not absolutely confident. This was not an answer that Gu Donglu wanted. Otherwise, he did not want Yifutian to risk himself. Moreover, for a major event like this, "There is no problem," Yifutian replied after noticing his third brother's gaze. He thought in his mind, "It does not really matter when it is. Third brother is still so ever-imposing. It is just like back then when we cultivated at the cottage. One glare from third brother and no one else would even dare to move." It looked like, even now, third brother still had a rather high status. However, everything or everyone has its vanquisher, and second sister was the vanquisher of third brother. Right? Finally, Gu Donglu nodded satisfactorily. Since Yifutian was so sure, he would also believe it. Next, all that was left was to watch. Days went by, and apart from setting aside time to settle some issues, Yifutian had been cultivating. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was extremely calm and quiet. However, something big was happening in the outer realms. Multiple cultivators had gathered in the Heavenly Mandate City. No one knew just how many famous and great characters were present. News of the battle between the three hyper-strong factions had already been spread all across the 9 realms. Yifutian's name was common knowledge. No soul under the heavens did not recognize his name. However, an unbelievable genius, an unparalleled character of an era, who turned the tide of the battle of the original realm all by himself, did not receive the treatment he deserved. On the contrary, he was faced with a major crisis. Half the top factions of the original realm sought trouble with him all at the same time. It was condemned by countless people. The top factions of the original realm were most definitely doing this because they were afraid of Yifutian's talent after his earlier overwhelming display of strength. All of them wished for the death of Yifutian. Now, inside this heavenly mandate city, the cultivators of each faction had arrived. They stared and glared at every move the Heavenly Mandate Academy made every day. Yifutian had no chance of escaping. The moment he showed any signs of intending to escape, those people would no longer maintain in hiding. The entire Heavenly Mandate City was surrounded by an invisible storm. The storm and the rain was coming. Once it was time, the top factions would suddenly appear, surrounding the Heavenly Mandate Academy before killing Yifutian. However, even as they were shrouded in a storm like this, the holy land of their ideals remained firmly standing as if it would never fall. In addition to that, the holy land of their ideals remained peaceful and quiet within. There were no signs of anxiety or restlessness. No one attempted to leave or escape. Of course, there was no need to do so as well. The rules set by the princess demanded that the innocent would be protected. Many people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were still discussing the battle targeting the Divine Palace, about how many cultivators were involved and how Yifutian survived by killing the High Order Renhuang after releasing the will of the Emperor. Moreover, it was with the help of Mei Ting. However, what about this time? The enemy's camp was a lot scarier. Moreover, they were determined to kill Yifutian so that they could prevent any future problems. The other factions involved in this were also forced to join hands. Could Yifutian survive this time? The day had finally come. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was as quiet as ever. Outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a huge number of cultivators stood high in the air, while many others were stationed on the ground. They all looked toward the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The holy land of the ideals for the heavenly mandate realm was as quiet as ever. It was as if it was just another day. However, today was the day the two sides would meet and fight. With the Heavenly Mandate Academy at the center, rays of might were released before they were pushed inside the academy. These arrays of might came from all sides and permeated every location. They kept staring at the academy. The moment Yi Futian stepped out of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the cultivators of every faction would know immediately. That was why, this time, Yi Futian had no escape. In the Heavenly Mandate City, with the Heavenly Mandate Academy as its center, countless cultivators had arrived. All the inns and taverns were bursting at their seams. It could be said that this place was currently the center of attention in the 9 realms. Now, Yi Futian's fame was like the sun during high noon. Everyone paid attention to everything about him. Moreover, the various forces of the 9 realms wanted to kill him. It was possible that this legendary figure of the 9 realms would soon die. Last time, he had already faced a life-threatening crisis. This time, he might truly be unable to escape unscathed. Too many people wanted to kill him. They almost covered all of the top forces of 9 realms. Those after Yi Futian included Shen Clan, Golden Divine Nation, Solar Divine Palace, Martial God Clan, Sky Reaching School, and many others. There were also the forces of the Divine Prefecture. Even the number 1 training Holy Land of the 3,000 Realms of the Great Path, Xianxia Academy, also participated this time around. One could imagine what sort of catastrophe Yi Futian was faced with this time around. This was a truly deadly predicament. They were certain to kill him. Yi Futian had made a huge contribution by winning the war over the original realm. Afterward, the other party had actually suggested killing Yi Futian. By doing so, they might even draw the ire of the princess. The strength of their conviction was plain to see. Mei Ting had also come this time. He still drank wine at the tavern he did last time. The situation this time around seemed to be similar to back then. However, it was also completely different. This time, it was even more dangerous. Mei Ting had always been speculating about Yi Futian's identity. Was he related to Emperor Yi Qing? Then, if Emperor Yi Qing was behind all this, would the 3 top cultivators who they encountered last time appear? If they appeared and were discovered by the members of Donghuang Imperial Palace, they would most likely die. Donghuang the Great would surely send people to pursue them. Hence, Mei Ting wanted to know whether they would choose to emerge from the darkness. This time, the members of Donghuang Imperial Palace might come in person. Even if they did appear, they wouldn't be able to help the situation. If Yi Futian was killed, could Yu Shang be brought back to the Devil Emperor in the Devil World? Mei Ting drank wine quietly alone. No one disturbed him. After all, currently many people recognized him. The last time he appeared had been too astonishing. Additionally, it was also in this tavern. It was naturally effortless for people to recognize him in the same setting. Hence, many people looked at him from a distance. He was a demonic general figure from the Devil World, a super cultivator. The original realm was truly a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Nobody knew how many extraordinary figures were currently here. The Divine Prefecture, the Dark Court, the Empty Divine Realm, and the Devil World. For God-level forces were gathered here. Aside from that, various forces from the lower worlds of the Divine Prefecture, as well as almost all the top forces of 3,000 realms of the Great Path, might also be here this time. One could imagine what an event this was. Many people were wondering whether such a grand event had ever occurred in the original realm before. Such grandeur might be unprecedented. At that moment, a group of silhouettes descended on the tavern. The leading figure had a somewhat sinister temperament. His appearance was extraordinarily handsome. He looked very young, and his gaze was deep and lively. "Sir Mei," the person who arrived cried out loudly. However, his tone was not too respectful. It was just a formality. Mei Ting raised his head. The pair of deep, jet-black eyes looked at him. Then, Mei Ting raised his glass again and continued drinking quietly. The person was not someone Mei Ting was familiar with. Mei Ting knew who the person was. He was a cultivator of the Empty Divine Realm. This youth was most likely the monstrous youth that was extremely famous in the Empty Divine Realm. He was Xianxia. He was an existence with the divine body of the Great Path. However, regardless of how talented the other party was or how high their status was, as a demonic general of the devil world, Mei Ting did not need to be polite with the other party. Mei Ting was not associated with him in any way. He did not need to put up an act and grovel. He had always disliked talking with strangers. Most of the cultivators of the devil world had arrogant personalities. Xianxia also did not care. He smiled and sat down at the table next to Mei Ting's. He poured himself a cup of wine. He then raised his glass at Mei Ting and said, "I have long heard of you, Sir Mei of the devil world, but I have never had the honor of meeting you. Allow me to give you a toast today, Sir Mei." Without waiting for Mei Ting to respond, he bottomed up his cup of wine on his own. Mei Ting still minded his own business and drank his wine as though there was no one around. This caused the cultivators of the empty divine realm to be somewhat displeased. The people beside Xianxia frowned. A formless pressure emanated from their bodies. Among them, there were also extraordinary top figures. They were all existences who were famous in the empty divine realm. They were naturally similarly arrogant and proud. Seeing that Mei Ting was ignoring them, they felt dissatisfied. However, Xianxia did not mind. Mei Ting ignored him, but he still said to Mei Ting, "I have heard that Sir Mei had arrived in the original realm long ago. However, Sir Mei has been the only person from the devil world here all this while. Since you are not here on behalf of the devil world to contend for the original realm, why are you here?" Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Mei Ting was somewhat astonished at how sharp he was. Xianxia actually suspected his reasons for coming to the original realm. Back then, the devil world had never tried to contend for the original realm. The Devil Emperor's goal has always been to rule the entire universe. With the Devil Emperor's ambitions, the original realm would certainly not be within his sights now. Xianxia seemed to say to himself. He continued, "As one of the demonic generals, it would naturally be impossible for Sir Mei to be here just for sightseeing. What in the original realm has drawn Sir Mei's attention? Is it Yi Futian?" Xianxia asked softly. Xianxia's gaze flickered. However, such a slight movement could not be detected at all. "I have heard that last time, Sir Mei attacked the Dark Court in this tavern for disturbing you while you were drinking. Later on, in the Sea of the Path, you have also attacked them once more and taken Yi Futian away." Xianxia continued. He seemed to be well versed in the events of the original realm. He had clearly carried out detailed investigations beforehand. This was especially so regarding Yi Futian. Ever since the war 1 month ago, Yi Futian was not only known by the members of the Divine Prefecture. The cultivators of the Dark Court and the empty divine realm had all remembered him. After that time, Xianxia had made it a point to pay more attention to Yi Futian. Xianxia discovered that his growth was a legend in the original realm. He had risen up the ranks and became the #1 proud son of heaven in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Xianxia had also discovered that Mei Ting's appearances seemed to be related to Yi Futian every time. This time, Mei Ting appeared here again. Xianxia could not help but suspect that Mei Ting coming to the original realm was because of Yi Futian. Upon mentioning Yi Futian, many people behind Xianxia revealed murderous looks in their eyes. In that war, Yi Futian had killed many of their juniors. Even among the cultivators of Empty Mountain, many of their juniors had perished to him. This time, they had come to see that Yi Futian died. Mei Ting ignored them. The other party knew quite a bit. However, he had come to the original realm not for Yi Futian. Nevertheless, he had also formed a deep connection with Yi Futian. Now that he had been marked by other parties, Mei Ting did not appreciate this happening. Today, the members of the Divine Prefecture want to kill Yi Futian. He will undoubtedly die. "We hope that Sir Mei will not intervene," Xianxia said with a smile. If Mei Ting interfered, they would not hesitate to attack him as well. There should not be a problem if they attacked a person from the devil world without participating in the affairs of the Divine Prefecture. Xianxia's gaze turned towards the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the distance. He lamented, "No wonder Sir Mei enjoys drinking wine here. The view here is quite impressive. Seeing the #1 genius of the original realm perishing before you is also entertaining. If I were Princess Donghuang, I would be reluctant to kill Yi Futian. Although Yi Futian had defied orders and even kept his ability hidden, that was how all of the members of the evil Emperor realm acted. Their personal benefit was their top priority. Everyone for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. The members of the divine prefecture were forced to kill Yi Futian. If it were in Xianxia's empty divine realm, he would have directly intervened. However, since Yi Futian was an enemy, Xianxia could only watch as Yi Futian died. The cultivators of the Dark Court also arrived. However, they headed over to another place. They were also here to observe the battle and watch Yi Futian die. The last time they invaded the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they had not killed Yi Futian. The Lord of the Underworld somewhat regretted this. This time, although they could not attack, they could still watch. Yi Futian would certainly be killed. The sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy suddenly became exceptionally downcast. From afar, auras descended. It was as though a heavenly might was descending from the sky and enveloping the entire academy. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked up into the sky. As they were enveloped by the oppressive aura, they all felt a suffocating sensation. It was as though the god of death was about to descend upon them. Many disciples in the academy had ugly expressions. Their gazes were extremely dissatisfied. These past few days, Yi Futian had always been calm, going about everywhere. Every time they saw him, he was smiling and friendly with them. However, the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy felt that he had already accepted reality and was facing it calmly. There was also news that spread within the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Rumor has it that Yi Futian had already settled his affairs. It was as though he knew that he would be facing such a predicament. Renhuang Yi led the divine prefecture to victory and prevented the original realm from being divided up. Now, the various forces of the divine prefecture want to deal with Renhuang Yi instead. It is truly a mockery. Some disciples in the academy were very dissatisfied. Even Princess Donghuang has also silently acknowledged this act. It is truly laughable. If we had known, Renhuang Yi should not have participated in the war. He fought for the original realm and emerged victorious. However, he brought about such an end for himself. It is truly laughable. Mocking voices sounded in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The disciples of the academy were extremely dissatisfied with this. Although nothing would happen to them, the person involved was Yi Futian. Among the junior cultivators of the academy, who didn't idolize Yi Futian? Yet, no matter how much they complained, they could not change the outcome. In the heavens above, silhouettes appeared. It was as though a large army was approaching. Their pressure could be felt across the sky. These silhouettes were divided into different groups. There weren't many of them, yet their auras were all very frightening. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy noticed that they were almost all upper-level Renhuangs. Clearly, for this battle, they were not planning to use people with weak cultivation. Only upper-level Renhuangs had the qualifications to join the fight. All those below the rank of upper-level Renhuang did not need to participate. After sensing this powerful pressure, the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy turned pale. This lineup was too powerful. It could only truly be felt when faced head-on. This time, the top 3 figures of the Shin clan had all arrived. There were also the top 2 cultivators of Golden Divine Nation, as well as the other various major forces. With such a lineup, let alone the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they could even raise the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. In the 9 realms, who could stand against this lineup? There was also a cultivator from the Xianxia Academy, just one. The college chief of the Xianxia Academy, Xianxia, had come in person. No one else had come. The Divine Palace Lord looked at Xianxia. He had also not imagined that the college chief of the number 1 training holy land of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path would choose to kill Yi Futian, someone whom the original realm owed a debt of gratitude. In the last war, if it weren't for Yi Futian, the original realm would have been divided up. Who knew how many people would have lost their lives then? However, in the current original realm, who would fight for Yi Futian? On the contrary, they were all here to kill him. Right now, Yi Futian was in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He quietly stood there and looked up into the sky. From different directions, giant figures, who would not be seen on an ordinary day, personally descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy just to kill him. This time, the various forces of the 9 realms truly showed him due respect. So many cultivators had gathered to take his life. There were the huge figures of Shin Clan, the sovereign of Golden Divine Nation, the Hierophant of Sky Reaching School, and so on. On any normal day, it was hard to catch a glimpse of them. Now they had all gathered for his sake. Yi Futian did not know whether he should feel honored or sorrowful. Since the situation was such, there was no stopping it. He was certain to die. With such a lineup, no one in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path could save him. Moreover, the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm also had their eyes on him. Of this Yi Futian knew clearly. He was currently known as the number 1 proud son of heaven in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yet, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path no longer welcomed him. He had used the last month to arrange various matters. He also established a large cultivation matrix in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. After he left, the core figures of the Heavenly Mandate Academy could use it to train. This way, they could make up the shortcomings of his absence. Next to Yi Futian stood many silhouettes. Each one of them was similarly a major figure of the 9 realms. The weakest among them were 9th-tier Renhuangs. They were the leaders of the forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. 8th-tier Renhuangs were not allowed to participate in the battle. Their presence would be meaningless. On such a battlefield, 8th-tier Renhuangs were already of no use in determining how the battle swayed. Moreover, this was a battle that they were certain to lose. They clearly knew the disparity in strength between the two sides. They did not have any notion of luck. Beside Yi Futian were Lord Taixian, Divine Palace Lord, Emperor Nan, Xiao Dingtian, the Dou Tribe Clan Lord, Dragon Master Demon Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, as well as other top cultivators. They were all looking up at the sky. They had decided to join this perilous fight. They also did not know what the future would look like. The worst-case scenario was that this might be the last time they joined forces. They were in this fight for a junior who only had a 2nd-tier divine wheel. However, Yi Futian was recognized by them as a figure who would affect the future of the original realm. Unfortunately, the cultivators of the original realm did not wish to see such a figure reach the top of the realms. Before he had fully developed, they wanted to eliminate him. "They are all here," Lord Taixian whispered as he looked at the silhouettes in the sky. No one was left out of this. All the people that they had considered were all here. Since Lord Taixian and the rest had decided to participate, they would certainly do so and would not hold back at the slightest. In this battle, Yi Futian would surely die. Under such a murderous atmosphere, the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were extremely dissatisfied with the situation. Yet they could not do anything. Right then, Yi Futian's figure rose up into the sky. The cultivators beside him followed suit. Yi Futian swept a glance towards the various cultivators in the sky. He suddenly laughed out loud. He originally looked somewhat effeminate and handsome. Now he revealed a smile that appeared somewhat sinister. This caused the top figures to frown. What was Yi Futian laughing about? "You all truly think highly of me, Yi Futian. You have arranged such a lineup to kill me. You must really be afraid of me being alive," Yi Futian said. His tone was very calm and did not contain a hint of terror or despair. It was as though he was talking about a very common occurrence. "You will not get out alive," Gaizong said. Many of his juniors had perished at the hands of Yi Futian. He initially thought that Yi Futian was very easy to kill. He had never imagined that, to this day, they would actually require such a powerful force to kill him. However, it was clear that Yi Futian had run out of chances now. "A mere lower-level Renhuang like myself has drawn such a lineup over to kill me. My life has not been in vain," Yi Futian said as he smiled. "I hope that you all may have your wish and slay me here today. Otherwise, if, by chance, I do not die, I am afraid that you all will not be able to eat and sleep in peace." The crowd laughed coldly. By chance? Where would such a chance emerge from? Yi Futian had to die. No other possibility was allowed. "Today, we have come here to settle the dispute of the original realm. To not involve the Heavenly Mandate Realm cultivators, Yi Futian shall choose the location of the battlefield, said Jian'ao, the college chief of Tianshan Academy. He made it seem as though they were killing Yi Futian to enact justice and quell the conflict between the various forces of the original realm. The dispute in the original realm stemmed from Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced over at Jian'ao. This college chief of Tianshan Academy was truly hypocritical. To this day, Yi Futian still did not understand why Jian'ao wanted him dead. If Jian'ao had merely wanted to leave him to die last time, Yi Futian could still understand everything that occurred afterward. Yet Jian'ao had not merely done so and had instead wanted to kill him. Jian'ao had never revealed this desire so openly as others had. He had always done it so obscurely. They also did not have any grudges or clashes between them. Hence, many people easily overlooked this point. Jian'ao had no reason to desire Yi Futian's death. "Let us fight in the sky," Yi Futian suggested. In this battle, only those who participated in it would fight each other. Those who did not take part would not be involved in it. No one else could meddle in this battle without authorization. To maintain order in the original realm, Princess Donghuang had laid down such rules. No one dared to defy these rules easily. The various forces all did not mind. Today, they had come primarily to kill Yi Futian. As for the others who took part, if they could kill them, they would. If they couldn't, it did not matter. Of course, in battle, they did not hesitate to be ruthless. By killing more people, they could also eliminate future troubles. At that moment, another resplendent divine light shone down from the heavens above. The space seemed to split apart, and beams of brilliant light rained down. Many people looked up at the light and saw a group of silhouettes appearing high in the sky. In the spot where the light was most dazzling, a stunning silhouette appeared there. She did not seem like a person from the mortal plane but instead appeared as though she was an unattainable goddess from heaven itself. It was the first time many of the Heavenly Mandate Realm members saw her, yet they instantly knew who she was. Only Princess Donghuang had such elegance and talent. Many people felt their hearts waver. This was their first time seeing the daughter of Donghuang, the great ruler of the Divine Prefecture. For this battle, Princess Donghuang had come in person. "Your Highness." The various cultivators in midair bowed slightly in respect towards the silhouette, who had appeared. Yi Futian similarly looked over there. To this day, he still could not grasp the intentions of the daughter of the great emperor. He did not know what she was thinking of. "Yi Futian welcomes your Highness." Yi Futian bowed and said, "After the battle today, Yi Futian has a request for your Highness." "What sort of request?" Princess Donghuang asked. "During the war for the original realm, regardless of whether or not I had kept anything hidden, I still helped the original realm win the battle," Yi Futian said. "I dare not take credit for this alone. However, now the various forces want to kill me because I apparently did not give it my all and resulted in their members dying. Since the forces of the original realm are so united and righteous, after I die, I hope the dispute in the original realm can truly be quelled. I hope the various forces will not try to use this opportunity to retaliate and eradicate the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the forces allied to it. I hope that the conflict of the Heavenly Mandate realm does not continue. Just because he had not given his all, the other forces had used this excuse to press charges against him and wanted to kill him. If so, what reason would they find to eradicate the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the forces allied to it? I have said that your death will be the end of this war," Princess Donghuang assured him. "Thank you, Your Highness." Yi Futian bowed slightly. He then looked at the others and said, "You all have come to kill me in the name of justice. I hope that in the future you will not betray that principle. If you all go against the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then everything that you are doing now will be considered for personal gain, and you all will have deceived the princess into convicting and killing me." The members of the other forces frowned. This Yi Futian was relentless. Before he died, he actually wanted to restrict them. Was he trying to settle his affairs? Was he trying to do one last thing for the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the forces allied to it? In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the various cultivators all looked at Yi Futian. Up until this moment, he was still looking out for them. They felt saddened. Many of them looked at Yi Futian with more respect in their eyes than when they looked at Princess Donghuang. They seemed to harbor some resentment towards her. As the daughter of the great emperor, Princess Donghuang absolutely had the ability to prevent this battle. However, she had not done so. Although she had rewarded Yi Futian, what meaning did it have? It seemed more like a vain formality. For her to not stop this battle was the same as silently acknowledging all of this. A hero who had turned the tide during the war for the original realm had been abandoned. Hence, many people harbored resentment toward her. In the distant tavern, Mei Ting looked up into the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He looked at the princess. She was the most beloved person in the divine prefectures of the East. Donghuang the Great doted on her excessively. If she knew that the youth below was related to Emperor Yi Qing, would she kill him herself? Or should it be said that she already knew of this and was making use of others to kill him? However, this was unimportant. Mei Ting continued to drink and watch the proceedings quietly. Today, he was merely an observer. Right then, Yi Futian's group continued forward, heading up high into the sky. The surrounding cultivators also joined them merrily, especially the members of Heavenly Mandate Academy. Their silhouettes rose high into the sky. "Do not approach," Lord Taishan ordered as he lowered his head and looked at them below. His tone was stern as he warned the Heavenly Mandate Academy's cultivators not to approach the battlefield. Those who were below the upper-level Renhuang Plain could not survive this battle at all. They would perish if they were caught in the aftermath. Hence, Lord Taishan did not allow them to get near. Only then did the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy stop their advance. Yushang clenched his fists as demonic will circled around him. He looked at the silhouettes in the sky with a cold and furious look. He would remember the people who participated in today's battle. In the future, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would eventually pay this debt back. Xia Qingyuan looked at the white-haired silhouette. There was a look of pain in her eyes. Although Yi Futian had driven her away, she still did not leave. She wanted both of them to make it through this crisis together. Yet, it seemed impossible. Even Yi Futian and the others believed that there was no hope. Hua Fenglu, Dou Zhao, Qi Shengang, and many others looked up into the sky. They clearly remembered the conversations that they had with Yi Futian these past few days. It was just that they had a lot of questions regarding what Yi Futian had said to them. They did not understand his words fully. The silhouettes rose higher and higher into the sky and gradually became blurry. High up in the sky, Yi Futian and the others ascended. Very soon, they had left the ground far behind until they reached the edge of the sky. Only then did they stop. Yi Futian looked around at the crowd, at the familiar figures around him. He felt a warmth inside as he said, "Thank you, everyone. Let me send you off," Lord Taishan said. Yi Futian nodded his head solemnly. In the heavens above, at the edge of the sky, looking down from where they were, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was no longer in view. They could only see a huge landmass as they were already high in the sky. A chaotic storm rampaged. Right now, the top figures of the realms stood in various parts of the space. Yi Futian stood in the center. Lord Taishan, Emperor Nan, Divine Palace Lord, and the others circled him. Right now, they appeared very calm as they looked at the cultivators in various directions. They were all top figures. Most of the people who participated in this battle were still the local top cultivators of the original realm. After all, there were restrictions on the members of the Divine Prefecture. As long as they participated in this battle, they remained in the original realm for 10 years without leaving. 10 years was not a long time, but they still did not want to stay here for 10 years. Moreover, the lineup to kill Yi Futian today was more than enough. There was no chance of them failing. There was no suspense at all. Otherwise, Martial God Clan and Sky Reaching School would not have joined in. Although they had some conflicts with Yi Futian, the hatred between them did not run deep in reality. The reason why they wanted to eliminate Yi Futian was primarily to prevent future troubles. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and their allied forces were too powerful. Once Yi Futian developed, the Heavenly Mandate Academy allied forces and the possessors of flawless divine wheels beside him would directly rule the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. When that time came, who could contend with them? Setting aside whether or not Yi Futian would seek revenge on them, Even if he didn't, other forces like Yuanyang clan, Shao clan, and many more forces were close to Yifutian, whereas they had had friction with Yifutian. If so, who would rise and fall did not need to be mentioned, as it was understood in a glance. Hence, Yifutian had to die. If Yifutian perished, at least they could still maintain their current status quo. When Shin clan and Golden Divine Nation approached them, they had agreed to act without hesitating for too long. Even Yifutian could not escape from such a lineup. The plan was flawless. As for the alliance of Divine Palace and Golden Divine Nation, they were not too worried. It was an alliance originally established to deal with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As long as Yifutian died, everything would end. They did not have so many scruples over it. They were not concerned about how the Heavenly Mandate Academy developed afterward. The cultivators of the Academy would not be able to threaten these top forces. They might be able to suppress the cultivators of the Academy from time to keep them in check. Even further away, on the outskirts of the region, many cultivators were observing the battle. Among them were cultivators from the Divine Prefecture forces, such as the Song Imperial Palace and the cultivators of the Dark Court. Of course, Princess Donghuang, Spear Emperor Duyu, and the other cultivators were also here. They had personally come to observe the battle. Since the end result is determined, why do we need to fight this battle? Zhao Ao, the college chief of Tianshan Academy, asked the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. What does the college chief want? Emperor Nan responded to Jian Ao. In reality, Emperor Nan also did not understand. Jian Ao was the person with the least reason to take action on Yifutian. Regardless of how powerful the Heavenly Mandate Academy or Yifutian were, the Tianshan Academy would still be the training holy land of the Central Emperor realm. There was no harm even if the Heavenly Mandate Academy surpassed them. After all, they were not sections. Only the fame of Tianshan Academy would be affected. If Jian Ao had come to kill Yifutian for this reason, his reasons were insufficient. Emperor Nan, what are your intentions for joining this battle? Jian Ao asked Emperor Nan back. Both of them could be considered the top cultivators of the original realm. Emperor Nan looked at Jian Ao. He did not respond, and he did not get the answer he wanted to hear from Jian Ao. Perhaps only Jian Ao himself knew. Divine Sword Qinghe flew out from Emperor Nan's hand and floated high in the sky. Instantly, endless green divine light enveloped the endless space. The light contained frightening and destructive sword will that seemed capable of destroying everything. Divine Palace Lord also took a step forward, and a towering divine mountain immediately appeared around them. It enveloped Yifutian's figure within it. Divine Palace Lord stood on top of the divine mountain. A stone tablet frenziedly expanded while emanating astonishing might. Lord Taixian also stood atop the divine mountain. Guqin strings of the Great Path appeared around them. He extended his hands and used the Great Path in the surroundings as his Guqin strings to play a song. It was the song of the lost divine. From the sounds of the Guqin, many people could sense sorrow as well as rage. This seemed to reflect Lord Taishuan's current mood. The Dou tribe clan lord and the leader of the clan of the Seven Slayers stood to the left and right. One of them emanated an overbearing spirit from his body, while the other had a murderous intent on him that covered the endless space. Xiao Dingtian and the clan lord of Yuanyang clan also released their respective powerful auras. Dragon Master, Golden Raven Demonic Lord, Divine Elephant Emperor, and the other top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm surrounded Yifutian, forming layers of defenses around him. In the sky, a frightening storm of the Great Path was swept up. The cultivators on the other side stood at different locations, allowing the storm to bash against them. They similarly had astonishing auras around their bodies. The three top cultivators of the Shin clan stood together. Divine halos emanated from their bodies. The brilliant halos destroyed all powers of the Great Path. An unparalleled spatial storm rampaged, cleaving the space apart. The three top cultivators of the Shin clan all had divine eyes. They looked ahead at the sky above. Sharp blades that cleaved the space apart appeared from different locations and slashed towards where the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were. It was the Tianshan cleave that could slash through all existences. Under the frightening storm of the Tianshan cleave, spatial cracks seemed to appear. Upon reaching the levels of the 3 top cultivators of the Shin clan, they could already rip apart the space of the original realm. Before, during the battle in the Shadow Realm, when Spear Emperor Duyu and the Lord of the Underworld had fought, Spear Emperor Duyu had forcefully penetrated the space of the original realm and led the Lord of the Underworld away. Swoosh! A green divine light that was frightening beyond comparison radiated. Divine sword Qinghe flew out again from Emperor Nan's hand and directly pierced through the space. It stabbed up into the sky above. Endless green divine light swept out. When the menacing storm of the Tianxin cleave reached the area of the green divine light, it actually gradually shattered into dust under the light. It was as though no attack could approach the domain of the green divine light. The various cultivators stared at Emperor Nan. As expected of one of the peak existences of the divine prefecture, he used his domain to cover Yi Futian. If they did not have a powerful enough force today, it would have been truly difficult to kill Yi Futian. After all, the lineup of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was also terrifyingly powerful. However, this time it was also impossible for Emperor Nan to protect Yi Futian. The winds and the clouds around them shifted. The destroyed Tianxin cleave technique sealed this region within itself. They naturally could tell that Yi Futian's side was using an attack as a defensive measure. It was to protect Yi Futian within. The 2 strongest cultivators of Golden Divine Nation stood in the sky above. It was as though they had become deities. Their figures became majestic and authoritative. They wielded golden divine spears in their hands. The sigh of the divine god sounded, and the great path resonated with it, blocking the sounds of the Guqin. At the same time, formless destructive storms swept downwards. Rumble! Bolts of frightening golden lightning struck down from the sky. The 2 deities sent their 2 divine spears stabbing out at the same time. From the heavens above, a beam of light shone down. The heaven-slaying light immediately penetrated through the domain of the green divine light and pierced towards Yi Futian at its center. Another huge rumble could be heard. The gigantic stone tablet appeared. It seemed to become a huge handprint that could block out the sky. It charged up towards the divine spears. Terrifying storms of the great path rampaged around them. The rumbling sounds persisted. The stone tablet released unparalleled divine light that attacked the 2 brothers of Golden Divine Nation, Gai Tsong and Gai Qiong. The cultivators of Solar Divine Palace, Celestial Worthy Temple, Holy Land of Taichu, and other forces released heavenly might that filled the skies one after another. In reality, these forces had more than one top figure. Solar Divine Palace and Celestial Worthy Temple were branch powers of the Divine Prefecture. Top figures from both forces had come. However, these top figures had yet to act. They did not need so many people. The current lineup was more than enough to kill Yi Futian. Before they came, they had already discussed who would join the battle. Solar Divine Palace Lord stood high in the sky. The vast and endless land seemed to be covered by a sun. A frightening solar storm swept up. It was blazing hot. Even the power of the great path was burnt to ash and destroyed in the heat of these scorching solar winds. He walked forward step by step until he was in the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy cultivators. The destructive solar storm continued to rampage. He extended his hand, and the endless power of the solar storm gathered within his palm. A sun god sword immediately appeared. This sun god sword was forged from the divine fire of the sun. The solar winds that circulated around the divine sword could incinerate all powers. He lowered his head and looked down below. With a palm strike, the sun god sword immediately pierced through the power of the great path and continued shooting downwards. Divine sword Qinghe shot up straight into the sky. Green divine light became a destructive storm that shot towards the sun god sword. It caused the sun god sword to stop descending. 2 different powers gathered at one point, forming a destructive spiral of power of the great path. From the ground, this spiral appeared as though 2 devastating storms were swirling together. The scene was astonishing. The Lord of Celestial Worthy Temple pressed downwards with his palm. A huge rumbling sound could be heard, and a gigantic mountain-like handprint pressed down from above. The Palace Lord of the School of the Emperor Star forged an unparalleled Ziwei Grand Matrix. Countless stars circled the grand matrix. The palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star wore a long purple robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Purple divine light shot out from his pupils as he looked down. Instantly, the grand matrix of stars pressed towards the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In the middle of the grand matrix, there were pillars of destructive light that eradicate all existences. The various top cultivators continued to attack. Each of their attacks contained might that could destroy the world. Individually, they were all giant figures who dominated their opponents. Behind them, there were still many mighty figures who currently had yet to attack. They were merely observing for now. Princess Donghuang and the cultivators from the Dark Court could see this epic battle. From the tavern, Mei Ting's will was powerful enough to cover such a distance, so he also could observe the battlefield. However, down on the ground, in all regions of the Heavenly Mandate realm, countless people were looking up into the sky. They had no means of watching the battle. High in the sky, the destructive swirling storm of the Great Path covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Frightening divine light radiated. Even though they were very far away, the people on the ground could sense the heavenly might emanating from the heavens above. Ordinary Renhuangs were not qualified to witness this battle. If they observed up close, they would be swept away and destroyed immediately. They could not hold off the attacks. Powerful Renhuangs secretly thought to themselves as they observed the battle. Although the people around Yifutian were extremely powerful and they were all mighty figures at the peak of the realms, the lineup of their opponents that surrounded them was very menacing. With the opponent attacking and Yifutian's side being on the defensive, they were already forced into a passive position. They could not hold off the attacks of the enemy at all. The spears of Golden Divine Nation, the Tianxin Cleave Technique of Xin Clan, the Sun God Sword of Solar Divine Palace, the large suppressing handprint of Celestial Worthy Temple, and the Grand Matrix of School of the Emperor Star, when all attacks of all these cultivators landed at the same time, the space where Yifutian was seemed to be flooded with destructive divine light. The defensive powers that Yifutian's group put up were also constantly being sliced apart. The leader of Sky-Reaching School stepped forward. A tower that reached the sky appeared. He pointed his palm toward Yifutian, and immediately, the 81-story sky-reaching tower radiated unparalleled divine light. The tower came crashing down from above. Everywhere it passed, the great path in the space turned to dust. The towering, ancient mountain that Divine Palace Lord had set up was flattened and crushed little by little. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard, and more cracks appeared in the great path. The 81-story sky-reaching tower continued crashing down, attempting to flatten the space below. An unparalleled battle intent burst forth from the body of the Dou tribe clan lord. His will of the fighting god activated layer by layer. He activated 8 layers consecutively. The terrifying battle intent alone could kill Renhuangs. Beams of divine light swept out and formed astonishing waves that crashed toward the sky-reaching tower, descending upon them from the sky above. His body became that of a war god. He became towering and gigantic, as though a deity had descended. His head reached the sky, and his feet touched the ground. He raised a hand, and his golden palm that contained intense battle intent attacked the sky-reaching tower. A clang sounded as though 2 ritual implements collided. Waves of destructive light swept out into their surroundings. The various cultivators were battling while surrounding Yifutian, protecting him in their midst. As for Yifutian himself, right now he was quietly floating in midair. The power of Yin flowed over his body. An extremely brilliant will of the Emperor radiated from him. Such a dazzling light would surely catch the eye of many if it were any ordinary time. However, right now no one appreciated it and no one had noticed it. The battlefield around him was too frightening. Battles between peak figures were erupting all around him. The 3 top cultivators of the Xin clan cleaved apart the space with the Tianxin Cleave Technique. Endless spatial cracks appeared, followed by a frightening spatial storm that appeared from within the cracks. With their bodies as the center, extremely resplendent spatial will enveloped the space. It seemed to contend with the green divine light in wanting to flood the space. With the combined might of the 3 top figures of the Xin clan, the domain of the green divine light released by Emperor Nan was gradually invaded. The rampaging spatial storm enveloped his domain within itself, separating this space of the Great Path and forming an independent space. I will lead Emperor Nan away. I will leave this area to the rest of you, Xianxia spoke up. He and the Xin clan lord moved forward at the same time while Xinji stepped back instead. Xianxia was the top figure in the Xin clan back in the day. He went to the divine prefecture to train and returned. His ability was extremely powerful. There was also the clan lord of Xin clan, who was also a giant figure in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He was truly renowned. The two of them together were enough to deal with Emperor Nan. Both of them leading Emperor Nan away was also to be on the safe side. This was to prevent a figure of Emperor Nan's level from complicating the situation here. As for Xinji, he could remain here and continue fighting to kill Yifutian. Emperor Nan, you cannot stop this, the Xin clan lord said to Emperor Nan. He had barely uttered these words when a formless spatial storm circled the region where both of them, as well as Emperor Nan, were. The divine light of space radiated endless halos of the great path of space. The next moment, it was as though the space shifted. The three top cultivators disappeared at the same time. Xianxia and the clan lord of Xin clan used their powerful understanding of the workings of the great path of space to forcefully pry Emperor Nan away from the battlefield. The two of them would deal with Emperor Nan while the others continued to kill Yifutian. Without the protection of Emperor Nan, the attacks of many other cultivators immediately descended, no longer affected by the domain of the green divine light. Why do we need to continue this meaningless struggle? Jian the college chief of Tianxian Academy, said with a sigh. He took a step forward and looked at the battlefield below. His palm extended forwards in front of his body. Instantly, a storm of the great path swept up with his body as its center. Within this storm, a divine light shone brightly, and a divine picture actually appeared. Jian waved his hand, and it seemed as though a spring rain poured down, drenching everything without a sound. The divine picture nourished all things as well as the great path around them. It constantly expanded, becoming bigger and bigger. It then rolled down below. The attacks were all swept into the divine picture by the power of its great path. It was as though the attacks were consumed by it. Many people narrowed their eyes. Their expressions became solemn. The college chief of Tianxian Academy, the top academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, had made his move. Divine Palace Lord swept a glance at the dazzling divine picture. He waved his hand, and the heavens immediately roared. Endless aura of swordsmanship emerged and was indestructible. He raised his hand and pointed upward. Countless divine swords pointed at the divine picture. The divine picture kept expanding and covered the sky. It kept all that was swept into it within itself for later use. Rumble. A huge rumble sounded. The heavens and the earth split apart. The divine picture seemed to be formed from Jutian divine thunder. In an instant it became world-ending lightning. Billions of bolts of lightning descended and struck everything. The ancient mountain set up by divine Palace Lord was immediately shattered and returned to nothingness. It seemed that this divine picture only contained one attack. Jian waved his hand. Another divine picture flew out. It seemed to be a scroll of Tianxian. It also seemed like a piece of paper. However, in the eyes of cultivators of this level, even a piece of paper would be extraordinary. This piece of paper flew out and immediately exploded into millions and millions of sword will currents. They descended upon the various cultivators on Yifutian's side, causing them to defend themselves frantically. What was even more frightening was that Jian continued to wave his hand. He actually waved it more than 10 times in an instant. Each piece of paper that flew out was a devastating attack. Very soon, there was not a calm place left in the sky. There were only chaotic currents of devastation. He was too powerful. Many people thought to themselves as their hearts trembled. High in the sky, Princess Donghuang was slightly stirred when she saw this scene. As a clan lord of the Jian clan, Jian had already been a renowned mighty presence for many years. Later on, he was sent to the original realm. As the leader of one of the divine prefecture's top clans, One could imagine how powerful his ability was. He was an existence who stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Although he had never made any moves before, no one would suspect his true ability. If this continued, the defenses of Yi Futian's group would be torn apart very quickly. Princess Donghuang was somewhat surprised. She had never imagined that these people would be so efficient. From the looks of it, they did not want to give Yi Futian even a shred of opportunity. Down below, many Renhuangs who were observing the battle also saw this scene play out. They clenched their fists as they secretly sighed inside. Yi Futian would not be able to avoid the inevitable outcome. For Yi Futian, it was difficult for him to escape from this battle. It was unavoidable. His only way out of this was to die. Rumble. Another shockingly loud thud sounded. Everyone saw that the domain was finally breached, and their defenses were torn apart. All the cultivators gathered and pressed towards Yi Futian. This time, in the sky, the sun god's sword absorbed the halo of the sun. It slashed towards Yi Futian while emanating the flames of the sun. However, the sword was blocked by Lord Taishan. His great path had transformed into strings, and his power of the great path could directly attack the enemy through the strings. Yi Futian himself stood there and observed the destructive storm rampaging. His gaze remained calm. He had mentally prepared himself for this battle. This was a battle that they were sure to lose. There was no suspense to it. Many cultivators were willing to fight for him, but before the battle began, he had advised them to place their own safety as the top priority. He hoped that no one would encounter anything bad because of him. The destructive current and terrifying storm swept towards his side. The storm covered every single corner of the sky. No one was spared. Those top figures were starting to engage in close-quarter combat. They had actually given up attacking from a distance. Instead, they had advanced to the area where Yi Futian was. Since all their long-distance attacks were blocked, they had no choice but to kill Yi Futian in close-quarter combat. One by one, the cultivators standing guard around Yi Futian stepped out and went in different directions, battling the enemies head-on. The rampaging storm of the Great Path was approaching, and it ran amok around Yi Futian. Around him, the mighty cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm were still protecting him. When the aftermath of some attacks approached Yi Futian, the cultivators would destroy the attacks. At the same time, in their surroundings, the tears caused by the fragmentation of the space were increasing. The tears grew deeper and deeper as they became more and more menacing. "Get ready to charge into their midst," shouted Xianxia, the college chief of Tianxin Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, pages flew out from his body and floated in the sky. The next moment, these floating pages of paper spun in the air and transformed into scrolls of pictures. Each picture was a unique type of attack of the Great Path. "Go!" As Xianxia's order spoke, countless attacks descended instantaneously. At the same time, silhouettes traversed the space and slashed their way downwards. Tears ripped apart the sky. All the cultivators charged downwards. The cultivators around Yi Futian unleashed their most terrifying attacks to defend against the enemy. However, they were being separated as the crowd flushed downwards. Their formation disintegrated. Their defense was not as sturdy as it was before. Moreover, a few cultivators from the opposing side had charged into their formation. Above their heads were countless top figures. These top figures stared at Yi Futian as though he was already dead to them. "Your hour of doom is here," uttered Gai Tsong from Golden Divine Nation. Today was the day when he would avenge Gai Shishir and the rest. "The enemy is charging into their midst," someone in the distance exclaimed in a low voice as they watched the battlefield while Yi Futian was being protected amidst the various cultivators. However, after Emperor Nan was led away from the battle, Xianxia from Tianxin Academy made his move. The opening in their defenses was finally broken through. One by one, the enemy cultivators charged into the inner circle that was being protected. Of course, this region was huge in reality. Everyone who participated in this war today were mighty figures. Although they were protecting Yi Futian, the shock waves from the exchanges were terrifying. Their attacks frequently swept out for hundreds of thousands of miles. Hence, they were not just beside Yi Futian. In reality, they were spread out across a very big space. Even though they had made their way into the inner circle, the place was still big enough to accommodate the raging war. In the outer regions of the sky above, menacing crimson lightning suddenly flashed. In the darkness, a crimson storm descended. Many people turned their heads and looked in the direction of the storm. Over there, a silhouette appeared. It was Sky River Great Elder. Many people were slightly astonished. Terrifying crimson currents swept across the sky. He swept a glance down below, and then his body disappeared, becoming a beam of crimson light. In the sky, the beam of crimson light spanned across a few hundred miles. Princess Donghuang also saw this scene. Spear Emperor Duyu, standing beside her, frowned and said, "Your Highness." It seemed like Duyu was asking her something. However, Princess Donghuang did not say anything. Duyu understood her intention. The princess did not plan to interfere in this matter. Since Sky River Great Elder joined the battle, then he would be considered as one of the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. On the battlefield, Shunji launched an attack at Yifutian. The other two Shin clan cultivators had drawn Emperor Nan away from here, leaving Shunji behind. However, Lord Taishan was playing the guqin of the Great Path in the space above Yifutian. Countless guqin strings flew towards Shunji. Each one of the guqin strings contained a menacing sword will. Moreover, the sword will gathered and coalesced into a divine sword, which could reverse the Great Path. Rumble. The attacks from both sides collided. The destructive sword will enveloped Shunji's body. He frowned as he sensed a sudden danger. He emanated the aura of the Great Path of Space. His figure morphed into nothingness right away as he prepared to disappear from this region. As his body was merging into the void, streaks of crimson divine light descended. The lights did not land on his body. Instead, they landed around him. The streaks of crimson light turned into a terrifying crimson grand matrix, sealing off this region and causing the figure of Shunji to once again materialize. He actually failed to escape from here. His great path of space was forcefully sealed off. Swoosh, swoosh. Sharp shrieks sounded as the space turned into a crimson grand matrix. Shunji was located at the center of the matrix. The menacing crimson grand matrix was corroding his way, and it was even gushing into his body. Shunji's gaze revealed a chilly look. Spatial divine halos radiated from him as he unleashed the Tianxin cleave. He attempted to rip apart the crimson grand matrix with his astonishing cleaving force. However, at the same time, two beams of destructive light appeared above and beneath him. The sound of guqin could be heard as the great path flowed in reverse. Lord Taishan sent out an attack with the fleeting divine sword. When the sword sprang forward, it was as though time was flowing in reverse, and everything was being wiped out. On the other side was Sky River Great Elder's crimson divine sword. A terrifying storm, which could destroy the heavens and earth, was stirred up by the crimson divine sword. It was like a swirl, crushing everything within its path. Shunji had seen this sword technique before. In the day, Sky River Great Elder's eldest disciple was known as the #1 swordsman in the Tianhe realm. This disciple had been killed by Shunji. The disciple had used this sword technique. Yet, due to the difference in their cultivation planes, he was no match for Shunji. However, when Sky River Great Elder unleashed the might of this sword technique, it was not on the same level as the one that Shunji had seen before. Shunji's expression became extremely ugly. Two astonishing divine swords slashed towards him at the same time. He unleashed the Tianxin divine halo on his body to its utmost limits. Storms that sliced apart the space erupted from his body. He waved his hands both up and down at the same time, and spatial blades sliced the space apart. Yet, he still could not block the two-prong attack from above and below. The divine swords slashed straight towards him. He could only block one of the attacks. He stood in the middle and faced the two-prong attack. Light that destroyed the space shot out from his eyes. With a loud cry, he extended both of his palms to his sides. The space was trembling violently. A divine sword flew out from his body and cleaved towards the fleeting divine sword. His hands then suddenly grabbed out into the air, accompanied by his loud shout. Even space was distorted. There was a faint look of terror in his eyes. He felt that he could not annihilate these two attacks. Yet, at that moment, no one actually came to help him. The other two cultivators from the Shin clan were not here. The other cultivators did not seem concerned at all that he was being surrounded. Their only goal was to kill Yifutian. This was their common goal. As for Shinji, if he were to perish here today, would there be any detriments to the others? None at all. If Shinji died, the power of the Shin clan would even be weakened. For the forces of the Central Emperor realm and other forces, this was beneficial to them. That way, of the three top figures in the Shin clan, only two would remain. The current Shin clan was somewhat powerful. If Shinji died, it would instead balance out the powers. Hence, at that moment, many people had very tacitly decided to do nothing. On the contrary, they used this opportunity when two cultivators attacked Shinji to charge towards Yifutian. They wanted to eliminate Yifutian as quickly as possible before things became complicated. In the battlefield, the divine swords from above and below left behind beams of sword light. A roar of fury and terror could be heard. Then, everything in that space was reduced to dust and dissipated. Even a powerful figure like Shinji had his body reduced to nothingness. Under the light of the sword, his soul scattered and dissipated. Menacing, deep, jet-black cracks appeared. They were terrifying. Many people shuddered inside when they saw this scene. In today's battle, a giant figure at the peak had perished. Shinji from the Shin clan had died. From today onwards, the Shin clan was only left with two peak figures. Moreover, Shingao had always been training in the Divine Prefecture. Who knew what Shingao and the clan lord of Shin clan would feel when they discovered what happened here? Most likely, they would regret drawing Emperor Nan away from here. If they were around, Shinji would not have been killed. However, to kill Yifutian, they had drawn Emperor Nan away. No one could aid Shinji in his battle, and this resulted in his death. No one knew how they would feel when they returned. After Sky River Great Elder killed Shinji, a glint of sorrow flashed past in his eyes. In the past, Shinji was the sinner who led the Shun clan's cultivators to invade the Tianhe realm. His actions had resulted in the death of countless people. Now, Shinji had finally perished at the hands of Sky River Great Elder. However, this was still not enough. Shun clan needed to be eradicated. His daughter, his disciples, and many other innocent lives were killed. Shinji's life alone was insufficient to settle the score. However, there was no time to ponder upon that now. Crimson demonic might churned as he strode forward and advanced to another battlefield. A silhouette blocked in front of him. He was a top figure from the Mo clan of the Divine Prefecture. The Mo clan cultivator had merely swept a glance at Sky River Great Elder, and he knew that the latter was carrying a demonic item with him. In another battlefield where Yifutian was, a menacing sky-reaching tower appeared in the space above Yifutian. The 81-story tower spun as divine halos rained down. The tower caused Dragon Master and other cultivators to retreat. Renhuangs from various forces charged into this region and engaged in battles with Dragon Master and the rest. Rumbles. Divine halos pressed down. The might of the Great Path penetrated through layers of space and blasted Yifutian. Brilliant divine light shimmered on Yifutian's body as he was unleashing the will of the Emperor. He was also covered with divine armor. Despite all that, the divine halo attack by the sky-reaching tower was still unbearable for him. The aftershock wrecked his body. His internal organs were on the brink of crumbling due to the shock. The clan lord of Do tribe raised his arm and sent out an attack. His strike once again hit the sky-reaching tower. Sky-reaching master coldly snorted. He took a step forward and directly stood on top of the tower. As he put his weight on the tower plummeted from the sky. He intended to crush the figures beneath with the tower. Divine Palace Lord desired to lend aid to this side of the battlefield. However, the college chief of Tianxin Academy, Jianao, extended both his arms. Rolled-up scrolls flew out, and as they unraveled, they encircled the space. Endless attacks were unleashed from the scrolls, suppressing Divine Palace Lord. "Why are you still struggling?" Jianao said. His gaze pierced through the sky. Numerous seals flew out from the pages of scrolls and wrecked the cultivators. One of the terrifying seals landed directly beside Yifutian. Even though someone blocked and weakened its might, it still sent Yifutian flying from the shockwave and made him cough up blood. They could not hold off the enemy. One could imagine how difficult it was to protect one person from the powerful attacks of so many top figures. It was almost impossible. Yifutian understood this as well. No one here could deal with the ability of Jian'ao, the college chief of Tianxian Academy. He was one of the people who stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. As Yifutian saw the people beside him getting hurt one after another, he lifted his head and looked up at the various cultivators around them who were charging towards him. He then said, "Seniors, please give up." When Divine Palace Lord and the others heard these words from Yifutian, they fell silent. Before the battle today even began, they already understood that the outcome had already been determined. A terrifying storm of the Great Path swept across the sky. Once again, the sound of collisions could be heard. Several cultivators were injured. With Yifutian's figure as the center, everyone else drew closer to him, circling the area around his body. Beside Yifutian, the gazes of Lord Taixian, Divine Palace Lord, and the other cultivators were as cold as ice as they glanced around at the people in midair. However, the other party did not mind. The looks they gave Yifutian were burning with murderous intent. They also understood that from the very beginning, there was no way for Yifutian to make it out alive. It was because of this that some forces joined in this fight. Since Renhuang Yi himself understands, then we do not need to fight anymore. We don't need to increase our casualties and affect the ability of the 9 realms, Jian'ao proclaimed in a loud voice. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked at Jian'ao. He truly desired Yifutian's death. Was he truly doing this for peace in the 9 realms? No one believed that was so. "Futian, we can still fight," Lord Taixian said. Yifutian shook his head and said, "Lord Taixian, seniors, for all of you to have done all this for me, it is already enough. Legitimacy belongs to the victors. Since so many people in the 9 realms want me dead, let's grant their wish." Lord Taixian and the others took a step forward. Their powerful auras enveloped Yifutian's body, forming layers of dazzling light shrouds. It seemed that they were still dissatisfied. Yifutian looked at Lord Taixian and shook his head. Yifutian then suddenly smiled and looked at the crowd. He said, "College Chief Jian, I will remember you." Today, with Jian'ao present, no one could manipulate the situation. It was firmly in the control of the other party. "You can blame me all you want," Jian'ao replied. "In the 9 realms, you showed the greatest talent. I also did not wish to witness such a scene. Nevertheless, the wishes of the people cannot be defied. After your death and this turmoil, the future of the 9 realms will be even more prosperous." "You are still so hypocritical," Yifutian said mockingly. "Who will be the one to kill me? Who would make a move?" Did Yifutian finally give up? All eyes were fastened on him. This number 1 genius in the original realm, now asking for his own death. But everyone understood that as the battle reached this point, the outcome was all but determined. He couldn't stay alive when more than half of the top figures in the 9 realms wanted him dead. Besides, the cultivators from the Dark Court and the empty divine realm also desired his demise, so how could he stay alive? If he continued to fight, it would only drag down the people who were around him. Therefore, Yifutian finally decided to give up. Beneath the sky, inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, those with weak cultivation had no idea what had happened above, but those who were Renhuang knew. Some of them looked on with coldness, some were angry, and some clenched their fists tightly. A murderous intent permeated from them. However, none of them could help because no one could change any of it. What's going on? Hua Fenglu couldn't see anything, so he could only ask those around him, but no one answered him. It was not because they were unwilling, but because they didn't want to be cruel. "Did he lie to me?" Hua Jiu murmured. She felt so terrible, and her heart ached. And this feeling seemed so familiar. It was so painful, yet so familiar. It was as if she had experienced it before. All these felt unbearable to her, but there was nothing she could do. Didn't he explain all this with a smile? Didn't he say that he would be fine? Was he lying to her? At this moment, a group of people walked out of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and headed toward the sky above. They wanted to see the battlefield for themselves and behold Yifutian again. Xia Qingyuan was there too, her long black hair flying in the air. She was traveling fast, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Was this the reason why Yifutian drove her away? So that she would return to Emperor Xia's realm. A drop of a shining tear slid down her cheek as she sped up in the air. They were all extremely fast, rushing toward the battlefield above the sky. Hua Jieyu didn't move. She was still standing there in a daze. At this moment, her mind was full of confusion, and it hurt her head. It was as if, suddenly, there were countless pictures appearing in her mind. A thought crossed her mind. Who was she? Where did she come from? And why was she born? She was Yifutian's wife, but why did she have no recollection of that at all? Scene after scene appeared in her mind, taunting her, making her head hurt, but her eyes were still fixed on the man in the void with some affection. She only knew that she was his wife and that Yifutian was the person who was the kindest to her. Now, was he leaving her? What's happening? The people in Heavenly Mandate City were asking because they didn't know what had happened. Those who knew were silent and simply felt a sense of sadness. They were hoping for a miracle, but they had to face reality in the end. No matter how genius he was, no matter how many legends he had created, he couldn't face a melee involving all the top forces from the entire original realm and still survive. Mei Ting was still drinking inside the tavern, but he had seen everything that happened on the battlefield. Xianxia saw it too. He looked up at the sky, with a vicious smile in his eyes, and said, "It's a pity. If he hadn't killed so many cultivators from the empty divine realm, perhaps I could have taken him away." "Could you have?" Mei Ting said with a casual glance at the other. This was the original realm. With the representatives of Donghuang the Great here, it was highly unlikely that the princess would allow the empty divine realm to take him away. Xianxia looked at Mei Ting with a smile and said, "Perhaps this man is a super genius in the outer realm, but now, he perishes in the internal conflicts in the original realm." Mei Ting didn't say anything. Internal conflict? Perhaps, in the eyes of Xianxia, it seemed like internal conflicts. After all, they were all cultivators from original realm. But the original realm was vast, and they were all different forces fighting for their own interests, so it was far from being an internal conflict. Above the firmament, on the battlefield, those who laid siege to Yifutian were not so anxious by contrast. The overall situation had been determined, as Yifutian himself had asked for this, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy had given up its last resistance. Now they were just one last step away. A group of men came over, standing in front of Yifutian. They were top cultivators such as Jian Ao of the Tianxian Academy, Gai Tsong of the Golden Divine Nation, the Hierophant of the Sky Reaching School, and the Palace Lord of the Solar Divine Palace, all standing above Yifutian, enveloping the void with their divine might. It would be impossible for Yifutian to escape now. Once they get started, Yifutian would never leave here alive. But who would start them off? In the killing of this first genius in the original realm. But at this stage, some of them felt that they almost could not go through with it. It was not that they didn't want to kill him, but that it was a rarity for such an enchanting genius to come out of the original realm, and now they had to destroy him themselves. There was no way around it. If they had been friends with Yifutian before, they might have been willing to guarantee his safety. But since there were conflicts before, then it was better for Yifutian to be dead, so that they would not need to worry about him becoming a stepping stone for the rise of a Heavenly Mandate Academy alliance in the future. Golden Divine Nation should take the lead, someone said. The hatred between Yifutian and Golden Divine Nation was the deepest and one that could not be resolved. There was also the Shen clan, but their cultivators were not present. In addition, many forces had participated in the last incident at the Divine Palace, so they were extremely worried and wanted to get rid of Yifutian. Gai Tsong glanced at the people surrounding Yifutian, and they were all notable figures. To task him with killing Yifutian was no doubt a way to lay all the hatred upon his head. How could he possibly allow that? Although the alliance formed by the Heavenly Mandate Academy might collapse in the future, and even if they dared to form the alliance again, they would repeat what they did this time. It was really nothing they need to concern themselves with. However, Gaizong was not entirely comfortable with the idea for the Golden Divine Nation to shoulder such a task alone. What if they ended up like Shinji, used up and abandoned? Therefore, it was far better to do it together. Since we are already at this point, let's do it together, as a way to pay respect to the end of this number one genius of the original realm, Gaizong said. He even went so far as to admit that Yi Futian was the number one genius in the original realm, but it was not something they could deny any longer. In the land of the original realm, not only was there no one who could stand side by side with Yi Futian, it was as if he was in a level all his own. Good. Let's do it together then, someone responded. Yi Futian looked at the figures in the sky above, with the sacred and brilliant imperial radiance enveloping his body. Although he had given up, it seemed that he was still unwilling. Lord Taishan and other cultivators also deployed the might of Wei around him. It turned into traces of light screen, and those cultivators let out a groan. The sigh of the divine god was heard, and the two great cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation were holding the golden divine spears. Divine lights fell from the sky, radiant and beautiful, in front of the Hierophant of the sky-reaching school. The sky-reaching tower released an unparalleled brilliance, which erased everything in its path. The cultivators of the Solar Divine Palace summoned the Solar Divine Sword, as the Solar Divine Light appeared from the sky, to create a destructive force. Cultivators from all sides released their own power. At this moment, the area where Yi Futian was located was under horrific suffocation, as if it was difficult to withstand the oppressive force of this suffocation that was inside it. Yi Futian's silvery hair was dancing frantically in the wind. He was without fear. There was only indifference. His cold eyes swept toward those men as if to carve them into his mind. If I had several more decades, I could kill you all, Yi Futian spat out with a cold voice. Unfortunately, you won't even have one more day. The golden spear in Gaizong's hand trembled. He said, "Kill." As soon as his voice fell, the golden divine spear pierced the sky, and a loud rumbling sound followed. The dazzling golden brilliance blinded those who were standing to witness this. Golden traces were left between the sky and the earth. Then horrible cracks of great path appeared to have torn through the space, aiming at Yi Futian with a kill shot. At the moment when he took action, other cultivators did too. The Solar Divine Sword wiped out everything, slashed across the sky. The sky-reaching tower suppressed the sky and gave rise to a storm of destruction. A series of apocalyptic attacks came down at the same time. The firmament was about to collapse in total destruction. Never mind, someone of the divine will second order. Cultivators of any realm when facing an attack of this level would surely die. No. In the distance, among those who rushed in from the sky below, Xianxia made a frightened and desperate sound. Her face was pale. Her long black hair was a mess, dancing wildly in the air. Her heart was twitching, was bleeding. In her mind, she seemed to recall all the memories of how she got acquainted with Yi Futian. In the past, they often quarreled, and one would not yield to the other. She was always annoyed by Yi Futian but gradually became accustomed to him. And without her realizing when, she found that he had firmly implanted himself in her heart, an indelible existence. So, she had been silently accompanying him, from Emperor Xia's realm to Crimson Dragon realm, and now to the 9 realms, experiencing many challenges with him, some between life and death. But now she saw a series of devastating attacks, as well as that terrifying crack. Those top figures unleashed one fatal blow after another, and none of them held back. They had released their most powerful attack right away without giving Yi Futian a chance to fight back, clearly wanting him to die once and for all. The attacks of all the cultivators who had descended converged together and destroyed the space, causing dark spatial cracks to appear, hideous and terrifying. Traces of devastating storms radiated toward the surrounding spaces, and the bodies of those around it, such as Lord Taishan, were shaking uncontrollably. Their robes fluttered violently as the halo of destruction swept across the sky and continued into the distance. Pooh! As the residual might swept over them, Xia Qingyuan and the others groaned. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale. She was so far away, and it was only the residual might from the attack that had already been partially blocked by Lord Taixian and the others. Still, when it fell on them, it had injured them considerably. Yi Futian, who was in the center of the storm, was facing an unimaginable slaughter. The storm of destruction was still raging in that space, and those deep cracks seemed to have torn open a dark passage. But Yi Futian was no longer there. It seemed that the soul had scattered, disappeared completely, and was completely destroyed. In the sky below, inside the heavenly mandate city, at an endless distance, even they could see the light beams of destruction falling from the sky and piercing through that space. At this moment, they seemed to sense something foreboding. Don't! Hua Jiu held her head with both hands. She seemed to be in even more pain. Seeing her reaction, Hua Fenglu let out a sigh. He was still looking up at the sky as he slowly turned to walk away. At this moment, he seemed hunched over a bit more and appeared even older. How senseless! Why did I accept this unruly disciple back then? Hua Fenglu mumbled under his breath. His eyes seemed a little moist. Not a day had gone by in peace. Didn't he say that everything was going to be fine? Could all this be true? Finally dead. In the sky above, the cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation looked at those dark cracks and heaved a sigh of relief. This time they had finally achieved their goal. After Yi Futian's death, Heavenly Mandate Academy would no longer be a threat. The aura on their bodies gradually retracted, as they had promised previously to Princess Donghuang that when Yi Futian died, it would be the end of everything. Gai Tsang's eyes were cold and indifferent. Too bad they couldn't kill them all. They should have taken this opportunity to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy once and for all, but the pretext they used for their attack against Yi Futian was that Yi Futian didn't do his best in that battle, thus negatively affected the others in the alliance of the original realm. Now, if they proceed to slaughter the Heavenly Mandate Academy, it would be a blatant breach of the agreement they had made with Princess Donghuang. Moreover, the princess had promised not to interfere in this battle, in the hopes that the original realm would restore its order, choosing to sacrifice Yi Futian so that the original realm may return to the way it was before without more killings. If they continue to push their limit at this time, nothing good will come out of it. Not only now, but in the future, all the principalities from the Divine Prefecture may need to tone down a bit more when they come here. At this moment, two figures moved toward the place where Yi Futian was last seen, surprised many who were present. They saw a very beautiful woman, and the deep, dark cracks were still on the battlefield of destruction. It was as if a passageway had now been opened. Get back! Lord Taixian shouted at the figure that was rushing over there. It was Xia Qingyuan. He knew that she liked Yi Futian, but now, was she seeking her own death? In addition to Xia Qingyuan, there was also the demonic beast, the black-winged condor. Its eyes were extremely sharp as it rushed in the same direction, saying, "Come on, princess!" Xia Qingyuan landed on its back in a flash as woman and beast seemed to have reconciled their previous quarrel, now rushing toward that terrifying space passageway together. The black-winged condor was extremely fast, and it dived into the crack in just an instant, which caused a look of confusion on many people's faces. Suicide pact? The cultivators from the Gold Divine Nation and the others showed a look of interest. And that demonic beast, could it be so loyal as this? A rare display of true feelings. What a pity, Jian said in a low voice. The cultivators' united attacks had abruptly opened up a space passage. But before that, Yi Futian was already dead. The attack converged upon him first and then tore through the space. Probably because the woman still held on to a sliver of hope when she didn't see Yi Futian, wanting to rush into the crack to find him. But this was clearly an act of foolishness. There was space turbulence within, and based on Xia Qingyuan's realm, it was not something she could possibly survive. Even the top figures dared not step into it easily. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked at that disappearing figure and sighed in their hearts. They didn't expect that this taciturn woman had such deep feelings of affection inside her. Lord Taixian was going to stop her, but Black-Winged Condor was too fast, and it was too late when he realized what they were about to do. The Black-Winged Condor had dashed in with a flash, too late for him to stop it. Lord Taishuan's face was somewhat uncertain as he watched the dark cracks gradually closing. They were too careless. Didn't Yi Futian tell her? Lord Taishuan didn't know that Yi Futian had intended to drive Xia Qingyuan away so that she would return to Emperor Xia's realm. Before long, the cracks disappeared, and the sky returned to normal. This most powerful battle of the 9 realms had come to an end. Yi Futian is dead, so everyone, please go back. In the future, don't stir up any discord in the 9 realms, said Jian Ao. Everyone looked at him and thought that this Jian Ao was not only an expert in flattery, but now he seemed to be in the business of being a peacemaker. This old fox, as if everything he did was for the original realm. It was more likely that he did it all for Jian Qingzhu. Princess. Jian Ao raised his head to look at Princess Donghuang and bowed slightly. Everyone followed his lead. Princess Donghuang stood high above in the sky as she surveyed those below. Everything stops now. Yes, Princess. Everyone nodded. Princess Donghuang's voice was slightly more aggressive this time, with a certain incontrovertible intention. Presumably, the princess was not well pleased with their killing of Yi Futian. Presently, no one dared to contradict her. Princess Donghuang looked at the crowd one last time. It was a look without any emotion, but it gave many quite the chill. Then Princess Donghuang turned to walk away. The cultivators next to her followed suit. The cultivators in the dark court also left upon her departure. In the tavern, Xianxia smiled vaguely as he put down the wine glass that was in his hand, and glanced at Mei Ting, who was across from him, and said, "I will drink with Mr. May again if opportunity allows in the future. I bid you goodbye." Then he took his men and left. What an irony that the number 1 genius of the original realm died in the hands of the original realm. Mei Ting raised his head and glanced above the sky. Indeed, they did not appear. However, he understood that the representatives of Donghuang the Great were here, so they wouldn't dare to appear. Even if they did and didn't die today, they would be spotted. It would be impossible for them to escape. But was Yi Futian really dead? He had a feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. In the void, Emperor Nan, Shin Gao, and the clan lord of the Shin clan were returning. The expressions on the two from the Shin clan were extremely sullen and especially gloomy, as their eyes swept toward the others. Shinji was dead. His death was not only caused by the allied forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy but also by those who came with them. The only possibility for Shinji to die when they had the absolute advantage, which was when they were abandoned by their own allies. These bastards. They only thought was to kill Yi Futian, so they spent all their energy holding Emperor Nan back and didn't expect a setup by those on their own side. A top cultivator was hard to come by because any top figure was powerful enough to create a top principality that could stand at the peak of the original realm. However, in this battle, only the Shin clan had incurred a loss on this level when no one else did. So, did the Shin clan win? Killing Yi Futian was certainly a win, but they lost to the other forces. However, they had to swallow this offense because who could they fight to get their revenge? The alliance of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Now that only 2 of them were left, how could they possibly deal with the allied forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Their own allied forces? Who among so many of them? Those cultivators left one by one, as if nothing had happened, ignoring them, pretending to know nothing. Shinji died in vain. Bastards! The others had already left. They were all part of this conspiracy. At times like this, who would want to engage them proactively? Blame yourselves, Lord Taishuan said coldly. The 2 men glanced at him with indifferent eyes. We have all the time in the world, but Yi Futian is dead. I want to see just how much further Heavenly Mandate Academy could go in the future. Just wait and see, then, responded Lord Taishuan. The 2 men from the Shin clan huffed coldly and left angrily. They couldn't get their revenge. The cultivators all left one after another. Emperor Nan glanced at the place where Yi Futian disappeared, hoping that what he had said before was true. Yi Futian had said that he would volunteer to die in this battle. But he would be back. Therefore, although they tried their best, no one was all in, as they tried their best to protect themselves first. Since the beginning of the battle, they knew how this would end. Everything they did was to cooperate with Yi Futian's plan. Many forces in the Nine Realms could not tolerate Yifutian, not to mention that the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm also had their eyes on him. He was too outstanding as the one controlling the power of shadow. In reality, they understood that the land of the original realm itself could no longer allow Yifutian to exist. They glanced at each other, then headed down below the sky, and the group returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone at the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked up with reluctance, anger, and sadness in their eyes. Did he die just like that? The Heavenly Mandate Academy had produced a peerless genius talent, who was hailed as the #1 genius in the original realm, and he was besieged and slaughtered by the cultivators of the Nine Realms. They felt persecuted. Qi Xiangang and Yen Yuan were together, and Qi Xiangang didn't believe it in his heart. He still remembered the conversation he had with Yifutian that day. Yifutian would not ask for death like this. He still had too many things that he wanted to do. He had dreams, he couldn't die. People from the 9 states looked toward the void as well. Even though everything was so real, they were holding a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Gu Donglu was one of the insiders. Yifutian didn't tell everyone so clearly about his plan, probably because he had his concerns. If everyone knew about it, it would be difficult to keep the plan undercover. However, he did not expect the little condor and Xia Qingyuan to rush out like they did. The little condor and Yifutian were connected in their minds. Perhaps it had discovered something, hence the rash action. Could it be that something unexpected happened? He certainly hoped not. Jieyu. Zhuge Mingyue was next to Hua Jieyu and saw that Hua Jieyu was still in a great amount of pain. There were tears from her eyes, and she looked extremely unwell. There were more and more images in her mind. It was as if countless thoughts were now started to awake, all imprinted in her mind. At this moment, she had no idea who she was. It was as if every thought was her own. At this moment, many people inside the 3,000 realms of the Great Path suddenly appeared listless and raised their heads to look into the boundless sky. A ray of consciousness came out of these women and turned into an elusive figure that flew into the distance, as if toward another self. In the midst of the Heavenly Mandate realm, Xiantian Goddess was there. Her mind was trembling violently. It was as if something had also awakened inside of her. She looked in the direction where Hua Jieyu was, and an illusory figure came out of her body, flying toward Hua Jieyu. "So I am too," Xiantian Goddess murmured. Maybe everyone who had cultivated that particular method was one of the incarnations. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked at Hua Jieyu and saw that many illusory figures floating from everywhere, blending themselves into Hua Jieyu's mind, which caused a surprised look on these cultivators' faces. What cultivation method could be so terrifying? The mountain master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain and others like Zhang Chengzi of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven knew that Lady of Brahma's Pure Sky cultivated an extremely special method. They had urged Yifutian to be careful around Hua Jieyu, knowing that she may have been a manifestation of Lady of Brahma's Pure Sky, who was using his power to cultivate, but they didn't expect it to be so domineering. They had a strange feeling at this moment. It was as if Hua Jieyu was the real manifestation and not the Lady of Brahma's Pure Sky. At this time, a powerful aura permeated everywhere, and all eyes were looking that way. They saw an illusory figure of peerless elegance appeared, shining with divine light, and it was the Lady of Brahma's Pure Sky. She stared at Hua Jieyu. How could she wake up so quickly? This interrupted her plan. However, it would not affect the overall situation, but the timing was less than ideal. She had cultivated many years but constrained by the Great Path. Even if she had obtained a powerful method, she still could not break the shackles of the Great Path. There was a lack in the way of heaven, and she was limited by this. Therefore, she needed to recast another body. She chose Hua Jieyu not because of how talented Hua Jieyu was, but that she had detected an opportunity for enlightenment on her. Hua Jieyu had a strong life force that could be used for her own enlightenment. However, Hua Jieyu was somewhat out of her control and had always retained a strong sense of self. Under everyone's gaze, the Lady of Brahma's Pure Sky's elusive figure entered into Hua Jieyu's body. In a flash, an extremely tyrannical aura bloomed, and Hua Jieyu's face was changing. It seemed to have turned into the peerless beauty that was the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. No. In Hua Jieyu's mind, there was another consciousness waking up. This consciousness was extremely strong and obstinate. At this moment, she finally realized who she was and where she came from. A smile appeared in her tearful eyes, and her name was Hua Jieyu, his wife. That face turned into Hua Jieyu's face again, and the two beautiful faces kept changing as if competing for control. Her body was trembling slightly. She seemed to be experiencing a painful struggle. Jieyu remembered that she once said that whoever won would have control of the body. Under the gaze of all these cultivators, this scene lasted for quite some time. Finally, a beautiful face appeared, no longer changing, and a brilliant smile bloomed on that face. However, the tears continued to slide down that beautiful face. She looked at the vast void, at that disappearing figure. In her mind, countless memories washed over her, and all of them were occupied by the memories of the same person. Now that she came back, why did he leave her again? The divine prefectures of the East was in chaos and anarchy over 300 years ago. Many extraordinary men rose to fame there. Among all the realms, the divine prefecture produced the most superstars in history. The divine prefectures of the East was united for real only when Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing entered the stage more than 300 years ago. At that time, the 18 domains in the divine prefecture all submitted to Donghuang the Great Emperor and Emperor Yiqing, which smoothed the way for the time of prosperity 3 centuries ago. Donghua domain was one of the 18 domains in the divine prefecture. Right now, a body was lying quietly in the middle of a vast field. The person wore white clothes and had silver hair. Covered in blood, he lay on the ground without moving a muscle. His eyes were open, yet he couldn't muster a tiny bit of strength. The only thing he could do was stare at the endless sky where the clouds were floating around. The air was exceptionally fresh here, and the worldly spiritual qi was intoxicating. However, he couldn't even absorb the worldly spiritual qi right now. The meridians inside of his body were all shattered, and his internal organs suffered a great deal of damage. His life was hanging by a thread. Was he in the divine prefecture? He survived, Yi Futian thought to himself. Princess Donghuang awarded him a precious gift that day, which took his breath away when he sneaked a peek at it after he went back. It was a divine item that could make Yi Futian look through and depart from the original realm without cracking open the space. It also meant that he could have left earlier. Nevertheless, he didn't choose to do it. More than half of the top forces in the 9 realms wanted him dead. The Dark Court and the empty divine realm also set their sights on killing him. What would happen to the Heavenly Mandate Academy if he left by himself? What would happen to his friends and the alliance he built? At that moment, Yi Futian understood Princess Donghuang's intention. She presented a gift to him while also allowed other groups to kill him. Princess Donghuang wanted him to disappear from the original realm. That was how the battle earlier happened. It was actually for show only. To making it convincing, everyone on Yi Futian's side was fighting for real. But they didn't exert their full strength. They did everything they could to make it look like Yi Futian was driven into a corner. In order to make it appear more real, Yi Futian left the moment when the strike landed on his body. Therefore, everyone would think that he was obliterated by the attack instead of leaving on his own. For that reason, Yi Futian suffered extensive damage. The brutal assault pierced through the space of the original realm and hit him, which caused devastating injury to his body. It was such a horrifying attack. Is the original realm, the void realm, something that doesn't exist for real? Thinking back to how he left the original realm with the help of the divine item, Yi Futian couldn't help but suspect the truth about the void realm. Who was capable enough to make such a formidable divine item that could bring him out of the void realm altogether? Could it be that Donghuang the Great prepared this divine item for Princess Donghuang? It was possible. No one else would be aware of the existence of such a divine item. Princess Donghuang certainly spent a lot of effort to keep him alive. Nonetheless, Yi Futian and Princess Donghuang were more likely to be enemies rather than friends in the future. A strident sound reached Yi Futian's ears from the sky far away. Severely injured, Yi Futian closed his eyes. He needed to rest for a long time to recover from his current state. It was naturally the best choice for him to pretend he was dead. His body could heal and amend on its own. After all, he didn't know what kind of people he would encounter. The strident sound was getting closer and closer. Yifutian also heard a voice ordering people to go to examine him. Yifutian soon felt that someone was approaching him. He remained perfectly still and had his eyes tightly shut, hoping he wouldn't be disturbed by the incoming person. After all, he had to be extra cautious since he just arrived here. He felt a hand touching his body. The person seemed to be observing him. Is he dead or alive? A calm yet authoritative voice was asking about Yifutian's state. The person promptly left Yifutian and returned to midair. She bowed to a cultivator who appeared to be in his 30s and said, "Young master, he will be dead any second even though he is still breathing now. We don't have to pay attention to him." The Renhuang cultivator glanced at the woman speaking and cracked a smile. He asked, "Which level is he at?" "I'm not sure," the woman answered. "Go to take a look," he said to a middle-aged man next to him. The man quickly examined Yifutian and returned to his place, said, "He already built the body of Wei and reached the Renhuang plane. If I guessed it correctly, he should have a second-order divine wheel." "Second-order divine wheel," the Renhuang cultivator muttered. He ordered the woman, "Take him back." "Yes, young master." The woman was only in the Saint plane and didn't hesitate after receiving the order. She approached Yifutian again, lifted his body from the ground, and brought him with her. They strode across the field. After a while, a range of mountains came into sight. Ancient castles were perched on crags in the mountains, imposing and forbidding. Sanluo Manor was one of the main forces in this area and was ruled mountains. They entered the Sanluo Manor and kept walking forward until they arrived at a cultivation temple in the mountains. The head of the group lowered his eyes and darted a glance at Yifutian. He said in a cold voice, "Take him to the U Pavilion." The woman remained composed and expressionless even though her heart trembled for a second. She had been in Sanluo Manor for quite a long time and knew the place like the palm of her hand. She understood when to speak and when to shut up. She took a brief look at Yifutian and sighed to herself. This man was so unfortunate. U Pavilion was a place in Sanluo Manor that specialized in refining corpses. The young master of Sanluo Manor wanted to turn Yifutian into a chief corpse directly controlled by him. The woman brought Yifutian to the U Pavilion, where many people were busy working. She met the master of the U Pavilion and said, "Young master ordered me to bring this man to the pavilion." The master of the U Pavilion was a dark Renhuang who emanated a dangerous brooding air. He shot a glance at Yifutian. Yifutian seemed to be a young man with great talents. Certainly made things more interesting. "Okay." The master of the U Pavilion nodded slightly and replied, "You're in charge of it. Send him to the Matrix." "Yes." The woman bowed and received the order. It appeared like she was in a low standing in Sanluo Manor. After all, Sanluo Manor was a famous and powerful group that held sway in the region, and its chief was a high-level Renhuang. A cultivator in the Saint Plain couldn't possibly enjoy a high status in the manor. She brought Yifutian to a cavern residence that was guarded by soldiers and pushed the door to step inside. The mountain was hollow inside. A terrifying smell of death permeated the empty space. There was a chasm further into the mountain, under which an extremely scary grand matrix of death. The dark currents were flowing around and filled the place with the will of death. Countless chains of death locked numerous people inside. Those people didn't seem to be alive, yet they were able to move. They were all corpses that were being refined. The woman lowered her head to look at Yifutian, said, "How much longer are you going to pretend?" Yifutian opened his eyes and surveyed the woman in front of him. She had a masculine manner and black, piercing eyes. Her face was pretty, but not in a breathtaking way. She looked emotionless and indifferent while staring at Yifutian, who just opened his eyes. Yifutian didn't expect himself to be so unlucky. He pretended to be unconscious yet was still taken away. On top of that, the people who captured him were bad guys, indeed. They wanted to refine him with the grand matrix of death. He gazed into her eyes. The woman flinched and turned her distant eyes away. She had known Yifutian was only pretending since the beginning, yet didn't expose him. Yifutian figured that she didn't really want to do this to him. "What are you doing?" Yifutian asked her. "This is the place to refine corpses in Sunluo Manor. The matrix below will kill and transform you into a puppet. Do you have any last words before that?" The woman asked him. "Can you let me live?" The woman shook her head, said, "I don't have a choice." She didn't dare to defy the order. Otherwise, she would be the one being killed. She brought Yifutian to the chasm. At this moment, Yifutian didn't have any ability to fight back. He could only be manipulated by her. "I'm sorry," the woman said to Yifutian. Before her voice faded away, she pushed Yifutian's body into the chasm. Yifutian started falling immediately and eventually landed on the ground. The grand matrix of death at the bottom of the chasm activated right away and engulfed his body. Millions of tentacles stretched out of the grand matrix of death and grabbed Yifutian's hands and feet. Wisps of the frightening will of death invaded his body through his limbs. Yifutian never thought that the first thing that happened to him after arriving at the divine prefecture was to be refined into a corpse puppet. He closed his eyes and let the death will took over his body and flowed around inside. The death will entered the life palace and became part of it. Yifutian lay there quietly as if he stopped breathing for good. The woman looked at Yifutian from the top of the chasm and sighed to herself. She knew what she did was sinful, yet she couldn't defy or escape from Sunluo Manor. Thus, she had no choice but to obey the orders submissively. The Renhuang in front of her was quite handsome and dashing. He probably was an extraordinary young man when he was alive. But he still couldn't avoid such misfortune. Yingqing left Yifutian there and left the cave. She didn't like it there. To put it more accurately, she abhorred that place. Yifutian was abandoned in the matrix alone. The energy that poured into his body contained not only the power of death but also a toxin that corroded and paralyzed every part of his body and made him completely incapacitated. Wisps of air flowed out of Yifutian's life palace to resist the invasion of this forceful foreign energy. However, they barely stopped the corrosion and couldn't destroy the invader at all. Yifutian could hardly gather enough strength at this moment. This is getting troublesome. Yifutian closed his eyes and stopped struggling. He didn't want to waste any more energy. He didn't expect that he would escape from a hopeless situation only to fall into another right away. Everything in Sunluo Manor remained the same. Nothing was changed because of Yifutian's presence. He was only a near-death guy who was brought back by the people of Sunluo Manor in order to be transformed into a corpse puppet. This was nothing but usual business for Sunluo Manor. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yifutian had stayed in the matrix for 7 days. During this time, some people came to take away the corpse puppets that were ready to go. No one touched Yifutian, though. Each corpse puppet belonged to the person who brought it there. On this day, Yingqing finally came to the cavern residence again. She looked at Yifutian. An astonishing look flashed across her face when she saw the color of Yifutian's skin. Her consciousness swooped into Yifutian's body, and she said to him in surprise, "Are you awake?" Yifutian opened his eyes. At that moment, Yingqing saw a pair of inscrutable eyes that contained a frightening magical power that devoured her spiritual will and forced her into an illusional world. "Don't speak." Yingqing's expression changed the moment she heard a voice in her head. The illusional world created by the eye sorcery disappeared in an instant, and everything went back to normal. Yingqing could feel the cold sweat on her back. Cultivators in the Renhuang Plain were powerful for sure. This man was extremely dangerous. She inhaled a deep breath and stared at Yifutian's body below. He didn't change at all after 7 days? How can you withstand the corrosion of the corpse venom? Yingqing transmitted her voice to Yifutian. She was well aware of how scary this corpse venom could be. Even a perfectly healthy lower Renhuang would certainly be refined if dumped inside, let alone someone who was on the verge of death like Yifutian. Nevertheless, Yifutian didn't seem to be affected by it. "You told your young master that you don't need to pay attention to me after examining my injury on that day. I suppose you don't want me to be brought to Sunluo Manor. You later said you were sorry. I guess everything that has happened to me is not what you wish to see. Am I right? Yifutian said to Qing. He was still in poor condition. It was hard for him to recover while staying in this matrix. A strange look appeared in Qing's eyes. She stared at Yifutian and replied, "You don't need to work on me. You can't leave Sanluo Manor once you're here." She didn't want to die with Yifutian even though she felt a little sympathetic to him. She was not so selfless. "You already witnessed my eye sorcery. I'm not an ordinary Renhuang. Sanluo Manor can't keep me here as long as I recover from my injury. I can promise you something in return if you're willing to help me," Yifutian continued to say. Qing experienced a moment of hesitancy. Sensing her reluctance, Yifutian said, "I can take you out of here, so you don't need to be trapped in this place. I will ask the young master." Qing turned around and was about to leave. She was wavered by Yifutian's offer, but she also didn't want to be thrown into the matrix, like him. "Wait for a second," Yifutian said to her. Indecisive and doubtful, Qing stopped. "Give me some more time. A fellow of mine is about to come here. You can make a decision after seeing what kind of a person she is," Yifutian said. "Who is she? Which level is she at?" Qing asked. "How does she know you're in Sanluo Manor?" "She has her ways of tracking me down. We have the same master, but she is junior to me. Her cultivation level is not particularly high. It's about the same as mine. But trust me, you will change your mind after meeting her. Give us both a chance," Yifutian continued to say. Qing heard him and left the cave. Yifutian closed his eyes again after Qing left. It was a horrible feeling to be unable to control one's own fate. He knew Qing didn't do anything wrong. She had to do things against her will in order to survive. Majestic old trees, many of which black, stood in the courtyard of a palace in Sanluo Manor. There were also a creek and a waterfall at the front where one could enjoy a distant view of the architectures and mountains. Han Lin, vice chief of Sanluo Manor, was sitting on top of the waterfall and cultivating with his eyes closed. Wisps of the energy of death flowed around his body. He heard Qing's footsteps approaching, but she stood quietly behind him and didn't interrupt. "How is it going?" Han Lin asked her. "That man has protective energy in his body. He is not totally transformed yet. We may need to wait for a little longer." Qing bowed to Han Lin and answered. Han Lin opened his eyes. Wrapped in the will of death, he turned around and looked at Qing. His inky eyes made Qing lower her head even more. "You have been in Sanluo Manor for a few years now. Are you still feeling resistant?" Han Lin asked Qing. With her stomach in knots, Qing shook her head and replied, "Qing doesn't dare. That means you do feel reluctant, but you're afraid of expressing it," Han Lin said in an icy voice. However, he didn't mind her answer. He smiled and said, "Sanluo Manor only refines our enemies or people who are about to die anyway. We're offering them a new life, a chance to live again. What kind of objection do you have?" "Young master, I don't have any objection." Qing bowed again and answered. She didn't dare to raise her head. "Okay." Han Lin nodded slightly and said, "You should cultivate diligently so you can reach the Runhuang Plain sooner. Go away now." "Yes." Qing nodded and left. Her strides were long and steady, yet her heart was filled with dread. She could feel a chill down her spine. Despite Han Lin's mild eyes and calm tone, she had an ominous feeling. What would her life be if she advanced to the Runhuang Plain? She heard some rumors in the years she spent in Sanluo Manor. Several Renhuangs allegedly violated the rules of Sanluo Manor and were transformed into corpse puppets. Qing paid frequent visits to the Yu Pavilion in the following days to remind Yifutian to improve his disguise. Yifutian understood that she agreed to help him despite not saying it explicitly. She couldn't do anything but wait inside of the Yu Pavilion. One day, a giant demonic beast spread its wings and flew to Sanluo Manor. It was a demon emperor, whose cold and piercing eyes were jet black with a metallic sheen. Its wings gleamed like dark, sharp blades. A pretty woman dressed in men's attire stood on the demonic beast. She looked extraordinarily energetic and spirited. They were Xia Qingyuan and the Black Wind Condor. Yi Futian knew the Black Wind Condor would come for him since their hearts were linked. The Black Wind Condor sensed Yi Futian's condition when he left the original realm and brought Xia Qingyuan to follow his course. However, they encountered some trouble when going through the space crack and would have died in the chaos if not for the Black Wind Condor's ability to track Yi Futian's location. They also suffered serious injuries during the trip, albeit not as severe as Yi Futian's. After resting for a while, they learned about Yi Futian's situation and came to Sanluo Manor after asking around about it in the outer realms. A guard with a stony face appeared and asked, "Who are you?" The Black Wind Condor's eyes were filled with disdain. The invisible demonic chi enfolded the guard and alarmed him. "I heard people in the Sanluo Manor cultivate the power of the great path of death. I'm here to learn a lesson or two," said Xia Qingyuan. The Black Wind Condor barged directly into Sanluo Manor. The guard had no choice but to let them through. Who dares to intrude into Sanluo Manor? Many cultivators came out of the palaces in Sanluo Manor. Several of them were in the Renhuang Plain. Xia Qingyuan took a brief look at them before the terrifying swords of death shot out of her body. Those Renhuangs hurried to protect themselves from the swords of death. At that moment, Xia Qingyuan's divine will bloomed behind her. It was a frightful, dual-colored lotus that symbolized life and death. The dual-colored lotus emitted dangerous light of death and illuminated the vast space. Those Renhuangs who came out to stop her stared at the brilliant divine wheel of the great path open-mouthed. It was a perfect divine wheel. "Welcome to Sanluo Manor, my friend." Hearing a voice that came from the distance, the crowd drew back immediately. The Black Wind Condor stretched its wings and sprinted to a great hall in Sanluo Manor, where a large number of cultivators were gathering. Han Lin sized Xia Qingyuan up and down. She had a perfect divine wheel and was obviously a stunning woman, despite the way she dressed. "I wonder which goddess the Sanluo Manor is honored to host?" Han Lin asked the woman respectfully. In light of her beauty and her perfect divine wheel, she probably wasn't anyone ordinary. On top of that, she was confident enough to barge into Sanluo Manor. "How dare you ask my lady's name?" the Black Wind Condor said arrogantly. Its strident voice was cold and piercing. Han Lin glanced at the Black Wind Condor. How came that even her demonic beast was so impudent? "My last name is Xia," Xia Qingyuan said to Han Lin. "I have been studying from my master, who sent me into the real world after I proved my path. I heard that the cultivators in the Sanluo Manor are good at the great path of death. So I come here to learn from you." Xia Qingyuan had a stately bearing and had achieved the first-order divine wheel. The young girl must be extraordinarily talented in order to develop the perfect divine wheel and prove her path at her age. She did seem like someone who immersed herself in cultivation. If that was the case, this young woman was probably inexperienced and unworldly. Her master must be a recluse with tremendous power. A series of ideas popped into Han Lin's head. Such a beautiful and wide-eyed woman was no doubt naive. He felt a rush of excitement at that thought. "Your master must be an esteemed man. May I ask his name?" Han Lin said. "My master is a countryman who doesn't know much about cultivation." "You won't know his name," Xia Qingyuan replied. Han Lin's grin turned even broader. Just as he expected, her master was definitely a powerful man. Yingqing stood behind Han Lin and stared at Xia Qingyuan. She began to believe what Yi Futian had told her. This must be his sister under the same master. Han Lin showed a surprisingly refined manner and cracked a gentle smile. He looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, "Your master doesn't care for fortune or fame. I won't pry any more then. Since you came to assess the ability of the cultivators in the outer realms, how about I arrange it for you?" Innumerable powerful cultivators resided in the boundless divine prefecture. Naturally, people in the divine prefecture were well aware of the existence of formidable master cultivators whose names were virtually unheard of. They had developed a way to survive in this situation. After witnessing Xia Qingyuan demonstrated her ability, Han Lin had no doubts that her master was an accomplished cultivator. Han Lin certainly needed to serve such a distinguished guest well. "Okay," Xia Qingyuan nodded. Although she had learned about Yi Futian's current condition from the black-winged condor, she wasn't going to save him without a thoughtful plan. An influential group like Sanluo Manor must be brutal and merciless. Considering her deep background, what would they do if they knew that she knew her best friend was being transformed into a corpse puppet? Would they bet on her forgiveness even if she promised so? They might release Yi Futian, but they could also kill them both. Furthermore, how could she let Sanluo Manor off the hook for killing and refining Yi Futian? Please, Han Lin said with a smile. He looked at the people around him and ordered, summon the lower Renhuangs who are currently in Sanluo Manor to Sanluo Cultivation Temple. Yes, young master. People received his order and left. Han Lin led the way for Xiaoqing Yuan. As respectful as he was, he didn't seem too obsequious. After all, he was a Renhuang who only tried to be polite. Sanluo Cultivation Temple in Sanluo Manor stretched a vast expanse of the land on top of the mountains, surrounded by matrices for protection. A great number of cultivators gathered in Sanluo Cultivation Temple at the moment. People in Sanluo Manor all rushed to the temple after hearing the news. They couldn't help but exclaim how gorgeous and extraordinary Xiaoqing Yuan was. Standing next to the black-winged condor on the side of the temple, she emitted brilliant divine light like a goddess. Even the men's clothes she was wearing couldn't conceal her striking beauty. People tended to glorify a person in their minds after learning about the person's special identity. They might not think the same way if Xiaoqing Yuan was only an ordinary girl. Even some middle-level Renhuang elders of Sanluo Manor were gazing at the temple from their own palaces. Cultivators who had perfect divine wheels were usually disciples of top forces or offsprings of aristocratic families. The Sanluo Manor was already a prominent force in the region. But no one in this generation had developed a perfect divine wheel. Even though Han Lin's divine wheel was perfect when he was a lower Renhuang, it didn't last after he advanced to the middle-level Renhuang plane. No one else in the younger generation, including other children of the chief of Sanluo Manor, had had such accomplishments. For that reason, Han Lin was referred to as Young Master. He had the most talent and probably would surpass the chief in a few decades. Who wants to try with the goddess? Han Lin looked around the crowd and asked. A man named Han Yen walked onto the Sanluo platform in a couple of strides and stared at Xiaoqing Yuan. He was an outstanding cultivator in Sanluo Manor and had already proved his path as a Renhuang despite his young age. I hope to learn from the goddess. Han Yen released his energy and revealed his first-order divine wheel. You're not worthy enough to fight with my lady. A tinge of disdain flashed across the black-winged condor's face. Han Yen shot a menacing look at the black-winged condor. His eyebrows knit tightly together. This demonic beast was only Xiaoqing Yuan's mount. How dare it show such insolence? Han Lin also glanced at the black-winged condor. Despite his fake smile, deep down he was cursing. What an annoying beast. Of course you can join the fight as well if you want, Han Lin said, smiling. The black-winged condor's eyes gleamed with a metallic sheen. Its body hovered in midair and caused a violent storm around. Buzz! It dove down at full speed like a shadow. The law battle platform was only a place for internal sparring sessions in Sanluo Manor. Even with its considerable size, it was still too small for a fight at this level. Han Yan's eyes glinted coldly when he saw the black-winged condor charging at him. He unleashed the divine wheel of the great path inside of his body and started a terrifying storm of death that blotted out the sun. He raised his hand and made a gripping gesture. A giant shadow of the hand of the death came into sight. Black-winged condor launched an attack with its golden and extremely sharp claws and shot out a burst of energy that could tear up the space. Bang! Something streaked across the sky and the giant shadow of the hand of the death shattered instantly. The crowd could barely figure out the black-winged condor's movement before they saw its claws lodged in the law battle platform with a loud noise. Han Yen retreated to the edge of the platform. His clothes were torn to pieces, and a deep and frightening laceration appeared on his body. The look on people's faces changed. Han Yen glared at the black-winged condor in front of him. You are too weak. How dare a low-level person like you ask to spar with my lady? The black-winged condor threw a tart comment and turned around to return to Xiaoqing Yuan's side without attacking further. After all, the black-winged condor had been Yi Futian's mount for so many years and could connect with Yi Futian's mind. It shared whatever comprehension and enlightenment Yi Futian attained and developed a superb offensive ability for itself. Although the black-winged condor was a little too harsh, its arrogance and force made Xia Qingyun shine even brighter. How unfathomable this woman must be if even her mount was so domineering. "Little condor, you're being rude," Xia Qingyun said. "We only came here to exchange ideas and learn from each other. The cultivation level of our opponent doesn't matter." Then she stepped forward and walked onto the platform. Surrounded by the dazzling divine light, she looked at the crowd with her captivating eyes and said, "Anyone willing to offer me guidance can come and give it a try. I would like to have a glimpse of the goddess's grace." An elder man walked forward, his robes flapping in the wind. He looked at Xia Qingyun and said, "Be careful, my lady." His hands formed a seal before his voice faded away. In an instant, numerous seals of death emerged in all directions and darted straight to Xia Qingyun the moment he raised his hand and pointed at her. Xia Qingyun activated her divine wheel. A dazzling dual-colored lotus wrapped her body, and its petals floated toward the incoming seals. Xia Qingyun stood inside of the lotus, where the seals couldn't enter without being destroyed right away. The dual-colored divine light formed a ring around Xia Qingyun and made her appear even holier. The cultivators of Sanluo Manor couldn't help but secretly admire the beauty of the perfect divine wheel. 1, 2, 3. More and more lotuses bloomed and consumed the countless seals of death. Then they transformed into the death ray and charged at the elder man. The lotus obtained from God's relic fused with Xia Qingyun's life spirit and transfigured her. She had been cultivating alongside Yi Futian and had considerable strength even though she wasn't capable enough to get a chance to join the battle back in the original realm. 3 supreme forces were involved in the battle in the original realm. Many of the people there were much more powerful than the cultivators of Sanluo Manor. The lotuses emitted the light of the divine catastrophe. The elder man couldn't hold out against the attack with his second-order divine wheel and soon backed away. Another Renhuang stepped onto the platform. With a rumbling noise, the mighty force of death overcast the sky. A shadow of the Reaper appeared above, and a ray of divine light directly shone on Xia Qingyun's body. The next moment, the divine light of death fell from the sky and struck Xia Qingyun. This man was very intimidating with his third-order divine wheel. Xia Qingyun's lotus divine wheel flared up. Millions of lotuses swirled and created a pair of dual-colored swords of life and death. The storm circled around her body and dashed against the force generated by her opponent. Upon their collision, the lotus spawned a huge number of flowers and engulfed the divine light of death. The man was defeated before long. None of the other lower Renhuangs went onto the platform could even draw nearer Xia Qingyun. They were all overpowered by her. The battle stopped in a short while. Xia Qingyun hovered above the platform alone and was surrounded by divine light, her white dress blowing in the wind. Xia Qingyun utilized the advantage provided by her perfect divine wheel to win against cultivators who were above her level. She wanted to create an illusion for the people of Sanluo Manor that she had a distinguished background. "Excellent." Han Lin looked at Xia Qingyun and said, "You're truly a goddess with unparalleled beauty and a perfect divine wheel. No one in the lower Renhuang Plain from Sanluo Manor is a match for you." Han Lin wasn't very interested in women in the past. At most, he trifled with them and used them for cultivation. Yet now an idea came to his mind. It would be nice if he could make this woman his spiritual partner in cultivation. Xia Qingyun pulled back and returned to her original place while still radiating divine light from her body. "Thank you very much," Xia Qingyun said to Han Lin. "You're welcome," said Han Lin. "Sorry that I disrupted your day. I'm leaving now," Xia Qingyun said to Han Lin. "Where do you plan to go?" Han Lin asked. "I come out to learn about the cultivation methods of various schools and groups. I don't have a specific goal in mind," said Xia Qingyun. "Since that's the case, you might as well stay for a few more days here in Sanluo Manor. We have plenty of cultivation methods. Besides, I will go on a trip in the near future. I can travel alongside you and guide you. What do you think?" Han Lin asked. Xia Qingyun thought about it for a moment and nodded slightly. said, "I won't refuse your kindness. You're more than welcome." Han Lin turned around and ordered, "Arrange a palace for the goddess immediately." Xia Qingyuan remained indifferent the whole time. As a princess in the Emperor Xia's realm, she had always been cold and arrogant before she met Yi Futian, and was only playing herself right now. Ying Qing watched everything quietly on the side. Although she had been helping Yi Futian, she never truly made up her mind. Witnessing Xia Qingyuan's power certainly moved her. Ying Qing left the temple discreetly and went to the Yu Pavilion. She walked into the cavern residence and looked at Yi Futian, who was lying in the matrix. Although Yi Futian still had his eyes tightly closed, he was aware of everything that happened outside. Moreover, he could communicate with the Black Wind Condor and asked it to carry out the plan. "Your sister's last name is Xia?" Ying Qing asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian opened his eyes and said to her, "Yes. Do you believe me now?" Ying Qing looked into his eyes and felt the struggle inside of her heart. Then, she nodded her head solemnly. Xia Qingyuan was accommodated in the palace in Sanluo Manor with the best view. Since it was high on the mountains, Xia Qingyuan could see the clouds and mist floating outside as if she was in some sort of fairyland. Right now, Xia Qingyuan was cultivating there with her eyes closed. No one came to disrupt her, while in fact, Xia Qingyuan was not feeling serene at all. She knew that Yi Futian was inside of Sanluo Manor and was in grave danger. But she and the little condor only arrived at the Divine Prefecture days ago and had no help at all. She had to remain calm, as any reckless move could put their lives at risk. A person was walking through the clouds not far away from where Xia Qingyuan was. Dashing and refined, it was Han Lin, the vice chief of Sanluo Manor. He gazed forward at the divine light glowing from Xia Qingyuan. The will of life and death wrapped around her body while she was sitting on a blooming holy lotus. She looked like a goddess out of this world. Han Lin was quite experienced with women, yet he had never seen one as elegant as Xia Qingyuan. She must be even more ravishing if she wore women's attire. Maybe it was more convenient for her to dress as a young man. After all, she was a disciple who newly entered the real world. Han Lin stopped before coming too close to Xia Qingyuan. Although Sanluo Manor was his home, he didn't want to interrupt her in a bad-mannered way. Such politeness was vastly different from before when he ordered Ying Qing to transform Yi Futian into a corpse puppet. "How can I help you, Vice Chief?" Xia Qingyuan opened her eyes and asked Han Lin. "Miss Xia, you said you came out to learn about cultivation methods from different groups. Even though Sanluo Manor is not a top force, we still have plenty of books and scriptures in the collection. Would you be interested?" Han Lin asked with a smile. "If that's the case, please feel free to come closer." "No need to be so polite," Xia Qingyuan replied. "I was worried that I might interrupt your cultivation." Han Lin walked toward Xia Qingyuan in a couple of long and graceful strides. He maintained a short distance from her and waved his arm. In an instant, numerous jade slips and ancient books flew toward Xia Qingyuan and floated in front of her. "These are some of the decent ancient books about the Great Path collected by Sanluo Manor. Please feel free to take a look," Han Lin said. "Thank you, Vice Chief." Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly and read the books in silence. Han Lin quietly sat by her side for a long time. A cultivator at his level naturally had great patience. Xia Qingyuan noticed that these were top-notch cultivation methods indeed. Han Lin was being intentionally generous to rope her in with these books. Nevertheless, she remained composed and stopped reading after glancing through some of the books. She looked at Han Lin and said, "This is quite a good collection. I learned a lot from it. But I read many of these when I was studying with my master. The principles of the Great Path are the same. I didn't see anything I particularly need." Han Lin was a little disheartened by Xia Qingyuan's comments, but he soon got over it. Xia Qingyuan's master must be a marvelous cultivator who knew far more superior cultivation methods. As good as his collection was, it was probably not special enough to catch Xia Qingyuan's eyes. "Sorry to disappoint you," said Han Lin. Xia Qingyuan shook her head. "My master has already taught me our way of cultivation. I came out this time only to visit different groups and draw on their experience. It's not appropriate for me to study your method from scratch. I truly appreciate that you're willing to share the collection of Sunluo Manor with me. I came to Sunluo Manor because I heard that your cultivators are experts in the great path of death. Therefore, I want to see if there are any special cultivation methods about that. Han Lin nodded and replied, Sunluo Manor does have a unique method, but only a few people have succeeded. They are all direct offspring, none of whom could spar with you. We have another peculiar cultivation method, but it is a deviated approach that has a bad reputation. He observed Xia Qingyuan carefully, intending to fathom her attitude toward it. If Xia Qingyuan were a straight and conventional person who considered it to be an evil method, he would have to drop the idea of cultivating with her. What kind of method? Xia Qingyuan asked casually. She gazed into the distance as if she wasn't paying much attention. Cultivating through puppets. It's unavoidable for people like us to have enemies. There are also people in the manor who are about to die. With their consent, we can make them puppets who can continue to serve Sunluo Manor after their death, said Han Lin. Of course, he couldn't tell her the whole truth. A chill crept over Xia Qingyuan. Was Yi Futian a part of Sunluo Manor or their enemy? Why was he being transformed? Nonetheless, Xia Qingyuan had incredible self-control. She remained composed even as the anger grew in her heart. What's the purpose of cultivation if we can't take revenge on our enemies? Xia Qingyuan looked at Han Lin and said, As for the cultivators in the manor, what's wrong with them utilizing their values in another way as long as they agree to it? Han Lin was surprised. He grinned at Xia Qingyuan and realized that he admired Xia Qingyuan even more. My master once told me that the road of cultivation is meant to be cruel and merciless. How would we survive if we're too lenient? We need to take advantage of everything we have to cultivate and persevere in the world. Otherwise, why would I bother to come to Sunluo Manor? Xia Qingyuan continued while gazing forward. Yi Futian already asked Ying Qing what kind of a person Han Lin was and told the little condor. Xia Qingyuan said everything Han Lin wanted to hear. Your master must be a remarkable cultivator. I will certainly visit him and listen to his guidance if the chance arises in the future. Han Lin was more than delighted. Xia Qingyuan not only had a marvelous master and striking beauty, but she also shared the same views as him. Maybe this was destiny. He was immersed in cultivation for the first half of his life and had never had any real feelings for any woman. In his eyes, they were only objects he could exploit. Yet now he felt aroused. It was not easy to find a perfect woman. He certainly would make every effort now that he met one. My master doesn't like strangers, Xia Qingyuan replied casually. Han Lin was thrown into an awkward silence. Xia Qingyuan seemed to realize that she misspoke, so she added, Please don't mind me. It's all right. Han Lin laughed and stood up. Xia Qingyuan was surely an unworldly girl. It was surprising how forthright she was. Even so, he liked her. Sorry I interrupted your cultivation today. I will visit you again tomorrow, said Han Lin. Please keep these books for now. You can feel free to read them just for fun, even if they're not particularly useful for you. Good. Xia Qingyuan nodded. Han Lin said goodbye and left with a smile. Xia Qingyuan continued to cultivate quietly without doing anything out of the norm. To raise no suspicion, she didn't even walk around inside Sunluo Manor. Yi Futian's life was not in danger right this moment. Although Xia Qingyuan could barely wait one more second to save him, she had to be patient and play safe. Han Lin was not a gullible man. Xia Qingyuan couldn't let him figure out that she came to Sunluo Manor with a goal in mind. Otherwise, he might become suspicious easily. Han Lin paid a short visit to Xia Qingyuan each day in the following days. They mostly talked about cultivation. Han Lin discovered that Xia Qingyuan was obsessed with cultivation and nothing else. Naturally, he catered to her tastes. As time went by, Han Lin felt like he became more and more familiar with Xia Qingyuan. He even learned her name, albeit not the real one. One day, Han Lin brought a person to Xia Qingyuan. It was a corpse puppet that was surrounded by the death will. Despite the human body, it looked ghastly and frightening. How fascinating. It has such a strong will of death. Xia Qingyuan seemed to be captivated by the corpse puppet and even stood up. An exciting look flashed across Han Lin's face. Xia Qingyuan was indeed someone who was fixated on cultivation and attracted by everything about it. The corpse puppet was produced through a unique cultivation method of Sanluo manner and was quite special. No wonder Xia Qingyuan was so interested. "What is this?" A strident voice sounded. The black-winged condor stepped forward and stared at the puppet. "My lady, this thing is filthy. The will of death inside of this puppet is so pure," Xia Qingyuan said. Han Lin sneered at the black-winged condor. Xia Qingyuan was everything he wanted. It would definitely be extremely beneficial for both of them if they could cultivate together. Wisps of the will of death flowed out of the puppet and filled the room with the smell of death. Xia Qingyuan emitted brilliant divine light as several lotuses of life flew out. Surging and rolling, the will of death refused to be expelled even when the light shone directly on the puppet's body. The divine light around Xia Qingyuan became even more blinding. The lotuses enclosed the puppet and melted it little by little. The puppet's body shook violently and eventually disappeared after a while. "This puppet can resist it for so long," Xia Qingyuan exclaimed. "The puppet is controlled by me and doesn't have a life. It can survive deadly attacks and continue to fight," Han Lin said. Xia Qingyuan nodded gently and looked at Han Lin. "This method." But then she stopped talking. Han Lin saw her expression and understood her unspoken words. He cracked a smile. He brought the corpse puppet here specifically to gauge Xia Qingyuan's attitude. He would certainly consider teaching her if she wanted to learn. However, only the core figures of Sanluo Manor could learn this method. He wouldn't pass it on to Xia Qingyuan easily. This is a secret method of Sanluo Manor. Only the core figures can cultivate in this way, Han Lin said. Xia Qingyuan didn't respond. She understood what Han Lin meant. "Han Lin, can you please lend me a few puppets for research?" Xia Qingyuan called him Han Lin instead of Vice Chief, which made their relationship seem closer. Han Lin was exhilarated that his efforts in the past few days hadn't been wasted. "Of course." Han Lin nodded without hesitation. He ordered, "Go to the U Pavilion to prepare for this." "Yes." Several people exited the room. Yingqing left with them. Was Xia Qingyuan finally ready to make a move? Yingqing didn't expect Yifutian's sister to have such a level of patience. She never revealed any intention to save Yifutian. Instead, she took the time to get familiar with Han Lin to the point where Han Lin delivered himself to her. Han Lin probably never thought that Xia Qingyuan had been waiting for him to show off the corpse puppets all these times. But Yingqing certainly wouldn't say anything. She agreed to be a part of it, but she still didn't know much. It wouldn't have anything to do with her if Yifutian's attempt failed. After all, she had no idea where Yifutian's confidence came from. Inside the cavern residence in the U Pavilion, Han Lin's servants picked a few corpse puppets for Xia Qingyuan. Yingqing, on the other hand, brought out Yifutian's body. Yifutian's body had a dark color and was wrapped in the will of death. His eyes were tightly closed as if he was about to die any second. "Yingqing, this one is not fully transformed yet. The vice chief doesn't have control over him either. Why are you bringing him?" A person looked at Yingqing and asked. "They picked up Yifutian together days ago and recognized him easily. More or less, I suppose you can figure out what the young master is thinking about," said Yingqing. "Sure thing, Goddess Xia is a gorgeous woman and a good match for the vice chief. Maybe she will be our mistress in the future," someone playfully said. Of course, they would only gossip about the young master in private. The vice chief purposefully brought a corpse puppet to visit the goddess. He probably wants her to learn how to refine corpse puppets. This one may be useful specifically because he is not fully transformed yet. Otherwise, all the corpse puppets are the same. "What's the purpose of doing this?" Yingqing said. Other people thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yingqing had a point. That being so, they should bring Yifutian along. Right now, Yifutian was faking his death. He sealed off all the energy inside of his body and let the death will surround him. The servants brought the corpse puppets out of the cavern residence and arrived at Xia Qingyuan's palace shortly after. Because some of the corpse puppets belonged to other people, their owners also went to Xia Qingyuan's palace to order the puppets to line up in front of Xia Qingyuan. Yifutian was the only one who wasn't controlled yet. Xia Qingyuan's heart was pounding violently the moment she saw Yifutian. People in Sanluo Manor didn't know who Yifutian was, but she certainly understood how marvelous Yifutian was back in the original realm. The best cultivator in the original realm was treated so horribly here. Xia Qingyuan could feel her heart aching. He must be suffering. However, Xia Qingyuan still did her best to conceal her emotions. Isn't he not refined yet? Han Lin also noticed Yifutian. He didn't pay much attention to this random dying man they picked up on the road that day. Since he had been devoted to Xia Qingyuan in recent days, he almost forgot about Yifutian completely. It only occurred to him now that he saw Yifutian again. The goddess wants to research the puppets. That's why I brought him here too. Yingqing bowed and answered. Okay. Han Lin nodded. Yingqing's idea was pretty good. Han Lin looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, "These are finished corpse puppets. This one is not fully refined yet and isn't controlled by anyone for now." "Thank you very much." Xia Qingyuan had a strong urge to kill Han Lin, but she made an effort to keep a tight rein on her feelings. All that had been achieved would be spoiled if her intention was detected. She stared at the corpse puppets and occupied them with her divine consciousness as though she was studying them carefully. The death will seem so natural. This method of refining puppets is truly exquisite. I never heard about it even from my master. Xia Qingyuan expressed her admiration. She surely knew that Han Lin intended to attract her with the method of refining puppets. By faking interest and singing praises, she let his guard slip. As Xia Qingyuan expected, Han Lin grinned upon hearing her comment. This is a secret method of Sanluo Manor and is indeed remarkable. But your master is an extraordinary cultivator. Sanluo Manor couldn't possibly compare to him when it comes to cultivation method. Xia Qingyuan didn't respond. She focused on studying the corpse's puppets. Seeing how she ignored him, Han Lin said sensibly, "Why don't you research on them for now? Please feel free to do whatever you want on these puppets." "Thank you." Xia Qingyuan nodded at Han Lin despite her deep hatred toward him. She couldn't wait for Han Lin to leave, but she restrained herself and didn't act too eager. It took her great efforts not to kick him out immediately. This was not the time to be careless. Xia Qingyuan didn't jump into action even after Han Lin was gone. She kept pretending to study these puppets studiously outside of the palace. It was impossible to know how many people were watching her here in Sanluo Manor. She had to be extra careful. Darkness settled in. Sanluo Manor was especially gloomy due to the death that permeated the air. Xia Qingyuan finally started to move. She sent the puppets into the palace and asked the little condor to bring Yifutian into the inner courtyard, where she applied the sealing technique. She did the same thing every night for the following days. It was quite common for cultivators traveling outside to block the divine consciousness. No one became suspicious because of that. Since the other puppets were controlled by the people of Sanluo Manor, she wasn't ready to act until now, and still couldn't make any move in front of them. Yifutian sensed Xia Qingyuan's sealing technique and finally opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt much comfortable now that he got out of the matrix. He could recover from his injuries without spending all of his energy to resist the power of death in the matrix. Nevertheless, he still needed time. He was still extremely weak after his escape. Yifutian opened his eyes and saw Xia Qingyuan's beautiful face. Xia Qingyuan's heart was aching while staring at Yifutian. She felt powerless and useless as she couldn't save him. "I told you to go back to Emperor Xia's realm. Why would you risk your life to come here?" Yifutian sighed softly. It was unbelievably dangerous for Xia Qingyuan and the little condor to go through the space crack and come to the divine prefecture. They might have gotten lost if not for the little condor's ability to track him. Even so, he was grateful that they came for him. Otherwise, he didn't really know how to get out of here. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yifutian with a scowl on her face. He still behaved in this way even under the current circumstances. She squatted down and picked Yifutian up. Yifutian was surprised to see that Xia Qingyuan's life spirit bloomed into a brilliant lotus of life. One by one, the petals sprouted and grew larger, and eventually enveloped the entire space. The remarkable energy of life was circling each petal. Beyond that, Xia Qingyuan seemed to have an unlimited current of life, which flowed to Yi Futian in countless thin streams that connected them. Complemented by the dazzling divine light, she looked like a sacred Jyotian goddess. As their bodies intertwining perfectly, the power of life poured into Yi Futian from Xia Qingyuan and gradually neutralized the power of death in Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian had nothing to hide from Xia Qingyuan as the power of life rushed into his limbs and organs. The petals slowly closed and encased Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan inside. It looked like a bright lamp in the darkness. The black-winged condor watching nearby felt a little melancholy. They were doing it right in front of the condor in broad daylight. No, in the darkness. They really had no respect for the condor. How could they? The black-winged condor turned around and walked out. It was not appropriate for him to watch. He sighed with wonder at what was happening between Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. Although he had been biased against Xia Qingyuan, he couldn't help but exclaim. The princess was a real woman. The black-winged condor was on the lookout for them for several hours that night. Mixed feelings rushed through his mind. Finally, the divine light faded, and the unblemished petals slowly retracted back into the lotus, which revealed Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan inside. Bashful and blushing, Xia Qingyuan seemed exceptionally lovely. "Thank you," Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. He was a little lost upon seeing Xia Qingyuan's flushed cheeks. Her long hair was loose, and her eyes were bewitching. She didn't look like the princess she usually was. Xia Qingyuan threw a glare at Yi Futian, as if she was displeased by his response. "How are you feeling?" Xia Qingyuan asked quietly. She didn't notice that her voice was extra soft. "I can circulate the energy inside of my body. Now I need some time to recover from my injuries," said Yi Futian. He was completely free from the threat of the will of the death. With Xia Qingyuan's help, he was in a much better state than when he first arrived at the divine prefecture. All he needed to do now was to recuperate by himself. "Okay." Xia Qingyuan nodded and said, "Have a good rest." She shot a glance at Yi Futian and carried him into the room. When she walked out with a faint blush on her face, she noticed a pair of bright eyes peeking at her. Xia Qingyuan was startled, yet the black-winged condor had already turned his head away. The condor didn't see anything. Xia Qingyuan walked toward the black-winged condor from behind. The condor could feel the hair standing on end on his neck. Women were truly fickle. How did they switch emotions so quickly? He only sneaked a few peeks. It really wasn't a big deal. "Bring a puppet to me," Xia Qingyuan ordered. She planned to destroy each puppet in the name of research. As a result, Yi Futian could disappear reasonably. These puppets were not human anymore and were only used by the Sanluo manor to kill more people. Thus, Xia Qingyuan didn't feel any moral burden at all. One by one, the black-winged condor brought in the puppets for Xia Qingyuan to clean up. After everything was done, Xia Qingyuan returned to the room to rest. Yi Futian was still there, of course. They had to share the room. Yi Futian had no other choices. Yi Futian felt much better the next morning. He was regaining his health at light speed and should be able to get back to normal in no time. The important thing was to avoid detection. Han Lin came to visit Xia Qingyuan again as usual. However, he didn't get to see her for the first time since she came to Sanluo Manor. The black-winged condor met with Han Lin and told him that Xia Qingyuan gained some enlightenment from the day before and was cultivating in seclusion. Han Lin was convinced by the scintillating divine light and the holy lotuses blooming and surrounding the palace Xia Qingyuan resided. He left a message and decided to drop by another day. At this moment, Han Lin didn't realize why Xia Qingyuan was cultivating in seclusion. He already received the report that Xia Qingyuan destroyed all the puppets for research. Despite the hefty cost, he believed it was a worthy investment as long as he could win over Xia Qingyuan. What pleased him more was that Xia Qingyuan seemed to be gaining something from his efforts. Everything appeared to be normal and reasonable. Han Lin left with no hard feelings. Xia Qingyuan, on the other hand, started to cultivate in seclusion in Sanluo Manor. Xia Qingyuan was cultivating in seclusion and sealed the pavilion to avoid being disturbed by outsiders. This was a very normal thing to do, and no one suspected anything. As for the destruction of a few puppets, Han Lin had mentioned before that Xia Qingyuan could use them however she liked. There was nothing wrong with Xia Qingyuan destroying them. She had finished studying them so that no one would investigate. Perhaps it was because she studied the puppets that Xia Qingyuan had some revelations. Han Lin thought so he did not disturb Xia Qingyuan and instead occupied himself with his own business. Time passed as Xia Qingyuan stayed in seclusion in Sunluo Manor. She called it cultivating in seclusion, but she was actually waiting for the world tree to heal Yi Futian's damaged body. Originally, he could have fully recovered from the heavy injuries he suffered previously by himself. But he was captured by Sunluo Manor and put into the death matrix. This made matters worse and made it so that the strength he could use was enough to resist the death force. Now, after coming out of the matrix, he had Xia Qingyuan baptize his body, accelerating his recovery. So, during these days when Xia Qingyuan was in seclusion, Yi Futian recovered quickly and was able to move his body within a few days. However, Xia Qingyuan still had not come out of seclusion. Before coming here, Xia Qingyuan and Little Condor had scouted the Sunluo Manor. They had the High Order Renhuang protecting it, and Sunluo Mansion's chief was powerful. Although Yi Futian had killed the High Order Renhuang before, for the sake of caution, he needed to return to his full strength. After all, there were only 3 of them, and the only one who could truly stand up to Sunluo Manor was probably Yi Futian. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. That day, when Yingqing brought Yi Futian to Xia Qingyuan's place, she was always very nervous and worried that she would be exposed. After all, if she was not careful, she could be implicated and end up in a terrible situation. She was the one who brought him there, and if she was found out, she did not know if she would be suspected. Although there was no flaw in this plan, and she did not have a reason to help a puppet, she was still afraid that Yi Futian would betray her. Despite her fears, she still chose to help Yi Futian that day. People of the Saint Plain were very tough-minded. She had been trapped in Sunluo Manor for several years and wanted to leave very long ago. This went against her heart, but if Yi Futian could really give her a chance to escape, she was willing to make this gamble. On this day, she followed Han Lin to the Yu Pavilion. Yingqing and the others followed closely behind with normal expressions. It had been so many days. After Yi Futian was sent away, Xia Qingyuan went into seclusion to cultivate, presumably to allow Yi Futian to recover. What exactly did they want to do? Even if he recovered, how could they deal with Sunluo Manor? A figure dressed in black robes, with a terrifying aura, walked towards them. It was Sunluo Manor's Yu Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master. Han Lin nodded at the other party. Vice Chief, come with me. The Yu Pavilion Master led Han Lin and the others to a hidden palace, where there was an extremely strong corpse puppet. As a sense of death shrouded the palace, Yingqing and the others retreated outside the palace, not daring to go in. What do you think? The Pavilion Master of the Yu Pavilion asked Han Lin. Han Lin stared at the tall puppet. It was refined by a powerful person at the 7th Order of the Divine Wheel. They had paid a huge price and spent a long time dealing with this person, and now he was finally refined. He looked at the puppet with a sharp gaze, only to see the puppet's eyes were also open. A terrifying cold green light shot out from it like a ghost. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Han Lin thanked him. He was willing to give Xia Qingyuan some puppets to use for training because he felt that the consequences of doing so were insignificant. A puppet of this level was the kind of strong power Sunluo Manor truly possessed. Naturally, there was no need to talk about his father's puppet, and now that he had this puppet, he would be able to increase his strength greatly. You're too kind, Vice Chief. The Yu Pavilion Master spoke up. It's a pity that there are too few puppets of this level in Sunluo Manor. There are only 2, otherwise. Han Lin nodded. If there were more of these kinds of puppets, they would have already annexed another opposing force. But there was no rush. When they took down the other side one day, they would all be refined into puppets. Good puppets are hard to find, Han Lin said. The puppet that you ordered people to bring in that day was actually very good. But it's a pity that it went to waste, the Yu Pavilion Master said. Han Lin thought of the person he had picked up earlier, but he did not feel too strongly about it. He was only at the Divine Will 2nd Order. It's not really a pity that he went to waste. No, I spied on his internal breath. His divine will is probably perfect grade, and he's good at controlling the power of life and death. Hence, the Matrix's death force was unable to invade and refine him. The U-Pavilion Master said, "You often sent people to check on him from time to time. I thought that you regarded that corpse puppet highly, but I was mistaken. Perfect grade and good at controlling the will of life and death?" Han Lin furrowed his eyebrows. He had a feeling that something was wrong. Wasn't this Xia Qingyuan? Her divine will was perfect. She was good at controlling the will of life and death, and she was gifted beyond compare. What a coincidence! Ying Qing's heart started thumping when she heard the words of the Pavilion Master outside the palace, and her face changed uncontrollably. She slightly bowed her head to cover up her panic at that moment. She calmed herself down and returned to her normal appearance, but she was still very nervous. The U-Pavilion Master had checked on Yi Futian these past few days? This was the U-Pavilion, and someone would go to that matrix every day, but no one would touch the puppet that the Vice Chief was refining. However, it was normal for the U-Pavilion Master to view the puppet to see how the Vice Chief's puppet was doing. But saying it right now, how could Han Lin not have thought of it? "Yes, I heard that you gave a woman permission to cultivate?" the U-Pavilion Master asked. He did not really take notice of Xia Qingyuan. The U-Pavilion was located in the depths of Sunluo Manor, and from the entire mountain range, it was rather secluded. The U-Pavilion Master was also busy with puppet refining, so ordinary things would not disturb him. Hence, it was not until Ying Qing took the puppet away that he asked a question and learned about Xia Qingyuan. But even then, he did not ask much in detail. Those words were unintentional, but when they fell on Han Lin's ears, they felt like a hammer strike to his head. "Pavilion Master, who comes here often?" Han Lin asked. He had not paid much attention to Yi Futian's presence before and had only asked about him once or twice, let alone sent people here to check on him frequently. "Your subordinate outside." The U-Pavilion Master pointed towards Ying Qing. Ying Qing came forward, controlled the fear within her heart, and bowed. Ying Qing doesn't dare to ignore the Vice Chief's instructions. That puppet was difficult to refine, so I came here from time to time to take a look. "How many times did you come?" Han Lin asked. "More than 10 times, Ying Qing replied. She came more frequently later on. "Did you bring him over there, too?" Han Lin asked again. "Vice Chief, if I knew that this puppet was extraordinary, I would definitely not have brought it there. I would have replaced it with another puppet." Ying Qing could adapt to situations quite well. She did not mention Xia Qingyuan, only that she did not know this puppet was extraordinary. Han Lin did not mention that Xia Qingyuan was suspicious. If Ying Qing took the initiative to mention it, it would be the same as admitting it herself. Under this sudden pressure, many people would easily get confused and accidentally spill the beans. Han Lin stared at Ying Qing, who knelt on one knee, her head lowered as she trembled with fear. Now, all these were not loopholes and could be explained. Seeing Ying Qing's attitude, although Han Lin had his doubts, he did not really think that Ying Qing and the other party were in cahoots. After all, she had absolutely no reason to do so. Why would she help someone who was going to die soon? And how could she get in touch with Xia Qingyuan? There were some loopholes in this. But if it happened to be that they sent Yi Futian to Xia Qingyuan, it would be a bit too coincidental. Xia Qingyuan disguised herself so much that she did not move even when she saw the puppet. Then, if she was suspicious, she must have known in advance that they had refined Yi Futian into a puppet. However, how did she know that? There were several rings in this that could not be aligned. However, as long as he went to ask Xia Qingyuan, everything would be clear. "What's wrong?" the Pavilion Master asked, seemingly realizing that there was something wrong with this. "That woman is suspicious," Han Lin replied. Then he stepped out first and said, "Bring her with you." He naturally was referring to Ying Qing. Ying Qing's face was a bit pale. She did not think that the conversation between the U-Pavilion Master and Han Lin made her a suspect. Moreover, she knew that Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan were problematic, and Han Lin would be able to find out the truth once he went there. Thinking of this, she felt her whole body turn cold, but then she felt at ease. Since she had gambled, Would she not have considered that she would lose her life if she failed? The Yu Pavilion master frowned. Vice Chief Han Lin had been cheated? Thinking of this, he also followed Han Lin and was ready to see what was going on. Han Lin had been so attentive to Xia Qingyuan these few days. Before she went into seclusion, he would come here every day to chat with her, and he even used the resources of Sanluo Manor for her cultivation. He thought that this was fate, and since it had fallen upon him, he naturally had to grasp it. But now, looking at it, was this fate, or was everything deliberately arranged? Is the goddess, who seems to be otherworldly, really so sinister? He wondered. Han Lin went to Xia Qingyuan. His body hovered above the cliff as he looked toward the palace in front of him. The people behind him stayed back and did not catch up to him. He needed to confirm his suspicions first. What if everything was really just a coincidence? Wouldn't that offend the beauty? Though the likelihood of that was low, he still held a hint of such a thought and was unwilling to admit that he had been played. Is the goddess still cultivating? Han Lin spoke aloud toward the palace. His divine consciousness enveloped the palace and soon encountered a sealing force. Xia Qingyuan raised her head to look at the outside of the palace. Streams of invisible energy were dashing against the seal she set up. She knew that Han Lin might have discovered something. He wouldn't be so rude otherwise. Xia Qingyuan turned around and stared at the silver-haired man who was sitting with his legs crossed. Surrounded by a bright light while cultivating, Yi Futian had returned to full health by now, complemented by his white clothes and silver hair. His handsome and exquisite face seemed more mature and more charming. He opened his eyes and shot a glance at Xia Qingyuan. Open the seal. According to the information that Xia Qingyuan and the Black Wind Condor had gathered outside of Sanluo Manor, the chief of the Sanluo Manor had achieved the divine will's 7th order yet didn't have a perfect divine will. Although he sounded like a capable man, Yi Futian should be able to deal with him with no trouble. Han Lin hovered by the side of the cliff where the palace was located. His divine consciousness inspected the palace once the seal was lifted. He instantly noticed the other man in addition to Xia Qingyuan and the Black Wind Condor. He paid no heed to Yi Futian before, as he was nothing but a dying man they picked up on the road. Nevertheless, Yi Futian seemed like such a dreamy and extraordinary man now. Everything looked perfect when he was next to Xia Qingyuan. It was as though it was only right for them to stand side by side. At this moment, Han Lin's eyes were icy and piercing. He realized that he had been played. Everything he dreamed about before was his own wishful thinking. He had cultivated for so many years. The last thing he would expect was to be played by a young woman. He thought Xia Qingyuan was unworldly and naive, yet he only discovered now that she had him eating out of her hand. He even sent her their cultivation methods and the corpse puppets. Han Lin was afraid that plenty of subordinates in the Sanluo Manor would laugh at him in secret because of this. Other cultivators also stepped forward and stood behind Han Lin. They obviously saw Yi Futian as well and became aware of what happened. Everyone's face was grim at the thought that the Sanluo Manor had fallen into the enemy's trap. One of the Renhuangs shot a glance at the ashen-faced Ing Qing. Considering what the master of the Yu Pavilion just said and what they were witnessing now, Ing Qing was probably involved in this scheme. Even if she were not, the vice chief he knew would never let her off the hook easily. Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian stepped out, followed by the Black Wind Condor. They raised their heads and looked at Han Lin, who was hovering in midair. Xia Qingyuan didn't hide her aversion and contempt for Han Lin this time. Han Lin cracked a scornful smile when he saw her expression. It was unclear if he was ridiculing herself or himself. Yi Futian was quite calm and looked at Han Lin indifferently, as if Han Lin was a dead man walking. I'm very curious about your plan. What can you possibly do even if you manage to save him? Han Lin said to Xia Qingyuan. He didn't ask about her real identity. It was pointless. He already determined that both Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian had to die the moment he saw Yi Futian. There was no other way. He was going to turn Yi Futian into a corpse puppet before. How could he let him leave Sanluo Manor alive now? That being said, he was still mildly shocked that Yi Futian could get back on his feet. Maybe it had something to do with how Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan cultivated together. Xianxia didn't respond to Han Lin's question. Yifutian took a step forward, his white robe flapping even though there was no wind. Wisps of the energy of the great path were flowing freely. Han Lin glanced at them and said, "Leave the woman for me. Bring the man and that damn beast to the U Pavilion and refine them into corpse puppets." He didn't call Xianxia goddess or by her name. The name she told him must be fake since everything else was a lie. He didn't plan on killing Xianxia just yet. He wanted to make sure that she would pay the price. Just like how he treated the other women. He would play with and torture her to his heart's content before transforming her into the most beautiful corpse puppet he had ever owned. Han Lin's subordinates rushed forward one after the other. An old man among them was a middle-level Renhuang with frightening strength. He was charged with the death will and created numerous shadows of death at once. The shadows hovered above Yifutian and Xianxia and quickly surrounded the entire palace with a grand matrix of ghosts. The matrix was filled with ghosts and the terrifying energy of the death, which could attack people's spiritual souls. The old man's hand made a gripping gesture toward Yifutian. Hundreds of ghosts immediately pounced on Yifutian ferociously. Yifutian's body radiated brilliantly and emitted the sword will that effectively frightened and warded off the ghosts. Buzz! A blinding blade of light flashed, and the sword will pierced the sky straight away. The shadows, ghosts, and the matrix that enveloped the palace shattered into a million pieces in an instant. The old man was alarmed. Endless gray death current wrapped around his body, and a gigantic ghostly shadow emerged. Yifutian took a brief look at him and stepped forward. His sword penetrated the space. A shocking storm of the sword chi took shape as the glaring sword will tore up the space of the great path. The man felt like his body was about to split the moment it happened. The super-powerful sword will locked on him and made his soul tremble. Bang! Jets of death will gushed out. The old man leaped high into the air, wishing to escape. But the attack happened so fast. The sword already reached him almost at the same time it glowed. With a deafening exploding sound, people saw the old man shake violently with a through-and-through wound in his body. He was bound by the sword will and gradually faded away. No! Panic-stricken, the old man let out a bellow before his body blew up. Even the top of the mountains behind him was flattened by the shocking blade of light. All the cultivators in Sanluo Manor fixed their eyes at the source of the commotion with concern. A succession of powerful Renhuangs hurried in that direction. Their divine consciousnesses already covered the area and helped them grasp the situation. Before long, several cultivators showed up in the nearby field around the palace where Yifutian was. Although there was no high-level Renhuang, plenty of lower Renhuangs and middle-level Renhuangs arrived at the scene. Only the chief of Sanluo Manor was a high-level Renhuang. Even so, some of the middle-level Renhuangs, especially the ones at the Divine Will Sixth Order, were intimidating enough. The will of death enshrouded the palace Yifutian was in and turned into a giant death trap. Divine Will Second Order and a perfect divine wheel. The crowd stared at Yifutian, astounded. No wonder the middle-level Renhuang was slaughtered instantly. A cultivator in the Divine Will Second Order who also possessed a perfect divine wheel was easily comparable to a middle-level Renhuang without a perfect divine wheel. A talented one might even be able to kill a middle-level Renhuang in the Divine Will Fourth Order. Several puppets were ordered to move forward in an attempt to ascertain Yifutian's strength. These ghastly puppets lunged at Yifutian right away. Yifutian stood there in silence and darted a disdainful glance at the puppets. A stream of the frosty will of the great path flowed out and froze the entire space. Those corpse puppets quickly iced up soon and couldn't move. Then their bodies were destroyed by the sword will. Quite some cultivators of Sanluo Manor frowned with concern. How could this man be so formidable? Yifutian directed his eyes at one of the men surrounding him and said, "Cultivating in such an evil way, you deserve to die." He floated in midair. The divine light shone from the full moon hanging in the sky and illuminated the vast field. Everyone trembled as the bitter and piercing coldness spread through their limbs and crept down their spines. Many middle-level Renhuang's faces turned grim. The energy permeated all of the space and suppressed all the other cultivators by slowing down the flow speed of their will of the great path. The divine light of the full moon froze the bodies of the cultivators who were in the lower Runhuang plain. Be careful. The master of the Yu Pavilion reminded others in a low voice. Many people wanted to back off, but the bright divine light shone upon them immediately, carrying tremendous power of the Yin divine thunder. Bang! A frightened look flashed across the face of a lower Renhuang. His body was smashed to smithereens the next moment. Then, the same thing happened to other Renhuangs all over the place. Along with a series of loud and deadened thumps, a number of cultivators exploded and died a gruesome death. The lower Renhuangs were not the only ones who were affected. Even some weaker middle-level Renhuangs were also destroyed by the Yin divine light. Form the matrix. The powerful middle-level Renhuangs were scared. They were affected by the Yin divine light as well and were exerting their strength to resist it. As the power of death surging inside of their bodies, they formed the Yin matrix and created countless terrifying shadows of the Reaper. The divine light of death launched a series of onslaughts on Yifutian with horrifying ripples of death and was going to turn the mountain he was on into an enormous tomb. Buzz! A glaring divine sword materialized in front of Yifutian with a clanking sound. The divine sword shot out streaks of penetrating sword will, which blended with the Yin divine light. The divine sword flew upward after Yifutian pointed his finger at the sky. With a string of harsh and grating sounds, the divine sword ripped apart the ripples of death and slashed through the sky. The tomb exploded, and the sword floated in front of the full moon. The sword will of Yin reached its peak after the Yin divine light released by the moon poured into the divine sword. No one could withstand its power. Kill! Yifutian uttered. The divine sword dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Fizz, fizz, fizz. The blade of light penetrated the bodies of many Renhuangs before the divine sword returned to Yifutian. The cultivators in the sky were filled with terror. Then they blew up one by one. Han Lin's heart sunk a little deeper as each of his people died. A great number of cultivators were hit, and none of them survived. The master of the Yu Pavilion was also scared witless. He couldn't understand why Yifutian was so powerful. Did Han Lin bring the god of carnage back to Sunluo Manor? Ing Qing's heart was also pounding wildly. Speechless and dumbfounded, she stared at Yifutian with her black eyes. Yifutian once told Ing Qing that he had a way to leave. She never thought that he meant to fight his way out. Ing Qing probably wouldn't bother to talk to him if she had known this. How could a man in the divine will second order prevail over the mighty Sunluo Manor? Nevertheless, Yifutian became the god of carnage now and slaughtered more than of the Renhuangs in Sunluo Manor with one strike. He stood high up in the air, his white robe flapping and billowing in the wind. The sword will spread through the field, accompanied by a frightful and strident wail. It soon overcast the sky and blanketed the entire Sunluo Manor. Buzz! As the sword will raining down from the sky, the mountains fell, and the palaces collapsed with a series of loud and rumbling sounds. Sunluo Manor was razed to the ground there and then. Even though a cultivation method was never absolutely right or wrong, Sunluo Manor shouldn't exist in the world for the evil deeds they committed against humanity. If not for Yifutian's extraordinary abilities and help from Xiaoqing Yuan, he would be murdered and transformed into a corpse puppet by Sunluo Manor. In addition, he was not the first victim of Sunluo Manor. They were apparently accustomed to such crimes. A bolt of terrifying energy suddenly shot out of a palace far away at the highest point in Sunluo Manor. The chief of Sunluo Manor, who was cultivating there in seclusion, was disturbed by the noise. An enormous amount of death will surged into the sky and formed the clouds of death, which looked like the face of the Reaper. Buzz! A massive hand of the Reaper that could easily cover an entire mountain was aiming at Yifutian. Yifutian looked at it briefly. The clanking sound of the divine sword resonated with the endless sword will. Bathing in the Yin divine light, the sword will brought the cleave of all things into play and hurtled toward the giant hand of the Reaper. However, each sword turned black and lusterless immediately after coming into contact with the Reaper's hand and soon evaporated without a trace. A cultivator in the high-level Renhuang plain carried unimaginable strength. The dark hand of the Reaper blotted out the sun and deprived this field of every glimmer of hope. Xianxia activated her divine wheel to wrap the black-winged condor and herself in the light screen of the lotuses to retain their energy and remain unaffected by the attack. Yifutian pushed his hand forward. The divine sword thrust toward the giant hand of death. The energy of the great path flowed against the stream and almost shattered the space. Bang! With a deafening thump, the mountain under Yifutian burst into pieces, and his divine sword was hurled back by the shockwave. Both Yifutian and Xianxia were engulfed by the will of death. Nonetheless, the hand of the Reaper also cracked and turned into an endless stream of the death current. Yifutian's body shook slightly as well. After all, even with his perfect divine will, there was a considerable gap between him and a high-level Renhuang in the divine will 7th order. A burly man wearing a loose-fit black robe appeared in the sky above the ancient palace located at the peak of the highest mountain in Sunluo Manor. His jet-black eyes were staring menacingly at Yifutian from afar. A person in the divine will 2nd order slaughtered so many cultivators of the Sunluo Manor and even wanted to destroy the whole manor. Chief! Many people mumbled and greeted the man. They were more stunned that Yifutian, a lower Renhuang, stood firm against the attack from the chief of Sunluo Manor. It was an astonishing display of strength. Another burst of domineering death will came from a different direction and turned Sunluo Manor into an expanse of death. Under everyone's watch, a corpse puppet flew directly from the U Pavilion and stopped in front of Han Lin. It was the dreadful puppet he visited before. Han Lin glared at Yifutian. Despite Yifutian's remarkable talent, Han Lin was still determined to kill him here and now. How could a cultivator in the Divine Will 2nd Order beat a high-level Renhuang of Sunluo Manor? Han Lin once had a perfect Divine Will too, and was aware that cultivators with perfect Divine Wheels had the strength that exceeded their current ranks. It was common for them to be comparable with opponents who were at 2 levels higher. Some outstanding ones could skip 3 orders. But there were 5 steps between the Divine Will 2nd Order and a high-level Renhuang in the Divine Will 7th Order. It was by no means a small gap. Yet, somehow, Yifutian caused a significant loss to Sunluo Manor. "Father, he's mine," Han Lin said to the chief of Sunluo Manor in the distance. Yifutian would become his corpse puppet, and Xianxia would meet the same fate in the end. But he wanted to reward her well and make her pay the price before that. Han Lin formed a seal with both hands. In an instant, the corpse puppet's eyes were lit up with an eerie green glow. The decaying smell of the will of death emanated from its body. With a rustling sound, countless vines of death grew out of the corpse puppet's body, which looked like a rotten ancient tree. Like a million tentacles, the vines blotted out the sky and launched an attack on Yifutian. The divine sword rushed forward and hacked at the vines. However, the vines kept growing and were approaching Yifutian at full tilt. The entire field was filled with the stench of death and desperation. The scintillating divine sword carved out an opening and charged at the corpse puppet. With a crackling sound, the divine sword penetrated the corpse puppet and wanted to destroy it with its terrifying sword will. Nevertheless, the corpse puppet stretched out millions of tentacles that twisted and tangled around the divine sword, aiming to dissolve it. The corpse puppet didn't have a life and wasn't afraid of pain. Its tentacles attacked the divine sword frantically, even as the sword will slashed through its body. On the other side, countless vines of death continued to extend toward Yifutian. On top of that, each vine had a hideous mouth growing on top that was trying to gnaw at Yifutian. The light screen of lotuses around Xianxia was also attacked and slowly eaten away. The vines were already pressing on her. Yifutian saw it and his eyes glinted with rage. A beam of even holier light shone from his body as his superior power spreading out. The area around his body turned into his absolute territory. The invading vines were immediately cleared out. The holy light also shone upon Xianxia and drove off the rotten energy for her. Ashen-faced, the cultivators of Sunluo Manor were staggered by Yifutian's ability. How could this man become even stronger than before? Besides this kind of power, even Han Lin's expression became grim. The chief of Sunluo Manor stared at Yifutian and asked gravely, "Who are you?" To his surprise, he sensed a source of imperial power and the will of the emperor from Yifutian. What was this man's identity? Why would Sunluo Manor offend such a supreme cultivator? People in the divine prefecture were usually very cautious and intentionally avoided becoming enemies with extraordinary cultivators. After all, so many people in the divine prefecture had an unfathomable background. Although Sunluo Manor had a high-level renhuang in command and was an influential group in the region, they were nowhere near the top forces in the divine prefecture. There were plenty of people Sunluo Manor didn't have the nerve to affront. "I'm a man who was brought to your manor to be transformed into a corpse puppet," Yi Futian responded in a casual tone. The divine sword inside the corpse puppet's body emitted even more dazzling light as he was speaking. "Break!" Yi Futian spat in a cold voice. Countless vines shattered into dust. The corpse puppet burst apart and disappeared in a flash as the incandescent divine sword destroyed everything. The divine sword hovered in the sky and burned with indescribable radiance. The moon cast the divine light over the entire area. One by one, cultivators of Sunluo Manor were frozen into ice sculptures and crackled and fizzed. Some middle-level renhuangs exploded into tiny pieces straight away. Yi Futian darted a glance at the people around Qing. The divine light of the moon fell upon them and took their lives before they could utter a sound. Sunluo Manor deserves to be exterminated. The blade of light illuminated the field and produced the mighty sword will everywhere. More cultivators in the middle-level Runhuang Plain were killed by the sword will. A horrified look left on their faces. They would never expect that a cultivator in the divine will second order could destroy Sunluo Manor. Finally, Han Lin started to taste the fear as well. He stared at Yi Futian, his eyes wide open. How could this happen? Yi Futian was only a random dying man Han Lin picked up on the road. Why did he happen to be such a monstrous cultivator with unspeakable strength? Buzz! At this moment, Yi Futian suddenly sensed danger when a faint silhouette appeared in front of him. He knew he was seriously threatened since the faint shadow could attack his spiritual soul directly. Yi Futian felt like his spiritual soul was confined when the chief of Sunluo Manor made a gripping gesture at him from afar. He had trouble controlling his body to react to the attack at this moment. Wisps of energy floated out of Yi Futian's body and turned the field into an absolute great path domain. Yi Futian fixed his eyes on the chief of Sunluo Manor, who immediately sunk into the illusion world created by the eye sorcery. Notwithstanding, he still lunged toward Yi Futian fiercely. "Get the fuck back." Yi Futian focused his eyes on the faint shadow and sent waves of the divine light surging and rolling toward it. The shadow hastily retreated and hid behind the chief of Sunluo Manor, where a massive statue of the Reaper had manifested. The Reaper glanced around. The moon and the sun were appearing in the sky at the same time and shone the terrifying divine light directly on him. He was trapped in the great path domain, created by the divine wheel of a lower renhuang. Yi Futian stretched out his hand, which was holding a spear. Infused with the will of the emperor, the spear spewed out unparalleled energy. Yi Futian became a war god at that moment. The chief of Sunluo Manor seemed alarmed. Innumerable shadows of the Reaper pounced on Yi Futian simultaneously and troubled him with an awful feeling. But Yi Futian was still charged with the ultimate intent of battle. A ray of light penetrated the space as Yi Futian stepped forward. The chief of Sunluo Manor wanted to back off, yet the spear already reached him. The pure energy of Yin froze the air and slowed down his movement. "Fuck off!" Panic-stricken, he raised his hands and flailed desperately. But the man holding the spear had transfigured into a beam of light and streaked across the sky. With a fizz, the chief of Sunluo Manor exploded. "No!" The scene struck terror into Han Lin, whose face was deathly pale. Yi Futian turned around and looked at him. Yi Futian held the spear and walked toward Han Lin. Han Lin was already in the mid-level Renhuang Plain, but all he wanted to do at this moment was running away. However, he was trapped in Yi Futian's great path domain. Where could he run off to? Another bolt of lightning struck. Yi Futian vanished from sight and reappeared behind Han Lin. A spasm of pain contorted Han Lin's face until the moment when his body blew up. The few people still alive trembled with fear. Everything seemed like a bad dream to them. A cultivator in the divine will second order wiped out Sunluo Manor. Besides Yifutian, Xia Qingyuan, and the little condor, Yingqing was the only one that remained alive in the surrounding area of Xia Qingyuan's palace in Sunluo Manor. All the other people were killed by Yifutian, including the rest of the Renhuang standing behind Han Lin. Yifutian reigned in the will of the emperor, but his body was still radiating brilliantly. The rest of the people in Sunluo Manor looked at Yifutian with great fear and trepidation. Since the chief of the manor and all of the top cultivators were dead, Sunluo Manor was virtually wiped out by Yifutian. The cultivators who were still alive were not a threat to Yifutian at all. The sword will was flowing in the sky and covered the mountains in which Sunluo Manor was located. The entire area was sealed off by the sword will. People who wanted to escape were killed immediately. Is there any innocent Renhuang in Sunluo Manor? Yifutian asked Yingqing. Her answer would determine the fate of the few Renhuangs who were still alive. Everyone in Sunluo Manor is either an offspring of the Han family or an outsider who decided to join. The offsprings of the Han family are all engaged in refining corpse puppets. Needless to say, the outsiders are accomplices as well. No one is innocent, Yingqing replied. Yifutian nodded. His divine consciousness covered everyone. The sword will burst out of his body and dash to different directions. One person leaped into the air, attempting to escape. Yet the sword will streaked through space and beheaded him straight away. The same thing happened everywhere else. Following a series of buzzing sound, all the Renhuangs in Sunluo Manor were slaughtered in the twinkle of an eye. The cultivators who were below the Renhuang plain were filled with terror. The silver-haired young man seemed like a monster and the real reaper in their eyes. Han Lin brought the god of carnage back to Sunluo Manor. Take my demonic beast with you and deal with the people below the Renhuang plain, Yifutian said to Yingqing. Yingqing understood that Yifutian had given her the authority to decide if other people could live or die. Yingqing had been cultivating in Sunluo Manor, but she seemed to be brought here against her will. She was very familiar with people in Sunluo Manor and knew who should be killed and who was in a similar situation. In addition, although Yingqing had been hesitating if she should help Yifutian, her behaviors in the past led Yifutian to believe that she was more or less sympathetic toward him. She didn't want him to be brought to Sunluo Manor the first time she met him. Yifutian supposed that she was a good person by nature. Therefore, she should be the best person to make decisions. Okay. Yingqing nodded. She didn't turn down Yifutian's request. It might be sinful to take people's lives, but she was willing to play the bad guy this time. She witnessed many of the crimes in Sunluo Manor and had been suppressing her anger all these years. This kind of group shouldn't exist in the world. They needed to be destroyed a long time ago. She just didn't expect that everything would happen so suddenly. A dying man who was picked up on the road and was about to be transformed into a corpse puppet somehow exterminated Sunluo Manor. Yingqing felt like she was in a dream even now. Little condor, follow her and take care of this, said Yifutian. The black-winged condor nodded. He spread its wings and leaned forward with a menacing look. He had been burning with indignation for the past few days. His master was almost turned into a corpse puppet. He would kill off every single person in Sunluo Manor if this were up to him. But he would follow Yifutian's instructions. Yifutian landed on the ground after Yingqing and the black-winged condor left. He looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, "Thank you very much." Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly. Yifutian spent days regaining his strength and didn't even have a chance to talk to her. The crisis was finally resolved, and she was relieved from distress now that Sunluo Manor was destroyed. Emperor Xia doesn't know what happened. He is probably going to stay worried for a while, Yifutian said with a bitter smile. He owed Emperor Xia a debt of gratitude for his recognition and appreciation of his talents. Emperor Xia adored Xia Qingyuan, and Yifutian didn't want her to waste her time on him. Therefore, he lied to Xia Qingyuan before to make her return to Emperor Xia's realm. Xia Qingyuan also felt a little sorrowful at the thought of her father. Ever since she arrived at the Divine Prefecture, she had no idea when she could go back or if she could make it home alive at all. She already learned that she was in the Donghua domain of the Divine Prefecture. Yifutian turned around and walked to the cliff. He gazed into the distance and said, I heard that the outer realms are boundless. In the original realm, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path is the land of cultivation. But it seems tiny and trivial when compared with the endless empty space outside. The divine prefecture, on the other hand, might be a complete world without those empty space. He couldn't gauge the size of the divine prefecture in the short time he had been here, but it was probably impossible for him to return to the original realm in the near future. The divine item Princess Donghuang gave to him could pierce through the void realm and bring him out, but it couldn't take him back into the void realm from the divine prefecture. Thus, it was irreversible. Princess Donghuang sent him here since she didn't want him to die. Yet he couldn't stay in the original realm either. Xia Qingyuan walked to him and said in a low voice, Emperor Xia's realm was the upper worlds when you were in the 9 states. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path were far away from us. Yi Futian understood Xia Qingyuan. He smiled and said, Your Highness never said these things to me before. He addressed Xia Qingyuan by her title since they talked about Emperor Xia's realm and the 9 states. Back in the day, I would just order you to take me with you, said Xia Qingyuan. Taking a trip down memory lane, Yi Futian laughed. He looked at Xia Qingyuan's beautiful face and suddenly felt aroused. He remembered the divine goddess in the lotus that night. I already said that Your Highness must be breathtaking in women's attire. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to see that yet. Yi Futian curled his lips and said. Xia Qingyuan raised her face and saw the smile in Yi Futian's eyes. She turned around and went into the palace to change. She walked out after a short while. The entire world seemed to have lost its color in the face of her beauty. Yi Futian was stunned for a moment, and then he grinned from ear to ear. She was even more gorgeous than he had imagined. Xia Qingyuan walked to Yi Futian. Her eyelashes flickered when she realized that he had been staring at her. Her bright eyes sparkled as she asked him quietly, Am I beautiful? No, Yi Futian chuckled and turned his eyes away. Surprised, Xia Qingyuan rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously. Liar, she grumbled in a soft voice. Yi Futian didn't deny. Ingqing and the little condor dealt with the remaining cultivators in Sanluo Manor and came back to Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. Is it over? Yi Futian asked Ingqing. Yes. Ingqing nodded. Good. Yi Futian covered Sanluo Manor with his divine consciousness. Sanluo Manor doesn't exist from this day forward. You're dismissed. Many people bowed at Yi Futian's direction before they left. They weren't killed because they were not part of the Han family. They were grateful that Yi Futian let them go. He didn't have to go out of his way to sift them out. It was not unusual for a person as powerful as him to kill them all together. But Yi Futian showed them mercy. Senior, can I follow you to cultivate? One man was brave enough to ask Yi Futian. Many people turned around upon hearing the question. If they could learn from someone like Yi Futian. Nevertheless, Yi Futian shook his head. The man who asked the question left in disappointment. Other people also gave up that wishful idea. They were already lucky that Yi Futian was willing to let them go. The mountain range soon became quiet after everyone else was gone. Yi Futian looked at Ingqing and asked, Did I lie to you? Ingqing sighed to herself. She asked Yi Futian, You don't blame me? She was not entirely free from worry when Yi Futian was killing Han Lin and others. He might bide his time to clear the score with her after extricating himself from the difficult situation. If Yi Futian was a petty man, it was not impossible for him to eat his words, since she didn't help him wholeheartedly anyway. You didn't have a choice at that time. Besides, you risked your own life to help me. Why would I blame you? Yi Futian looked at Ingqing. Although Ingqing didn't do a lot, she was a crucial part of his plan. It was critical that she brought him out of the U Pavilion to Xia Qingyuan. Otherwise, he couldn't be certain that he would get out safely. On top of that, Yi Futian would be finished if Ingqing sold him out to Han Lin in exchange for his appreciation. That being the case, Ingqing basically saved Yi Futian's life. Yi Futian wasn't a narrow-minded, spiteful man. I told you that we could make a deal once I'm out of danger. There must be plenty of treasures in Sanluo Manor. Do you want to pick some since they're all dead now? Yi Futian asked Ingqing. Qing raised her hand and looked at Yi Futian. Since you acknowledge my contribution, can I give up the treasures and ask you for one thing? Yi Futian promised her that he would give her something once he got out. What do you want? Yi Futian asked. The treasures in the Sunluo Manor must be in the Renhuang grade. Why didn't Qing want them? He even allowed Qing to pick several rather than just one. Kill someone for me, Qing said. Her eyes suddenly turned cold and vicious. Who? Yi Futian asked. Qing didn't choose the treasures. Instead, she wanted him to kill a person. The current master of the Dongyuan Pavilion, said Qing. Who is he? Yi Futian asked again. Surprised, Qing stared at Yi Futian. A strange look flashed across her face. Yi Futian acted completely normal and looked back at her calmly. Qing realized that Yi Futian really didn't know. How could he not know about Dongyuan Pavilion? Did it mean that Yi Futian was a foreigner who came from another world? Yi Futian noticed Qing's expression and figured out that the person she named was probably very famous. However, he didn't know anything about the Divine Prefecture except for the few pieces of information gathered through the little condor. Are you from another continent? Qing asked Yi Futian. Continent? Yi Futian looked at Qing in confusion. Qing looked more and more perplexed. Yi Futian had a perfect divine will and extraordinary power. But it seemed that he didn't know anything. Then where did he come from? I came from a secret zone in the Divine Prefecture that was cut off from the outer world. That's why I don't have much knowledge about the Divine Prefecture, Yi Futian said to Qing. Was a little surprised. She didn't know that Yi Futian was referring to the original realm. The original realm was a distant concept to the majority of people in the Divine Prefecture. Except for the top forces at the highest level, many people didn't even know about the existence of the original realm. Qing obviously wasn't a top-level insider. Even so, she did doubt him since the Divine Prefecture was boundless and did have many secret zones that were sealed off from the outside. No wonder Yi Futian had such terrifying strength. She was curious about how he was injured and ended up in this area. You do know that the Divine Prefecture is made up of many plates, right? Qing asked. Yi Futian shook his head and responded, Isn't the Divine Prefecture whole? You can say it is whole, but you could also say it's separated. Qing realized that Yi Futian truly had zero knowledge about the Divine Prefecture once she heard his answer. Countless continents are floating in the Divine Prefecture. They are located in different places or may even be at different altitudes. Therefore, it's not technically a single piece of land, but a powerful cultivator can go to any place he wants. Some of the continents are only a few steps away from each other, so it doesn't really matter to cultivators. Yi Futian nodded slightly in understanding. The countless continents Qing mentioned were similar to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They were all considered as parts of the Divine Prefecture. People didn't assign names to each plate, probably because there were too many of them. The difference was that the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were surrounded by empty space, while the Divine Prefecture was likely to be full. After the Great Emperor unified the Divine Prefecture years ago, he divided it into 18 domains. Our continent is one of the plates in the Donghua domain. A domain chief's manor was set up in each domain. Although Sunluo Manor is also called a manor, it was a totally different concept. The domain chiefs of the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture are lords who help the Great Emperor govern the boundless Divine Prefecture. I heard that every domain chief is super frightening. Qing was aware that Yi Futian didn't know anything about the Divine Prefecture. Thus, she explained to him the partition of the Divine Prefecture in detail. The domain chief's manors govern the Divine Prefecture directly? Yi Futian asked. Did they operate like emperors? Qing shook her head. The Divine Prefecture is vast and contains infinite numbers of continents. How can they govern all of them? The domain chief's manors usually sit out. They only get involved in balancing power when something serious happened. Yi Futian nodded. That sounded a little like the empty imperial palace in the Void Realm. They were inspectors and reported to Donghuang the Great Emperor. After the Great Emperor unified the Divine Prefecture and set up the domain chief's manors over 3 centuries ago, He ordered people to collect ancient literature on cultivation and summoned many cultivators to make copies by hand. Then he asked the domain chief's manners to build a place for cultivation in the largest capital in each continent and share and distribute the copies there. Yifutian was visibly surprised. How much manpower and time would such an ambitious project require? They picked Dongyuan City in this continent and built the Dongyuan Pavilion to store all the books and literature, said Qing. Back in the 9 states in the Void Realm, Yifutian already heard that the twin great emperors established academies around the world after they unified the Divine Prefecture. It turned out that the original realm wasn't the only one. They even distributed the manuscripts all around the Divine Prefecture. The master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Yifutian remembered the man Qing wanted him to kill. Dongyuan Pavilion was the holy land of this continent. No wonder Qing was surprised that Yifutian never heard of it. Yes. Qing nodded and said, the most powerful groups in the continent manage the Dongyuan Pavilion together after it was established. They also select the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion in concert. Sanluo Manor always wants to join this inner circle and participate in the decision-making process. However, Sanluo Manor was excluded due to their unusual cultivation method, even though they are influential enough. Therefore, the chief of Sanluo Manor has been cultivating in seclusion, hoping that he could achieve some breakthrough and overpower everyone else. By that time, no one could stop him from controlling the Dongyuan Pavilion. Won't these groups become greedy? Yifutian asked. Of course they will. Qing nodded and continued. The great emperor distributed the copies of the literature around the world with the intention of sharing the knowledge with everyone. But there are too many cultivators in the Divine Prefecture, and the books can't be available to everybody. Otherwise, the great emperor probably would be kept occupied for this matter alone. Therefore, the top forces and powerful cultivators became the first beneficiaries of the books since it was easy for them to visit the Dongyuan Pavilion. The groups are obviously greedy and want to share their knowledge with their members, which is allowed. However, since the books are not permitted to be brought out of the Dongyuan Pavilion, no one ever dared to try it anyway. Other groups still want to become co-managers of the Dongyuan Pavilion in order to bring members in and out more conveniently. Yifutian nodded. The books and manuscripts given to them by the great emperor contained thorough and encyclopedic knowledge. They were the best resources on cultivation methods most of the cultivators could ever get. The top forces in each continent passed the knowledge to their members and then spread it to outsiders through different means. As time went by, all the decent cultivators in the Divine Prefecture would be able to get some exposure. Of course, the less powerful cultivators only had the chance to get their hands on the second-class books on cultivation methods. Yifutian admired the intention and effort of Donghuang, the great emperor, and Emperor Yiqing. They genuinely cared about the cultivators around the world even after they were crowned. Yifutian wondered what kind of thing made them fall out with each other and eventually led to Emperor Yiqing's death. How long did it take for the great emperor to accomplish such a large-scale project? Yifutian asked. 100 years, Qing answered. Yifutian was deeply moved. He had been cultivating for less than 100 years in total, yet the great emperor spent an entire century on this thing alone. The Divine Prefecture is too big. Besides taking the time to make copies by hand, people also needed to build places like the Dongyuan Pavilion as depositories and set up matrices for protection. Many cultivators other than the great emperor also devoted a lot of time to this. It was said that everyone who worked with the great emperor was awarded in the end. Qing said, the great emperor did plenty of other things besides this. Do you admire the great emperor a lot? Yifutian asked. Apart from the 18 domains established by the great emperor himself, there were many other top forces in the Divine Prefecture. Who else would keep ordinary people in mind at that time of division? Everybody was cultivating solely for themselves, Qing said. Most people in the Divine Prefecture admire the great emperor. Yifutian nodded in agreement. People were selfish by nature. The twin great emperors were indeed remarkable and special in that regard. He didn't realize how popular Donghuang the great emperor was in the Divine Prefecture. So, why do you want to kill the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Yifutian asked. He finally came to the point. Hearing Yifutian's question, A look of hatred flared in Ying Qing's eyes. I was a cultivator in Dongyuan City. My master was an eminent man there and had a close relationship with the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. They were good friends and often played chess together. The son of the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion was fond of my master's daughter. Although she didn't like him because of his arrogance and smugness, they were still friends due to the relationship between their fathers. Who would have thought that the father and son duo were actually worse than beasts? The master of the Dongyuan Pavilion suspected that my master was becoming stronger than him and was worried that his position as the head of the Dongyuan Pavilion would be threatened. Therefore, he directed his son to work on my master's daughter. The son attempted to rape her and eventually killed her during the struggle when she was cultivating in the Dongyuan Pavilion. Then, the father invited my master over and killed him in a sneak attack. After that, he ordered people to slaughter all of my master's disciples to keep it a secret. I survived by luck and hid in Sunluo Manor. Sunluo Manor was never on good terms with him since the chief of Sunluo Manor had been pining for his position as the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. That's how I got to hide here all these years. Ying Qing's voice was filled with loathing. She had been keeping this secret for so long, yet she couldn't take revenge on her enemies. Besides, she vaguely felt that Han Lin of Sunluo Manor might kill her as soon as she proved her path and became a Renhuang. After all, she heard that it happened to other people in the past. Yifutian remained calm and composed. Endless conflicts and bloodshed concealed beneath the surface of prosperity in the world of cultivators. Does the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion care about his position a lot? Yifutian asked. Yes. Ying Qing nodded. The man is a hypocrite who is obsessed with the exercise of power. Being the head of the Dongyuan Pavilion symbolizes his status in this continent and gives him control over the access to the Dongyuan Pavilion. Anyone who goes into the Dongyuan Pavilion would be counted as his disciple. Maybe some exceptionally talented cultivators will rise in the future. But my master had no intention of competing with him at all. What's his cultivation level? Yifutian asked. Since the chief of Sunluo Manor had been hankering for his position, I suppose they are on the same level. He is probably slightly better than the chief of Sunluo Manor, said Ying Qing. It occurred to her that she could ask Yifutian to avenge on her behalf only after witnessing how he exterminated Sunluo Manor all by himself. Moreover, you should go to Dongyuan City regardless if you want to know more about the Divine Prefecture. Ying Qing added. I promise to do it if everything you said is true, Yifutian said. But I need to cultivate alone for a while before that. It may take a long time, and I can't say exactly how long. That's all right. Ying Qing nodded. She didn't mind waiting for a couple more years as long as she could get her revenge. Clean up Sunluo Manor first, Yifutian said and left. There should be belongings left in Sunluo Manor since he had killed most of the people. They searched the manor thoroughly yet didn't find many valuable items. Although Yifutian only arrived at the Divine Prefecture not so long ago, he had fine taste and didn't care for ordinary things. After that, Yifutian had been cultivating by himself in Sunluo Manor. He covered Sunluo Manor with the formidable sword will to deter anyone who wished to enter. He would like to advance to a higher level after this narrow escape from death. It was difficult for someone in the Divine Will Second Order to kill a high-level Renhuang in the Divine Will Seventh Order. He had to rely on the will of the Emperor, which he didn't want to use too often. Therefore, he needed to make some progress before venturing out into the Divine Prefecture. Year 10045 in the Divine Prefecture calendar. Yifutian had cultivated in seclusion for several years. The news about the annihilation of Sunluo Manor had spread out. Many people came to survey the area. However, with the sword will flowing around Sunluo Manor and the Black Wind Condor patrolling the mountains, no one had the nerve to barge in. After all, the cultivator who wiped out all of Sunluo Manor couldn't possibly be a friendly and amicable man. Nevertheless, plenty of people living in the greater area were eager to meet the man who destroyed Sunluo Manor and pay their respect. They all knew what Sunluo Manor had been doing, and they were gratified to hear that someone had put an end to it. At this moment, Yifutian was at the peak of the highest mountain in Sunluo Manor. Wisps of intense energy emanated from his body, and currents of the great path flowed around. His divine will shone brilliantly, and he was radiating with beams of the domineering divine light of the great path. Xianxia and the black wind condor waiting outside both turned their heads around to look at Yi Futian's direction. A ray of the terrifying light of the great path directly shot at the sky. Waves of the great path rolled over Sanluo Manor and neutralized the sword while swirling around in the manor. So powerful! A puff of the great path hit Qing and made her dress flap loudly. Back in the day, even her master and older brothers never gave her such feelings. Although Yi Futian's level was far below her master's, his will of the great path was extremely pure, and the power it carried was just as forceful. Qing couldn't help but exclaim. She wondered which secret zone Yi Futian came from. He had such extraordinary talent. He killed the chief of Sanluo Manor when he was in the Divine Will Second Order. His ability was further enhanced now that he advanced to a higher level. Although he might not be able to make away with master cultivators in the 8th Order, he could easily take out a 7th Order cultivator who didn't have a perfect divine wheel. That being so, Yi Futian was more confident about defeating the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Qing didn't care that she had been waiting for several years now. It was not a high price to pay as long as she could exact vengeance. She probably had no chance at all if she had to do it herself. The energy of the great path dissipated after a long time. A silver-haired man stood at the edge of the cliff and gazed into the distance. Qing stared at him and wondered how a young man like him reached such a high level. Moreover, it was surprisingly easy for him to achieve a breakthrough in the Renhuang Plain. Qing saw that both Xianxia and the black wind condor were walking toward Yi Futian, so she went closer to him as well. Yi Futian looked at Xianxia and cracked a gentle smile. Beyond his handsome face, his refined manner was also quite appealing. Xianxia thought his face was even more attractive than when she met him in the 9 states years ago. He seemed maturer and more charismatic now. "Thank you for waiting for so long," said Yi Futian. He finally advanced to a higher level after cultivating for quite some time. But he also knew that he couldn't return to the original realm from the Divine Prefecture after only a few years. He had to be strong enough if he didn't want to be killed the moment he went back. He also needed to have sufficient strength to travel around in the Divine Prefecture. It had been years since he arrived at the Divine Prefecture. He was curious about the situation in the original realm. Since Princess Donghuang issued an order herself, the original realm should be able to remain peaceful for a long time after he died. "Where are we going now?" Xianxia asked. Qing looked at Yi Futian with expectant eyes. Yi Futian noticed her expression and said to her, "We're going to Dongyuan City." Besides the thing he promised Qing, he also decided to go to Dongyuan City because it was the largest city on this continent and could help him gather more information about the Divine Prefecture. Qing was only in the Saint Plain and never traveled outside this continent herself. Everything she knew about the Divine Prefecture was hearsay. To some extent, she wasn't well informed of the forces in the Divine Prefecture either. The Divine Prefecture was too big for someone in the Saint Plain. Even a Renhuang could hardly visit all of the continents. "Little condor," Yi Futian called. The black wind condor suddenly spread its wings. As its body growing rapidly, it became a giant pung bird in seconds. Yi Futian, Xianxia, and Qing rode on the black wind condor. It flapped the wings and dashed into the clouds, where it disappeared right away. Dongyuan City was the largest city in this continent, in which countless powerful cultivators resided. The South Mountain was a famous site in Dongyuan City because of a distinguished man practicing there. Some people named him Priest of South Mountain, and some called him Mr. South Mountain to show respect. He was an old man who had cultivated for many years and took in a great number of disciples. As his disciples grew older and stronger, they became an influential group in Dongyuan City. Back in the days, the South Mountain was acclaimed as the next Dongyuan Pavilion. The priest of South Mountain and the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion were also good friends. However, the South Mountain was destroyed overnight. Many years ago, the priest of South Mountain envied the position of the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion, so he led his disciples to lay siege to the Dongyuan Pavilion and tried to coerce his friend to let him be the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Nevertheless, his attempt failed, and the cultivators of the South Mountain were cleansed as well. The incident had a major impact and caused quite a stir. At that time, Mr. South Mountain was indeed qualified to compete with the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. People could only guess if something else happened behind the scenes. The master of the Dongyuan Pavilion controlled the Dongyuan Pavilion and had tremendous power. No one was willing to offend him by probing the matter. After all, everybody dreamed of cultivating in the Dongyuan Pavilion, and the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion was exactly the man who was in charge of granting access. Right now, a group of people was standing at the foot of South Mountain. It was Yi Futian and the others. Yingqing wore a black mask to hide her face. Even though she was not a prominent figure years ago, she didn't want to risk being recognized by people. Returning home, Yingqing's eyes underneath the mask grew red with tears. She stared at the South Mountain and cast her mind back. She studied in the South Mountain along with other disciples. Their master was knowledgeable and treated everyone fairly. All the disciples admired him a great deal and were willing to follow him for always. Now the South Mountain was still here, yet the people were long gone. A bolt of intimidating energy rumbled down the South Mountain and was directed at Yi Futian and the others. Yi Futian raised his face and saw a middle-aged man walking toward them. His cold eyes surveyed Yi Futian and his companions. "Who are you?" The cultivator walking down the South Mountain asked them. "Who are you?" Yingqing threw the question back. This was her master's place. The man shot a glance at Yingqing and didn't reply. He kept staring at Yi Futian. It was obvious to him that Yi Futian was the leader of the group. Besides, he could vaguely sense that Yi Futian was strong enough to pose a serious threat to him. "We are old friends of the South Mountain," Yi Futian said. "This is Mr. South Mountain's territory. Why are you here? He died a long time ago. This place doesn't belong to anyone. What's your relationship with him?" The man kept asking. "Why did he die?" Yi Futian replied with a question. "I'm the one questioning you." The man sounded cold and domineering. Yi Futian took a brief look at him. Then he turned around and was ready to leave. Even though he made a promise to Yingqing, he wouldn't go to the Dongyuan Pavilion and kill the master of the pavilion straight away. First of all, he needed to find out if Yingqing told him the truth. Besides, he couldn't deal with the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion the same way as he did with Sunluo Manor. Sunluo Manor practiced that evil cultivation method, and it was justifiable for him to wipe them off the map. But he could face huge backlash or even bring trouble to himself if he killed the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion for no good reason. After all, the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion was helping the great emperor guard the pavilion and disseminate knowledge, at least in theory. "Stay, please," the cultivator said when he realized that Yi Futian was leaving. He used the might of the great path to add pressure on Yi Futian. Yi Futian released an invisible form of energy and ignored the man completely. He continued walking away. Bang! With a loud and deadened thump, many cultivators at the foot of South Mountain felt a great weight on their bodies and were forced to stop moving. Yi Futian was under much more pressure. A shadow of a giant black turtle beast appeared in the sky and pressed down on Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian was still walking. The potent sword will burst out of him and pierced through the giant black turtle beast. The cultivator from the South Mountain uttered a low moan and stepped back. The might of the great path was also dispelled. "Don't blame me for being rude if you keep pushing." Yi Futian's voice reverberated in the air. People around were all startled by his assertiveness. The cultivator from the South Mountain was a disciple of the Dongyuan Pavilion. The Dongyuan Pavilion assumed control of the South Mountain ever since they exterminated the South Mountain force. Nowadays, their disciples often came to cultivate here. The man heard that Yi Futian addressed the priest of South Mountain respectfully and called himself an old friend. He wanted to know the true nature of their relationship. However, he wasn't a match for him at all. His opponent was at the Divine Will Third Order. His level wasn't lower than Yi Futian's. Soon, Yi Futian and the others disappeared. The crowd drew closer to gossip. "This man seems quite powerful. Was he a disciple of the priest of South Mountain?" someone asked. "I don't know, but they probably knew each other. So many masked cultivators came to Dongyuan City. It looks like something big is about to happen." I heard that Sunluo Manor was destroyed, and everyone in the Runhuang Plain was killed. The killer then stayed in the Sunluo Manor to cultivate. Someone else said, people in Dongyuan City are saying that that man already left Sunluo Manor and is coming at us. I wonder if he is aiming at the Dongyuan Pavilion. This man is probably a threat to the Dongyuan Pavilion, since he is capable enough to wipe out Sunluo Manor. Yi Futian heard the people's conversation. He planned to pay a visit to the Dongyuan Pavilion. The Dongyuan Pavilion was situated in the center of Dongyuan City. This was the holy land of Dongyuan City. Countless people wanted to enter this place to train. Aside from a few special regions, almost all continents of the Divine Prefecture seemed to have locations similar to Dongyuan Pavilion. A few hundred years ago, the great emperor personally sent his people over to establish Dongyuan Pavilion. The cultivation methods within were all copied over from the imperial palace and were extremely precious. They were far more powerful than most of the cultivation methods in the outside world. For many cultivators, entering Dongyuan Pavilion was a milestone on their cultivation journey. Outside of Dongyuan Pavilion, many people were passing in front of it. However, only occasionally would someone be seen entering it. Now, Yi Futian was standing outside of Dongyuan Pavilion. The terrain was very high here. In front of Yi Futian there was a flight of stairs. Looking up the stairs, one could see a towering structure at a glance. Divine halos of the Great Path circled around the building. Dongyuan Pavilion was the tallest structure in Dongyuan City. Around Dongyuan Pavilion, there were also many grandiose palace complexes. There were also many cultivators there. Dongyuan Pavilion master trained on top of the pavilion and accepted disciples. In reality, they were similar to a powerful sect clan. They also controlled the best resources for cultivating. Hence, who didn't want to become a disciple of Dongyuan Pavilion master and train under him? Under such circumstances, cultivators who could enter Dongyuan Pavilion were among those with the greatest talents. The position of Dongyuan Pavilion master was also extremely high. He stood at the top of Dongyuan City. To the left and right of the stairs there were two men on guard. When they saw that Yi Futian intended to head up the stairs, they came forward to block his way. Yi Futian frowned. He looked at the guards before him and said, I have come to take the Dongyuan Pavilion statue assessment. State your name, place of origin, and cultivation plane. The person in front of him said, Yi Liuonian, unaffiliated cultivator, Runhuang Plain, third-tier divine wheel. Yi Futian answered. Yi Liuonian was naturally his alias. After hearing his reply, the other party nodded their heads. Aside from being granted permission, there was another way to enter Dongyuan Pavilion to train, and that was by taking the Dongyuan Pavilion statue assessment. In every location similar to the Dongyuan Pavilion, the founders back then left behind a statue to assess the talents of cultivators. As long as the person being assessed passed, they were qualified to train in Dongyuan Pavilion. However, this assessment was challenging. Those who could pass it were all monstrous figures. Very few people could manage to do so. The statue assessment was also divided into levels and grades. The guards were just about to let him pass when a voice cried out and said, Dongyuan Pavilion does not accept your assessment. Yi Futian was stunned. He lifted his head and swept a glance up the stairs at the person who had spoken. He naturally did not recognize the person. Understood. The guards nodded and continued to block Yi Futian's way, not allowing him to advance further. Why? Yi Futian asked as he raised his head and looked at the person. His tone was very calm. Very few people have passed the Dongyuan Pavilion statue assessment. Too many people come every day. Most of them are just a waste of time. Hence, we carry out selections. The two of you have not passed. Yi Futian revealed a strange look on his face. Had not passed? How did the other party carry out their selection? Yi Futian was at the Runhuang Plain, and this was his first time here. He just wanted a chance to be assessed. He had actually not passed? Clearly, the other party was doing this deliberately. The other party was indeed doing this intentionally. They looked at Yi Futian without any concern in their eyes. They even had looks of condescension in their eyes. They needed to agree for Yi Futian to want to enter Dongyuan Pavilion. Yifutian did not say anything. Before this, someone's will had swept out from Dongyuan Pavilion. Was it for this reason? After all, he had come to Dongyuan Pavilion. For someone to check on him with their will was very common. He did not think much of it. At that moment, his will swept out towards Dongyuan Pavilion. In an instant, the entire region of the vast Dongyuan Pavilion was enveloped within his will. In the training grounds above, there was a group of people who were drinking tea and discussing cultivation. This group of people had extraordinary temperaments. Among them, sitting next to a youth with outstanding temperament, was a silhouette whom Yifutian had encountered not long ago on South Mountain. Clearly, the other party had rushed over here before he did. At that moment, Yifutian understood what was going on. The people having their banquet seemed to have noticed that someone's will was observing them. They could not help but raise their eyebrows. The looks in their eyes were somewhat cold. A woman wearing a long dress coldly scolded, "Presumptuous!" The moment she uttered this word, she looked in the direction where the will had come from. From a distance, she saw Yifutian, and their eyes met. The wills of the others also swept out and landed on Yifutian. They noticed that the temperaments of Yifutian and Xianxia beside him were rather outstanding. However, for them to have snooped on them with their wills was somewhat presumptuous and rude. "Who handles affairs in Dongyuan Pavilion?" Yifutian cried out loudly. The cultivator, whom Yifutian encountered previously on South Mountain, had a cold look on his face. The youth beside him slowly got up and said, "Let's go have a look." The few of them nodded in agreement. They then walked out from Dongyuan Pavilion. In an instant, they were at the top of the stairs. They looked down at Yifutian standing below. He is the son of Dongyuan Pavilion Master, Lu Donga. Yingqing transmitted her thoughts over to Yifutian. Upon hearing this name, Yifutian realized that the Pavilion Master wanted his descendant to rule over the pavilion for generations to come. Hence, even his name was related to the place. The group of people beside Lu Donga had extraordinary temperaments. Their identities were certainly special. The woman who scolded Yifutian was dressed like a noblewoman. She bore the proud air of an empress, and she could be considered a beauty. The look she gave Yifutian was somewhat unwelcoming. She was clearly dissatisfied with Yifutian's offense. "You wanted to see me?" Lu Donga asked in a low voice as he looked at Yifutian. He gazed down at Yifutian, and his tone was indifferent. He had heard that this person had claimed to know the priest of South Mountain. Yifutian was also sizing up the other party. What he had heard in Dongyuan City was not the same as what he had heard from Yingqing. It could even be said to be the complete opposite. Hence, he needed verification. Although Yingqing had helped him out, he could not kill the Dongyuan Pavilion Master solely based on what Yingqing had said. He had promised Yingqing, if what she said was true, he would kill Dongyuan Pavilion Master. However, from the looks of it, this Lu Donga was indeed an extremely arrogant person. "I wish to enter the Dongyuan Pavilion to train. I wish to take the assessment of Dongyuan Pavilion," Yifutian stated calmly. "Denied," Lu Donga replied as he stood there. "Why?" Yifutian continued asking. He did not get angry. A denial is a denial. "I do not need to give a reason," Lu Donga said. In Dongyuan Pavilion, their word was law. Although Dongyuan Pavilion was established by people sent by the great emperor, merely constructing these pavilions on the continents of the divine prefecture took hundreds of years. They did not have the time to manage these places. Hence, these places were controlled by the strongest cultivators and forces of the respective continents. This continent could not be considered a top continent of the divine prefecture. It did not even have a name and was far from being ranked at all. The great emperor would not bother coming down here at all. Hence, in a sense, Dongyuan Pavilion Master held absolute authority here. Down below, many people were looking over here. They had all noticed the commotion. They all looked at Yifutian. Someone wanted to enter Dongyuan Pavilion to take the statue assessment and was being denied entry. Usually, once someone reached the Renhuang Plain, Dongyuan Pavilion would not reject them and give them a chance to take the assessment. Otherwise, if even Renhuangs were unqualified to take the assessment, How many people would Dongyuan Pavilion Master offend? However, this time, the son of Dongyuan Pavilion Master, Lu Dongge, had personally come out to stop this person. What was so special about this man? Who built Dongyuan Pavilion? Who set the rules here? Yi Futian continued asking. Even more people gathered around upon hearing him say this. Renhuangs were certainly very proud people. Moreover, this person appeared rather young. He would certainly feel dissatisfied when stopped by Lu Dongge. Everyone knew who had built Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian was questioning Lu Dongge by mentioning the great emperor. That being said, what would that do? Are you done? Lu Dongge asked. If you are done talking, please leave. You are not allowed to step into Dongyuan Pavilion. The great emperor built Dongyuan Pavilion, and it is looked after by someone for the great emperor. Currently, do even the servants around the great emperor take themselves to be the master of the pavilion? Yi Futian said. If you can stand at the top of the stairs, why can't I? Having said that, Yi Futian stepped forward and walked up the stairs. The surrounding crowd revealed strange expressions. Was he planning to enter by force? Lu Dongge and the others looked down at Yi Futian. Strange looks flashed past in their eyes. Was he forcing his way into Dongyuan Pavilion? The people beside Lu Dongge all revealed bizarre expressions. These people were all cultivators from the top forces of the continent. They happened to be in Dongyuan Pavilion. They never imagined that they would encounter someone trying to force his way into Dongyuan Pavilion. If we say you cannot, then you naturally cannot. The aura of the female Renhuang swept out from her body. It was extremely domineering. There is no point in getting worked up over this, Lu Dongge said softly to her. Let's go. As Lu Dongge said this, he turned and headed into the Dongyuan Pavilion. He said, those who try to cause trouble and enter the pavilion by force will bear the consequences of their actions. He did not look back, but his voice contained a faint hint of murderous intent. No one doubted what he said. If Yi Futian were truly related to the priest of South Mountain, Lu Dongge would have problems finding an excuse to deal with him. Since Yi Futian wanted to force his way in, he could use this opportunity to kill him on the spot. So what if Yi Futian was a Renhuang? How could a mere lower-level Renhuang stand against the forces of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Beneath her mask, a murderous intent flared up in Yingqing's eyes. She glanced at Yi Futian. If this continued, Yi Futian would see what sort of person Lu Dongge was. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked up the stairs. Several cultivators stepped forward at the same time. Among them was the Renhuang that he had driven off on South Mountain. He looked at Yi Futian with a cold gaze and said, Dongyuan Pavilion was built by the great emperor long ago. You will not defile this place. If you want to make that mistake, step forward. We will then consider that an attempt at forceful entry into Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian swept an indifferent glance at the other party and said, Dongyuan Pavilion was established by the great emperor. How are you qualified to stand in my way? As he said this, he lifted his feet and stepped onto the stone stairs, continuing to head up. The cultivator revealed a cold expression. Before this, he had been easily driven off by Yi Futian on South Mountain. He was already somewhat dissatisfied about this. Now, in such a situation, Yi Futian had actually dared to force his way into Dongyuan Pavilion. Could it be that he actually believed the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion here today were just for show? A frightening aura of the Great Path swept out. At that moment, his divine will burst forth, and a towering, gigantic black turtle sacred beast appeared in the sky above. A menacing, suppressive Great Path descended on the land. It was as though the sky was being suppressed under the feet of this sacred beast. He extended his palm and pressed down on Yi Futian. A gigantic black turtle sacred beast immediately appeared above Yi Futian. In an instant, Yi Futian and the others sensed a huge power over their heads. Divine light emanated from Yi Futian's body. It was as though he was not affected by the power as he continued to head up the stairs step by step. A huge rumble sounded, and cracks appeared on the stairs beneath his feet. The stairs were made of special material and were exceptionally sturdy. It contained the power of the Great Path. However, right now, cracks appeared on the stairs due to the immense pressure. The cracks propagated outwards, but Yi Futian still stood tall at his spot like a spear. He was unaffected by the cracks. They began fighting. More and more cultivators gathered below. Even those far away could sense the pressure emanating from this place, and they also sent their wills sweeping over. This was Dongyuan Pavilion. Why had a fight erupted over here? Thud. Yi Futian's steps were not hindered at the slightest as he continued up the stairs step by step. The other cultivators walked up to the edge at the top of the stairs and looked down at Yi Futian. Auras from their divine wheels of the great path also burst forth from their bodies. A silhouette dressed in white released an aura that was sharp beyond comparison. In the sky above, terrifying sharp screams could be heard. Many people immediately raised their heads. An astonishing cutting edge coalesced from the great path. It was sharp beyond comparison and seemed capable of destroying everything. Buzz! An unparalleled spear appeared. It contained a very mighty spear will which could shatter the space. It was vibrating in the sky, yet it did not attack. The crowd below pointed to the sky. Instantly, another wave of shocking currents swept across the sky. Another spear appeared. Or it could be said that this second spear was materialized by the unparalleled spear will. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky, streaks of spear will appeared. Soon, 9 spears were hanging in the sky. The space was suffocating. Attack! His finger pointed downwards, and a sharp scream sounded. The long spear shot down and pierced towards Yi Futian, who was being suppressed by the black turtle illusion. Bang! There was a loud bang. Spear will descended from above and crashed onto a dazzling divine light. Golden divine light flowed over Yi Futian's entire body, forming a golden light shroud. The overbearing spear actually could not penetrate the light shroud. People up on top, is that all you've got? Yi Futian sneered. As he spoke, he suddenly stomped the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently as domineering ripples of the great path propagated. Then, the ripples transformed into a terrifying gale which swept past the cultivators. The black turtle illusion was shattered into pieces, and the spears were destroyed. The power of the great path, exerted by others to suppress Yi Futian, was lifted too. Moreover, the few Renhuangs who were standing at the top of the stairs were forced to retreat back a few steps due to the gale that bellowed past them. Their auras were unsteady. Bang! Another loud crash sounded as Yi Futian took a step forward. The cultivators, who were forced to move a few steps backward, felt their hearts trembling violently. Their internal organs churned while their souls quivered. It was as though their souls would be shattered by this step. However, the sound of Yi Futian's footsteps did not stop. He continued advancing step by step up the stairs. Each step he took made their hearts tremble violently. It was not just them. The expressions of the cultivators in the vast space all changed. Even though they weren't facing the power head-on, they still felt their blood and chi churn as though their bodies were about to shatter from the shockwaves. When Yi Futian took his final step and reached the top of the stairs, an even more terrifying storm of the great path swept out. The Renhuangs who were blocking his way actually let out dull groans and coughed up fresh blood at the same time. Their faces were as pale as paper. They sensed that the power of the great path within their bodies was facing terrifying suppression. At that moment, their expressions changed as they stared at Yi Futian, who had walked up. His divine wheel of the great path was likely far stronger than their own. When the crowd at the bottom of the stairs saw that Yi Futian had made his way to the top, their hearts could not help but tremble, as expected of a cultivator at the Renhuang Plain. Even if the other party denied him access, he still forced his way up. Donghuang the Great established the Dongyuan Pavilion to allow everyone to receive teachings and cultivate. Even those in charge of the Dongyuan Pavilion are just representing the great emperor in managing this place to allow talented people to train in the Dongyuan Pavilion. If all of you can be up here, why can't I? Yi Futian said as he swept a glance at the few Renhuangs before him. The other party was speechless. The people below were also astonished. What Yi Futian said was true. He was clearly stronger than the other party and could suppress them. If these people could be at the top, what qualifications did they have to stop him from also being there? There was no problem with Yi Futian's line of reasoning. However, in the world of cultivation, reason was never proven by words. In front of Yi Futian, Lu Dongga's group that was preparing to leave turned around. When Lu Dongga saw that Yi Futian had forced his way up here, he frowned. His gaze was cold. From the ancient palaces surrounding the Dongyuan Pavilion, silhouettes flew up into the sky and came over. They glanced over at Yi Futian. The previous battle had disturbed the cultivators in Dongyuan Pavilion. Was someone trying to force their way into Dongyuan Pavilion? Yi Futian lifted his head slightly. He glanced over at the various cultivators but ignored them after. With his current ability, he originally did not need to be worried about the cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion. Even if he waged war against Dongyuan Pavilion, he did not need to be afraid. If anyone dared to attack him, then he would not hold back. I came to Dongyuan Pavilion to take the statue assessment. When the cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion stopped me, I took it as a hint that you are stronger than me. However, if you are weaker than me, yet you dare to stop me, it means that you have gone against the will of the great emperor and have desecrated his highness. In that case, don't blame me for not showing mercy, said Yi Futian. He strode towards the towering building. Many people silently nodded in agreement. Yi Futian's logic was not flawed. Since they attacked Yi Futian, naturally it meant that, in their opinion, Yi Futian was not qualified to enter Dongyuan Pavilion. By right, they should be stronger than Yi Futian. Otherwise, what qualifications did they have to stop Yi Futian from taking the statue assessment? This fellow had actually mentioned the great emperor. However, it was hardly possible for the great emperor to meddle in petty matters like the affairs of Dongyuan Pavilion. There were countless continents in the divine prefecture. This continent was but one of them. It was insignificant compared to the rest. When the Renhuangs, who were defeated by Yi Futian, saw him advancing step by step, they actually didn't dare to stop him anymore. They made way for him. Clearly, they were not confident that they could stop Yi Futian. They had suffered losses at his hands just now. If they continued to stand in his way, they might embarrass themselves. Take him down. Lu Dongga frowned. The few cultivators beside him were all mighty figures. They were gathered here initially to discuss the matters of Dongyuan Pavilion. Under these circumstances, someone had actually forced his way into the Dongyuan Pavilion. One could imagine how Lu Dongga felt now. This would undoubtedly give the other party something to latch on to. The female Renhuang beside him also frowned. Her gaze was cold and indifferent. Her clan and Dongyuan Pavilion master were allied forces. They had a close relationship and shared the same interests. Lu Dongga had barely uttered these words when a terrifying aura was emanated. A middle-level Renhuang with a fourth-tier divine will stepped forward. This scene caused the crowd at the bottom of the stairs to feel disappointed. Dongyuan Pavilion had actually allowed a person with high cultivation to fight. Even if they managed to stop Yi Futian, it would make them look bad. A terrifying will appeared from the fourth-tier divine wheel of this cultivator. He stepped into the air, and a huge scimitar appeared in the sky. It was extremely sharp. The will of the scimitar slashed towards Yi Futian's body. It seemed capable of slashing apart space. Such a dominant technique. Many people could sense an unprecedented and overbearing aura coming from the will of the scimitar. The Renhuang extended his palm. With the scimitar in his hand, the space seemed to become a world of the scimitar. Yi Futian felt himself descend into a world of the will of the scimitar. Before him, the Renhuang was extremely overbearing. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "Step down, and I can spare your life." Yi Futian naturally did not back down. This was also within the opponent's expectations. The will of the scimitar contained murderous intent. "You seek your own death." Seeing that Yi Futian was still advancing, he swung down. The scimitar flashed in an instant, faster than lightning. The crowd only saw a light flash before their eyes. Their eyes could not see the scimitar at all. It was too fast. The hearts of many people shuddered. Could Yi Futian survive such a slash? Everyone's gazes turned to Yi Futian. The next moment they narrowed their eyes. Their hearts were beating heavily. Their gazes were fixed in that direction. Yi Futian's arm was raised. Around his body will circulated. In his palm, powerful currents of the great path flowed. Astonishingly, his fingers were extended and had caught the scimitar. It was not a real scimitar, but one made from the powerful coalesced will of the scimitar. The will of the scimitar was more overbearing and faster than lightning. Not only had it not killed Yifutian, but it had also even been caught by him. He had caught the will of the scimitar with his bare hand. Even the Renhuang with the fourth-tier divine will felt his heart violently shudder. This was impossible. It was difficult for someone of the same cultivation plane as he was, or even a middle-level Renhuang of a higher plane, to do so. How could Yifutian possibly pull it off? "You wish to spare my life?" Yifutian said as he looked at the cultivator. Divine light was flowing in his hand. The will of the scimitar immediately shattered into dust bit by bit. It was as though the frightening scimitar had no power at all. A high-pitched swooshing sound could be heard. A sword appeared before Yifutian. The sword will resonated within the vast space. The humming of the sword enveloped the space. Then, "Take a slash from my sword." Yifutian had barely uttered these words when a divine sword shot across the sky. It similarly stabbed out like lightning. When the other party saw Yifutian break the will of the scimitar with his bare hands, he was somewhat cautious. He retreated and slashed down at the same time, attempting to avoid the sword strike. The sword and scimitar collided. The sword also contained the power of Yin within it. The scimitar was shattered by the divine sword and turned to dust. The sword slashed across the sky and disappeared with a flash. The crowd only saw that when the sword flashed, the cultivator's body in mid-air trembled violently. His face revealed an intense look of horror. Then, his figure turned into dust and returned to nothingness. "If I am not qualified to enter the Dongyuan Pavilion, how many of you can still remain here?" Yifutian said plainly. Donghuang, the great established pavilions in the divine prefecture to pass on teachings to the people, primarily those with outstanding talent. Now, in Dongyuan Pavilion, the various cultivators were preventing Yifutian from advancing. However, Yifutian forced his way in and killed a Renhuang who was at a higher plane. If he was not qualified to enter Dongyuan Pavilion, how many people could stand at the top? Such arrogance. Nevertheless, Yifutian seemed to have the qualifications to be arrogant. In Dongyuan Pavilion, there was actually no one on the same plane who could stop him. Hence, they needed to acknowledge his strength. The people above were not qualified to stop him. Although that was within reason, the Dongyuan Pavilion was controlled by the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Yifutian had forced his way into Dongyuan Pavilion and even killed a Renhuang. This matter would most likely not end well. At the bottom of the stairs, the cultivators who had gathered from all around looked at the white-haired silhouette. This person was so domineering. Could it be that there was a force backing him? Was a top force of the continent attempting to seize control over the Dongyuan Pavilion and hence sent a warning to the current forces of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Otherwise, even with Yifutian's outstanding talent, he still only had a third-tier divine wheel. If the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion truly wanted to deal with him, how could he stand against them? As expected, after Yifutian killed the Renhuang, even more cultivators immediately appeared in Dongyuan Pavilion. In the distance, in front of Dongyuan Pavilion that towered into the sky, silhouettes floated in the air. Their cold gazes swept towards Yifutian. In the sky above Yifutian, storms of the great path gathered. In a sinister voice, one of the cultivators said, "To kill someone in front of this holy land, do you have any respect?" Yifutian glanced over at the other party from a distance. The person was a middle-level Renhuang with a 6-tier divine wheel. Their eyes met. Yifutian did not shift his gaze. He similarly glanced at the other party with a cold gaze. He replied, "If I did not catch the scimitar just now, it would be a different story, wouldn't it? For forcing my way into Dongyuan Pavilion, I must be killed. Is it?" As Yifutian said this, he continued to advance step by step towards Dongyuan Pavilion. He was looking at the statue in Dongyuan Pavilion. The great emperor wanted to pass on teachings to the world, so he established Dongyuan Pavilion. The person who built the pavilion left behind this statue. The will of that senior must reside within it. If he saw the pavilion that he built be reduced to being used by others for personal gain and be claimed as their own training ground, I wonder how he would feel. Yi Futian declared, "All of you are defiling this holy land." His voice reverberated throughout the space. It was as though it was a sound of the great path. Across a space of hundreds and thousands of miles, countless people stopped in their tracks. They could all hear the sound of the great path. The forces of Dongyuan Pavilion Master were defiling the Holy Land? Today, Lu Dongga blocked Yi Futian and denied him entry into the Dongyuan Pavilion. He probably never imagined that Yi Futian would be so domineering and that he would actually kill a Renhuang here. Such a commotion would surely be detrimental to the current forces of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Even more people would question them. Many people were supporting Yi Futian in spirit. These past few years, Dongyuan Pavilion had indeed been completely under the control of the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Whoever they allowed could enter the Dongyuan Pavilion. Whoever they denied entry would not be able to. Many people accepted this hidden rule, and hence all of them strive to pass the assessment of Dongyuan Pavilion Master to enter the Dongyuan Pavilion. However, that way, many genius figures could only enter the pavilion by joining them. Every time there was a large-scale assessment to enter Dongyuan Pavilion to train, one had first to become one of them. This situation made many people bear grudges secretly. However, Dongyuan Pavilion Master was one of the top figures of this continent. Aside from a few forces at the same level, who could question them? At that moment, a few silhouettes walked out from the Dongyuan Pavilion. The person in the middle had sharp eyebrows and sparkling eyes. His gaze was like a sharp sword and gave off an extremely powerful sense of authority. When the cultivators saw him appear, they frantically made way for him. They bowed slightly and greeted, "Pavilion Master." The silhouette who appeared was actually Dongyuan Pavilion Master. The few people beside him all had similarly extraordinary temperaments. Although they did not release their auras, a faint pressure could be felt coming from their bodies. Among them was a person who had a faint smile on his face. He looked at Yi Futian from afar and said with a smile, "What this junior has said is not without reason. His ability is also not weak, being able to kill a Renhuang of a higher cultivation plane. Although he appears somewhat presumptuous, it is also with reason. Does young Pavilion Master have a grudge with him?" After he spoke up, many people were somewhat surprised. This person who had emerged from inside the Dongyuan Pavilion was actually speaking up for Yi Futian. This would undoubtedly offend Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Obviously, this person was not concerned about that at all. Someone recognized who he was and immediately said in a low voice, "He is Emperor Helion, the lord of the royal family of the western territories of the continent." These past few days, there have been rumors that a few top forces had arrived in Dongyuan City. From the looks of it, the rumors were true, said some people in the crowd. They then looked at the other people. The people who stood next to Dongyuan Pavilion Master were the strongest figures of the continent. Many people looked at Lu Dongga when they heard what Emperor Helion said. Prior to this, Lu Dongga was extremely domineering when he denied Yi Futian entry to the Dongyuan Pavilion. Many people did not understand why he did so. Could it be that he actually bore a grudge against Yi Futian? Even though his talent is outstanding, he is so unruly, a middle-aged figure with extraordinary temperament said. Even if he achieves anything with his cultivation, he will be a menace. How can we let him train in the Dongyuan Pavilion? I do not believe that Dongga has done anything inappropriate. This speaker was the lord of a top clan. He was also the father of the woman beside Lu Dongga. He was close with Dongyuan Pavilion Master. These past few years, their relationship had grown even close. They were considered allied forces, so he naturally continued to support Dongyuan Pavilion Master. As long as he was in his current position, he just needed to ask to send his clan members to train in the Dongyuan Pavilion. In terms of rules, for a Renhuang to come over actively to take the assessment, would he not even be qualified to enter? Another person said, "Is this a rule set by Pavilion Master Lu?" While Dongyuan Pavilion Master was listening to these people's words, his expression was icy. He looked at Yi Futian before him and said, "Step aside. Let him take the statue assessment. The crowd was stunned. They all revealed bizarre looks. What was the intention of the pavilion master? The people beside pavilion master smiled as they looked at him. Dongyuan pavilion master continued saying, "If this person cannot cause the will of the statue to manifest, kill him then." Understood. The cultivators of the Dongyuan pavilion responded. There was faint murderous intent in their gazes. No one understood the statue more than them. Ordinary cultivators could not even communicate with the will within the statue. Those with exceptional talent could make the will of the statue circulate within it. As long as they could detect the existence of the will and activate it, they would be allowed to train in the Dongyuan pavilion. However, wanting to make the will of the statue manifest was extremely difficult. Few people had managed to do so. Yifutian was arrogant to the extreme. He had forced his way into the Dongyuan pavilion and raved about wanting to take the assessment. Since Yifutian wanted to do so, Dongyuan pavilion master would give him a chance. If Yifutian could not cause the will of the statue to manifest, he would be killed. Yifutian glanced over at Dongyuan pavilion master. Kill him? Who in the Dongyuan pavilion could kill him? Of course, he did not argue with the other party. Since they allowed him to take the assessment, then he would give it a try. Yifutian walked forward and came before the statue. The master of this statue appeared to be around 40 to 50 years old. His pupils sparkled and contained a frightening look in them. The statue was 100 zhang tall and stood erect in front of the Dongyuan pavilion like a guardian deity. One could sense a formless pressure just standing before it. Yifutian's body floated up into the air. He looked towards the statue as it stood there. Although he could feel a formless pressure from it, there was no aura emanating from it. The statue seemed to contain heavenly might within it that it did not let out. Ordinary people could only sense that it was miraculous but would be unable to truly pry further. Yifutian's eyes changed and became exceptionally deep. They even appeared somewhat sinister. It was as though everything in the world appeared clear to him. When he glanced over at the statue, it seemed to come alive, as though the entire statue was formed from countless runes of the Great Path. It was even connected with the towering Dongyuan pavilion. Buzz! The crowd saw the statue suddenly radiate light. Many people narrowed their eyes as the statue lit up. So fast. He had actually caused the statue to light up in an instant. As expected, he is truly exceptional. The elder who previously spoke up for Yifutian praised him with a smile. Emperor Helion seemed very interested in Yifutian. This Renhuang still appeared to be a young man. He might have cultivated for less than 100 years. However, his talent and combat ability seemed to be top-notch. Murderous intent brew in Dongyuan pavilion master. If the other party actually managed to activate the will of the statue, what would Dongyuan pavilion master do? The statue shone brighter and brighter. This 100 zhang tall figure sparkled with divine light. The aura of the Great Path flowed over the statue. This caused the look in the eyes of Lu Donga and the others to shift. Although they could also activate the will of the statue, Yifutian was doing it much faster than they could. Buzz! On the statue, brilliant colorful lights suddenly radiated, blinding all around it. The people below the pavilion cried out in astonishment. They felt that the light was somewhat blinding. Aura of the Great Path emanated from it. The will of the statue manifested. The gaze of many people froze. This was too fast. How could Yifutian possibly do it so fast? The cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion were all shocked. Even Pavilion Master was momentarily stunned. Is that all? Yifutian said indifferently as he glanced over at Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Yifutian seemed very at ease. He had effortlessly completed what Lu Donga had spent a long time trying to achieve back then. The Dongyuan Pavilion has not lit up. You cannot consider that as the will of the statue manifesting. Dongyuan Pavilion Master said in a cold tone. He remained calm. He clearly did not want to let Yifutian go. Is that so? Yifutian smiled. The instant he finished speaking, rainbow light flowed over the Dongyuan Pavilion. It flowed all the way up until it pierced the clouds. The Dongyuan Pavilion that pierced the sky immediately lit up with dazzling lights, causing even the clouds in the sky above to light up. Dongyuan Pavilion Master's gaze froze. He was actually speechless. How did Yi Futian manage to pull this off? The people below the Dongyuan Pavilion were also in awe when they witnessed this scene. Voices sounded one by one. This was practically... Rumor has it that the rule back when Dongyuan Pavilion was established was that if someone could cause the entire Dongyuan Pavilion to light up, Dongyuan Pavilion would be completely open to him. The person would be able to access all 81 floors of Dongyuan Pavilion. No one could prevent him from doing so. Dongyuan Pavilion Master intended to make things difficult for Yi Futian. Yet, his scheme had been easily circumvented. How was Pavilion Master feeling right now? Is that enough? Yi Futian continued. If that is not enough, how about this? After Yi Futian said these words, resplendent colorful lights shot out from the Dongyuan Pavilion. Endless divine halos of the Great Path burst forth from the statue. An illusory figure appeared. It seemed to be a manifestation of the statue. The will of the statue had descended. It floated in the sky above. Colorful light swept out over 3,000 miles. Within Dongyuan City, countless people raised their heads and looked towards the light of the Great Path. In front of the 81-story Dongyuan Pavilion, the will of the statue manifested, and the brilliant light of the Great Path shone for 3,000 miles. Over there, an illusory silhouette appeared. It seemed alive, as though it was actually existing. At that moment, the eyes of the illusory silhouette suddenly opened. In that instant, the hearts of countless people around the Dongyuan Pavilion trembled. Their hearts wavered. Had he awakened a hidden will within the statue? A divine halo enveloped the statue. The illusory silhouette looked at Yi Futian. At that moment, Yi Futian's eyes seemed to traverse the endless space. He saw the silhouette of a mighty figure in another world. It had not been difficult for him to activate the will of the statue. The person who forged this statue back in the day had left behind a will of the Great Path to test the people. Yi Futian had also immediately activated the will of the statue, awakening the master of the statue. Hence, an astonishing scene appeared before his eyes. 3,000 miles of space was enveloped in resplendent light. Everyone in Dongyuan City raised their heads and looked at the divine silhouette in their sights. It is the statue in front of the Dongyuan Pavilion. What is going on? The people in the city burst into an exciting discussion. For the statue to have manifested, something big must have happened. Countless people frenziedly rushed over in the direction of the Dongyuan Pavilion. It was not just the people of Dongyuan City. Right now, even the major figures around the Dongyuan Pavilion were trembling in awe. This included the top figures of the continent, such as Emperor Helion. This fellow had actually achieved something that they had never been able to pull off. It was laughable that the cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion had actually prevented Yi Futian from entering. Even Dongyuan Pavilion Master had intentionally made things hard for Yi Futian and had wanted him to activate the will of the statue. Yet, they most likely never imagined that Yi Futian would reach this step. This time, Dongyuan Pavilion Master had slapped himself in the face. When Dongyuan Pavilion Master saw this scene, the look in his eyes was complicated. Although he was filled with awe, he similarly had cold, murderous intentions. He felt threatened. As Pavilion Master, someone had achieved something that he had never been able to do. The will of the statue had manifested before the crowd. How was he feeling right now? If this person had caught his eye, matters would still be all right. However, they just so happened to have prevented the other party from entering the Dongyuan Pavilion. This was an extreme mockery for them. Right now, Dongyuan Pavilion Master was angry inside as he secretly blamed Lu Donga. Why hadn't this useless fellow not allowed Yi Futian into the Dongyuan Pavilion? Pavilion Master did not know about this matter. However, now that the situation was already like this, he could not change it anymore. Welcome, Senior. At that moment, a few major figures beside Dongyuan Pavilion Master bowed slightly at the silhouette that had manifested. They would naturally show respect to the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion. The silhouette that had manifested did not look at them. Instead, he looked at Yi Futian and said, "There will be no restrictions for you in Dongyuan Pavilion. You can even become the person in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion." "Many thanks, Senior," Yi Futian replied as he bowed in respect. Immediately, the resplendent light dissipated. The illusory silhouette also gradually disappeared. The light of the great path surged into the statue. When everything returned to normal, it was as though nothing had happened. Internally, the hearts of the crowd could not calm down. They were astonished. The members of Dongyuan Pavilion had forbidden Yi Futian from entering. However, now that the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion had personally manifested and appeared, there were no longer any restrictions on him in Dongyuan Pavilion. What was even more astonishing was the sentence that came last. Yi Futian could become the person in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion. What did this mean? The founder had handpicked Yi Futian to control Dongyuan Pavilion. When Dongyuan Pavilion Master, who was initially bowing, heard this, he raised his head. His heart was as cold as ice. A murderous intent flashed past in his eyes as he looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian could take charge of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Then who was Pavilion Master? This time, Pavilion Master, as well as his subordinates, had made fools of themselves. Their image was ruined. The cultivators below the Dongyuan Pavilion thought to themselves, this was truly a slap to the face. After the statue returned to its original state, the Dongyuan Pavilion actually became exceptionally quiet. No one said anything, and the atmosphere was somewhat bizarre. It was as though no one knew where to begin. Lu Dongga's expression was as ugly as it could be. He was the instigator of all this. Before this, he had denied Yi Futian from entering the Dongyuan Pavilion. When Yi Futian inquired about his reason for doing so, Lu Dongga had said that Yi Futian was not allowed to do so because he had not allowed it. He had no reason, and he could decide everything. What about now? Was he going to cast Yi Futian out of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Today, the various cultivators had witnessed everything that had occurred. Very soon, this matter would be known throughout Dongyuan City. Lu Dongga couldn't kill Yi Futian and pretend nothing happened. Would their forces still be qualified to be in control of the Dongyuan Pavilion then? Most likely, no one would accept the outcome if they tried to do so. Spectacular! Emperor Helion cried out in astonishment. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "This statue has stood here for 300 years, and no one has ever managed to manifest the will of the statue like you have done, little friend. You awakened the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion. Today has truly been eye-opening. It is laughable that the cultivators of the pavilion actually tried to stop you. I wonder what their intentions were. Pavilion Master Lu, are you still going to stop him?" Emperor Helion asked Pavilion Master. He wanted to make the other party look bad in front of the crowd. Clearly, they were not close. Could even be said that there was bad blood between them. If not, Emperor Helion would not put Dongyuan Pavilion Master on the spot like this. Since Yi Futian has managed to do so, and the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion has personally spoken, we will let bygones be bygones, Pavilion Master Lu said as he looked at Yi Futian. From today onwards, you can enter the pavilion as you please. You have absolute freedom. Under such circumstances, what could he do? Would he defy the wish of the founder? He could only let things be and acknowledge Yi Futian. Yi Futian would be able to enter the pavilion freely. As for the death of the Renhuang, Pavilion Master Lu could only keep quiet and not mention it. The Renhuang was fated to have died in vain. Yi Futian swept an indifferent glance at the other party. This was beyond what he had expected. Before this, if the Pavilion Master continued to act outrageously, Yi Futian would have immediately retaliated. With Yi Futian's current cultivation, even if he did not activate the will of the Emperor, he should be able to put up a fight. Of course, he was not sure about Pavilion Master Lu's actual combat prowess. Nevertheless, Yi Futian's opponent couldn't take his life. If Yi Futian came again after breaking through to the next plane, that would cover all his bases. He would not release the will of the Emperor in public. It was his trump card. "Is that all?" Emperor Helion said as he narrowed his eyes at Pavilion Master Lu. With a smile, he continued saying, Did Pavilion Master not listen clearly to what the founding senior said before? The master of the statue had manifested and proclaimed that Yi Futian would be in charge of the Dongyuan Pavilion in his place. This meant that Yi Futian could become the new Pavilion Master. Hellion, even though the founding senior said so, his cultivation is currently only that of a lower-level Renhuang. How will he have authority over the powerful ones and control the Dongyuan Pavilion? The middle-aged man beside Pavilion Master Lu said before Pavilion Master managed to respond. My Hellion royal family is willing to aid him, Emperor Hellion said with a smile. Such wild ambition, the middle-aged man coldly snorted. Do you want to look after the pavilion? Pavilion Master Lu asked Yi Futian, causing the two of them who were bickering to shut up. They both gave Pavilion Master Lu strange glances. Could it be that he had changed his attitude towards Yi Futian? Yi Futian looked at the other party and revealed an expression of amusement. He asked, What if I want to? Since the founding senior has spoken, if you want, I will hand over the position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master to you, Pavilion Master Lu explained. However, since your current cultivation plane is not high enough, we will temporarily aid you in maintaining order in the Dongyuan Pavilion. When you no longer need us, I can hand over the responsibilities completely to you. Yi Futian smiled as he looked at the other party. This was a good suggestion. That way, both he and the other party could manage Dongyuan Pavilion together. As a puppet, no one would even know how Yi Futian died. With so much time, wouldn't it be easy to kill a lower-level Renhuang? The other party might be thinking so. Many thanks, but that will not be necessary, Yi Futian said. He then walked towards the Dongyuan Pavilion. When he saw Lu Donga standing to the side, he said, You denied me entry to the Dongyuan Pavilion, yet I still made it up here. Lu Donga's expression froze on his face. He had no words to respond to Yi Futian. He could only watch as Yi Futian continued walking forwards. Xia Qingyuan, Ying Qing, as well as Black Wind Condor, followed Yi Futian. Black Wind Condor swept a sharp glance at Lu Donga and said, Idiot! A will emanated from Lu Donga. The look that Black Wind Condor gave him was somewhat provocative. Brood may not enter, Lu Donga said. Donga! Pavilion Master Lu interrupted him. Lu Donga endured it as he watched Black Wind Condor walk into the Dongyuan Pavilion. Interesting, Emperor Hellion exclaimed with a smile. He then placed his hands behind his back and casually waltzed into the Dongyuan Pavilion. This scene caused the expression of Pavilion Master Lu to turn ugly. This old fellow was originally plotting to take his place. Now, was he planning to use Yi Futian to seize control over the Dongyuan Pavilion? Yi Futian stepped into the Dongyuan Pavilion and was astonished by the building. An aura of the Great Path enveloped the entire Dongyuan Pavilion. The interior was all-inclusive. The ancient manuscripts of the Great Path that were carved on the walls could not be taken away from this place. They were carved onto jade scrolls using specialized methods. One could only inspect them using their will. At the center of the Dongyuan Pavilion was a spiraling staircase that extended upwards until the 81st floor. Yi Futian glanced around. The lowest floor did not contain anything that he needed. They were all cultivation methods for people of low cultivation planes. He then made his way up the stairs. Although Yi Futian did not lack cultivation methods, since this place contained the teachings that Donghuang the Great had ordered people to copy down for the masses back then, they must be suitable for all cultivators. There might be some incredible cultivation techniques among them. Ying Qing quietly followed behind Yi Futian. Everything that occurred today had a huge impact on her. How monstrous was this cultivator who was picked up by Han Lin from Sinluo Manor? Now, she was not worried at all about her revenge. Since Yi Futian had promised her, he would certainly help her settle it. In Dongyuan Pavilion, Yi Futian was quietly reading ancient manuscripts about techniques, without thinking about things that were happening outside. What he did in Dongyuan City had stirred up a huge commotion. Countless people were discussing him now. However, Yi Futian acted as though nothing had happened and had temporarily cast everything out of his mind. Even though he had agreed to Ying Qing's request, this was but a part of his experience while training in the Divine Prefecture. He would not waste too much of his energy on it. He had always remembered his purpose here in the divine prefecture. No matter where he was, he only had a goal: to train and get stronger. He had already cut off his connection with the original realm, so he couldn't know what was happening over there. Even if he knew, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only improve his ability as much as possible within a short period of time so that he would be a match for those peak figures. Only when he achieved his goal could he have a chance to return to the original realm and fight against forces like Shin Clan and Golden Divine Nation. In the blink of an eye, Yi Futian had stayed in the Dongyuan Pavilion for a few days. Throughout his stay, several Dongyuan Pavilion cultivators had visited the place. The gazes they gave him were hostile, but no one dared to attack Yi Futian while they were in the Dongyuan Pavilion. Without distractions, Yi Futian was completely drawn in by the collection in the Dongyuan Pavilion. This was a huge library of teachings of Wei, could be considered a treasure trove. The teachings that Donghuang the Great passed on to the world were astonishingly powerful. They were even more valuable than he had imagined. Any cultivator would be able to find what they needed here. Yi Futian couldn't help but respect Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. He naturally did not need to mention Emperor Yi Qing. As for Donghuang the Great, setting aside how this legendary figure actually was, he was indeed an epical figure. He had also contributed greatly to the divine prefecture. Such a spirit was worthy of admiration. Yi Futian also understood why the various forces wanted to control the Dongyuan Pavilion. For some jade scrolls, practicing them here by inspecting them with one's will was more effective than memorizing them to practice later. At that moment, Yi Futian was sitting in one corner and practicing quietly. His will entered into a jade scroll, silently experiencing everything within it. A divine halo of the great path flowed over his body, causing many people to look over in his direction. After a long while, Yi Futian's will withdrew from the scroll, and he continued to study other ancient manuscripts. He became more and more engrossed in his inspection of the manuscripts. This made Ing Qing feel as though he had forgotten why he had come to the Dongyuan Pavilion. She was also getting more and more curious about Yi Futian's identity and origins. At that moment, Ing Qing seemed to sense something. She turned around and looked beside her. She saw a woman dressed in a plain white dress standing there quietly. This woman appeared to be around 30 years of age and was very beautiful. She lacked the aura of a young maiden and instead bore a more mature air. Her figure could also be considered flawless and caused people to be lost in wild and fanciful thought. The woman's temperament was also extremely outstanding, giving off an otherworldly sense of beauty. She bore the elegant air of royalty and appeared slightly distant and proud. It was as though she was a fairy goddess who was from beyond this world. Ing Qing could sense that this woman had strong cultivation. She was definitely a Renhuang and not a lower-level one at that. She kept standing quietly as she watched Yi Futian cultivating. Yi Futian also seemed to have noticed her as he sat there. He stood up, turned around, and glanced over at the other party. He politely asked with a smile, "Is Goddess looking for me?" Clearly, he had noticed that the other party had been watching him all this while. Even though the cultivation methods here are powerful, they are difficult to cultivate and require a long time to comprehend. If you are only staying in the Dongyuan Pavilion for a short while, you will most likely find it hard to comprehend anything meaningful, the woman said. What about this dictionary of the way? Yi Futian pointed toward a corner. It is also one of them. The other party nodded. I shall take that into consideration, Yi Futian replied with a smile. If Goddess has other matters, please feel free to speak. My father has waited for Renhuang Yi for a few days. However, Renhuang Yi has yet to emerge. Hence, he has asked me to take a look and invite Renhuang Yi to grace him with a meeting. The woman stated, I am a member of Emperor Helian's royal family, Helian Yu. She is the eldest princess of the Helian royal family. Ing Qing transmitted her thoughts over to Yi Futian. Emperor Helian's royal family is one of the continent's royal families. They have powerful abilities no weaker than that of Sunluo Manor. They have many more cultivators under their control than Sunluo Manor. Before this, the person who spoke up on your behalf outside was Emperor Helian. Yi Futian had a pretty good grasp of the situation as he nodded his head and said, All right, however, Please give me some more time. There are some parts that I have yet to comprehend. All right, Helian, responded as she nodded her head. Yifutian then continued cultivating. With nothing else to do, Helian also studied some cultivation methods to the side, comprehending them and cultivating herself. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Helian had kept very quiet all this while, never rushing Yifutian. A will flowed over Yifutian's body. However, it was under his control. He stopped cultivating. Yifutian looked at Helian. He smiled and said, "If I kept cultivating, would you have kept waiting for me?" He could tell that this eldest princess of Emperor Helian had a higher cultivation than him. She had actually waited for him all this while. On this point, she had far surpassed Lu Donga. It was just a few days. By simply comprehending cultivation methods, time passed by in a flash. "Are you still going to remain cultivating in the Dongyuan Pavilion?" Helian asked. She did not mind. When she spoke, her tone was very indifferent, giving off a very comforting vibe. "Let's go," Yifutian answered as he smiled. Such a beautiful eldest princess was so calm and peaceful. It was pleasing to the eyes. They headed down and then left the Dongyuan Pavilion. Behind them, several silhouettes appeared outside of the pavilion, watching them as they left. Lu Donga had also appeared, together with the woman beside him. Their gazes were cold. "Helian, Lu Donga mumbled to himself. "That old fox. He most likely wants to use this person to seize control over the pavilion." Yifutian naturally did not know what they were thinking. He also did not care. Helian brought Yifutian to a tavern. At the top floor of the tavern, a banquet had been laid out. Aside from Emperor Helian, there was another cultivator that he had seen in the Dongyuan Pavilion that day. The cultivator was also with the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion back then. "Little friend, please sit," Emperor Helian said to Yifutian with a smile. Yifutian sat down in a seat. The middle-aged man across from him also nodded his head at Yifutian. This middle-aged man had a sharp aura on him. His cultivation should be on par with that of Pavilion Master. "I believe little friend knows who I am. This is my good friend, Yang Dongxing, the city lord of Tianmu City," Emperor Helian introduced. Tianmu City is one of the 3 major cities of the continent. It is only second to Dongyuan City. Yang clan controls Tianmu City and the clan leader, Yang Dongxing, is the city lord of Tianmu City. Qing transmitted her thoughts as she introduced Yang Dongxing further. If Yifutian were a cultivator of the continent, he would naturally understand this. However, Qing understood that Yifutian was clueless about all this. "Senior Yang." Yifutian greeted Yang Dongxing as he dipped his head slightly, not bowing. In the cultivation world, if they were strangers, they would usually determine hierarchy based on ability. From this point of view, Yifutian was no slouch. However, the other party was a senior figure. Hence, Yifutian still greeted him as one. "Little friend, that day, you made the members of Dongyuan City witness history in the making. It was also an eye-opener for me," Yang Dongxing said as he nodded with a smile. For both of them to treat a junior in such a manner, they clearly wanted to get on Yifutian's good graces. Yifutian did not respond. Instead, he looked at Emperor Helian and asked, "Senior, what business did you have with me?" "Since little friend has asked, I will be frank," Emperor Helian replied. "The pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion has controlled the pavilion for many years. All these years, Lu Han's control has grown stronger and stronger, to the point that he views the Dongyuan Pavilion as his own property. Even if our members wanted to enter the Dongyuan Pavilion to train, it would be difficult, requiring his approval. Hence, we have planned to replace him with a new pavilion master. Little friend, you received the approval of the founder of the Dongyuan Pavilion that day. It is only right for little friend to be in charge of the pavilion and replace Lu Han," Emperor Helian continued. "These past few days, little friend has also entered the Dongyuan Pavilion and have seen what is inside. I believe that you are now familiar with it. Although this time Pavilion Master Lu admitted defeat, he must certainly hate you now. After all, for him, you have already become a threat." Yifutian nodded. He naturally understood this. However, he was not concerned about it. From the looks of it, Emperor Helion and Yang Dongxing wanted him to replace Lu Han as pavilion master. What Helion says is true. Lu Han will certainly kill you, Yang Dongxing also stated. Yi Futian lowered his head and asked softly, Seniors wish to support me in becoming the next pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Then what will happen after that? Will I need to hand the pavilion over to seniors to manage it? I also have a huge clan and business to manage. I am not free to stay in Dongyuan City all the time, Emperor Helion responded. I will be content as long as I don't have to put up with the long faces of others whenever I enter Dongyuan Pavilion. After little friend has become pavilion master, my Helion royal family will go all out to support you. My only request is for my clan members to have access to the Dongyuan Pavilion at all times. Does Pavilion Master Lu stop seniors' men from entering the pavilion to train now? Asked Yi Futian. Most of the time he doesn't, Emperor Helion replied in a cold tone. However, once in a while he will find fault with us. It makes me feel annoyed. Emperor Helion was annoyed. Naturally, he desired to replace Pavilion Master Lu with someone else. My Yang clan can send a few cultivators to assist little friend in seizing control of the Dongyuan Pavilion together, Yang Dongxing recommended. After we take over the Dongyuan Pavilion, little friend will have absolute control over the pavilion. You can access all parts of the pavilion to train and read ancient manuscripts anytime you want. I am sure this can help little friend's ability improve at a much faster rate. Yi Futian naturally understood when he heard this. Yang Dongxing most likely wanted more. He wanted to control the Dongyuan Pavilion from behind the scenes. He glanced at Yang Dongxing and then looked at Emperor Helion again and asked, There is a matter that I wish to ask seniors to enlighten me on. Back then, when Mr. South Mountain died, did anything occur behind the scenes? Of course. Emperor Helion coldly snorted and said, Back then, Mr. South Mountain was also an extraordinary man. He was also good friends with Lu Han. No one imagined that Lu Han would backstab him. He was afraid that Mr. South Mountain would try to meddle in the affairs of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Hence, Lu Han found an excuse to eliminate him. Has Senior investigated this matter? Yi Futian asked as he revealed a strange look. It does not even need to be investigated, Emperor Helion replied. Based on my intel, before Mr. South Mountain died, his cultivation was already not below that of Pavilion Master Lu Han. He was even more powerful than Lu Han by some margin. Why would he suddenly die and without any premonition? If it was as Lu Han claimed, why would Mr. South Mountain head right into his own death? The cultivators of South Mountain were also eradicated later on. This had clearly been premeditated. Emperor Helion coldly snorted. To attack a good friend, greed has blinded Lu Han. Yi Futian nodded his head and said, I will take up your offer, Senior. He agreed to become the new pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian learned that there were 6 powers that could really influence Dongyuan Pavilion. Dongyuan Pavilion faction was one of them. They were on good terms with the top family in the eastern land of the continent, the Donglin clan. And now, Dongyuan Pavilion and the Donglin clan were even preparing for a marriage, and it was the family that the woman Yi Futian met in Dongyuan Pavilion belonged to. The Dongyuan Pavilion and the Donglin clan were allies, and here the Helion royal family and the Yang clan had joined forces. Both sides had 2 factions. In addition to that, the other 2 forces had a neutral attitude, but Yi Futian guessed that they must have a good idea of what they were doing. Moreover, this time, if they wanted to dethrone the Dongyuan Pavilion faction, it would be, by no means, a simple replacement. Since the Pavilion Master was greedy for power and wanted to keep controlling Dongyuan Pavilion, then he naturally would not let go. It was obviously impossible to replace him peacefully, and they definitely would have to fight. Yi Futian knew this clearly, so he asked about Mr. South Mountain and did not hesitate to directly agree to it. Based on the performance of the other party who came to the Dongyuan Pavilion that day, there was no need to prove anything more. He just needed to have inner conviction. It just so happened that he also wanted to get rid of the other party. If he managed to become the pavilion master, he could cultivate for a period of time as well. As for the reason behind dealing with the Dongyuan Pavilion, he did not care. Back in the original realm, he had many relatives and friends, had many concerns, and needed to weigh and consider many things. But now that he was here, there was only him, Xianxia, and the black wind condor. They could do things without restraint and did not have to consider too much. In addition to cultivation, it was enough to just pay attention to protecting himself. So when he walked through the divine prefecture in the future, he would have to keep a few tricks up his sleeve and not expose all of his strength to his opponents. That way, when he encountered a real crisis, he would have a chance to turn the tables. After all, his cultivation level was a good cover. Rejecting the request to be with the other party, Yifuqian left alone to find a place to settle down for cultivation. This made Emperor Helion and the others feel that Yifuqian seemed a bit mysterious. This young Renhuang could make the statue reveal itself, so he must have an extraordinary talent for cultivation. Although he agreed to be the master of Dongyuan Pavilion, he did not seem to have a strong attitude regarding this matter. It was as if, to him, it was just an insignificant matter. Yifuqian was still cultivating at ease, but there seemed to be a dark tide stirring in the Dongyuan city, and many cultivators had the feeling that after the statue revealed itself and said that Yifuqian could take over as the master of Dongyuan Pavilion had undergone some subtle changes, and many of the cultivators that were cultivating elsewhere had returned. On this day, when Yifuqian was cultivating in his residence palace, wisps of aura of the Great Way enveloped his body. An extremely oppressive and terrifying atmosphere permeated the palace, and infinite amounts of sword will seem to appear in the surrounding heaven and earth. These sword wills turned into wisps of rune lightning surrounding a sword. The sword was one created from sword wills but seemed even more real than a real sword. The auras of swordsmanship emanating from it caused a net of swords to appear in the palace. Outside the palace, a curvaceous and graceful figure appeared. It was the eldest princess of the Helion royal family, Helion Yu. She sensed something wrong with the sword wills in the palace. She was a remarkable cultivator at the fifth order of the divine will, yet she actually felt an oppressive air. Strands of will flowed on Helion Yu's body as she stepped into the sword net. Shrill whooshes were heard, and Helion Yu retreated right after walking in. Her body seemed like it had been electrocuted as a whoosh sound was emitted from her arms, and her sleeves were torn, revealing her snowy white arms. Astonishment flashed in her eyes, and as she looked inside, she seemed to see a sword. The sword turned into a ray of light and directly disappeared into Yifuqian's body. In the next moment, the oppressive sword will dissipated, and a voice came out from the palace. "Eldest princess, please enter. Renhuang, ye need not be so polite." Hearing that Yifuqian had called her the eldest princess, she could not help but reply. Helion Yu stepped into the palace and soon appeared in front of Yifuqian and said, "Renhuang, ye cultivates such a strong sword intent? Is it the previous dictionary of the way?" After reading many books about ancient techniques in Dongyuan Pavilion, I had some insights and attempted to refine sword will with the way, Yifuqian replied. Helion Yu's beautiful eyes revealed a flash of shock, and she was somewhat surprised by Yifuqian's talent. "It didn't hurt the eldest princess, right?" Yifuqian asked after seeing Helion Yu's arm. "No harm," Helion Yu said, "but that sword will actually broke through my will defense. Renhuang Ye's strength is unfathomable." Yifuqian smiled and did not say much. Helion Yu continued, "The young master of Dongyuan Pavilion, Lu Dongge, invited us to a gathering, and deliberately also invited Renhuang Yi." "Okay." Yifuqian nodded. He did not ask much as he got up and followed Helion Yu to leave. Xia Qingyuan and Ying Qing naturally followed. In their current situation, he naturally did not feel comfortable letting Xia Qingyuan and the others travel alone. The group arrived at an open-air restaurant in Dongyuan City. There were already quite a few people waiting for them. The young master of the Dongyuan Pavilion, Lu Dongge, was also there, as well as the arrogant woman from last time. Other than that, he had met the others before. They were with Lu Dongge at Dongyuan Pavilion the last time. Below the restaurant, many people looked up towards this side. They let out sounds of wonder as their gazes landed on Yifuqian. "Yi Liuonian. He is the one who made the statue reveal itself." Someone spoke up and said that Yi Liuonian was Yifuqian's pseudonym. That day, he killed the middle-level Renhuang below the Dongyuan Pavilion. Lu Dongge and the others did not allow him to go up, but Yi Lionian forced his way up, urging the statue to reveal itself, and the will swept 3,000 miles. Many people worshipped Yi Futian after seeing his elegance that day. Such magnificence was hard to find in Dongyuan City. On that day, he left Dongyuan Pavilion Master and others speechless. I didn't expect Sword Emperor Yi Lionian to be so handsome. He's as handsome as me. A young and handsome man remarked. The people beside him sneered. Here, you really could not find anyone who was more handsome than Yi Futian. The open-air restaurant in the sky was extremely spacious and divided into 6 directions. Yi Futian and Helian Yu were sitting together. These 6 directions probably represented the 6 top factions that could influence Dongyuan Pavilion. Sanluo Manor wanted to join previously, but the 6 top factions unanimously decided to exclude them. Lu Dongge ordered someone to pour wine for Yi Futian, then raised his glass in the direction where Yi Futian was and said, I didn't recognize Renhuang Yi that day and offended you in Dongyuan Pavilion. I want to find an opportunity to make amends, but Renhuang Yi has been cultivating in Dongyuan Pavilion, so there was no suitable time for me to do so. This time I deliberately asked the eldest princess to invite Renhuang Yi to come so I could make amends to Renhuang Yi. I offended you greatly that day, but I really hope you won't take it to heart. Saying that, he drank all the wine in his glass and then raised his cup towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at him quietly and kept his hands to himself instead of reaching out to take his glass. Immediately, gazes fell on him, causing a strange silence to appear in the restaurant. It seemed that everyone was waiting for Yi Futian to drink that glass of wine. A cold glint flashed between Lu Dongge's eyes, but he concealed it very well. Yi Futian was not giving him face. The woman beside him similarly frowned, her eyes carrying a faintly cold and arrogant intent. She remarked, What does Renhuang Yi mean by this? Yi Futian swept a glance at the woman and then looked away again. He looked at Helian Yu beside him and said softly, If there is nothing else, I will go back to my cultivation. Helian Yu's beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Yi Futian with a slightly amused gaze. He really did not want to give him any face. Many people in the distance looked this way, and many people whispered when they heard Yi Futian's words. What madness! Directly ignoring the other party's compensation. It seems that Renhuang Yi doesn't accept my apology. Lu Dongge spoke, still wearing a faint smile on his face, but it seemed a bit hypocritical. Yes. Yi Futian nodded without hesitation and looked at Lu Dongge. You didn't do anything wrong, so why do you need to make amends? Lu Dongge looked at Yi Futian, feeling somewhat confused. It's just that you're not worthy of stopping me yet. Yi Futian continued. Lu Dongge's smile disappeared from his face. If just now he did not give him face, he gave him a direct hit to the face at this moment. Indeed, if he could really stop him, why would he come here to make amends? It was because he could not stop him and caused the drama that happened later on that things played out this way today. As for whether he was right or wrong, it did not matter. Lu Dongge bowed his head and poured himself a cup of wine, then drank it all alone. It seemed that there was no room to turn the situation around. That day, Helian Yu had invited Yi Futian away from Dongyuan Pavilion. How could they not know that it was not a secret matter? They knew exactly what the other party was planning. That was why they had deliberately come to test Yi Futian's attitude. Regardless of whether Renhuang Yi accepts the apology or not, I still have great admiration for Renhuang Yi's strength, and I still remember the elegance of that day's battle. Lu Dongge spoke up. Having been invited here today, don't you all want to see the path that Yi Huang cultivates? As his words fell, the atmosphere of this restaurant instantly became a little different, seemingly with a faint feeling of depression. Helian Yu frowned. Then her beautiful eyes carried a light smile. It was as if everything was expected. Since she brought Yi Futian here, how could she be unprepared? Around the restaurant, in the far direction, some people mixed into the crowd at different locations. At this moment, those people raised their heads towards the direction of the restaurant, and with just one glance, the atmosphere in the restaurant became oppressive, with the oppressive atmosphere being invisible. Yi Futian naturally also sensed that Dongyuan Pavilion must have already made arrangements. If he really planned to join hands with Emperor Helion to seize the throne, then no matter what Dongyuan Pavilion faction did, it would come as no surprise to him. Of course, he did not care and still sat there quietly, as if those wisps of aura had no effect on him. Many of these people were at the level of middle-level Renhuangs, and there were even several powerful people at the sixth order of the Divine Wheel. The faintly oppressive air was suffocating, but in Yi Futian's eyes, the sixth order of the Divine Wheel and non-perfect Divine Wheels were nothing to write home about. Lu Donga, what do you mean by this? Helion Yu looked towards Lu Donga and asked. Lu Donga put down the wine cup in his hand and looked up at Yi Futian and Helion Yu. At this moment, the surrounding aura became even more suppressive and powerful. As people around the tavern began to retreat from the area, soon a large area was cleared. With the tavern as the center, apart from Yi Futian and the others, there were only those who were cultivating at Dongyuan Pavilion. About a dozen Renhuang appeared, guarding in different positions, emitting a fearsome aura. The expressions of those who were in the distance changed. Many had felt the undercurrents that ran beneath Dongyuan City in recent days. Now, was something about to explode? Could it be that the cultivators at Dongyuan Pavilion really intend on making a move at Yi Futian? If so, there would probably be a lot of unfavorable chatters about this. After all, Yi Futian was the person appointed by the creator of Dongyuan Pavilion and was given the authority to take charge of Dongyuan Pavilion if necessary. It's nothing really. The display of Emperor Ye's grace on that day was still fresh in our memory, and the Renhuang from Dongyuan Pavilion are all martial arts lovers who would like to learn from Emperor Yi, said Lu Donga casually. I'm not interested, Yi Futian responded. That day at Dongyuan Pavilion, Emperor Yi was extremely intimidating. The woman from Donglin clan said, her voice cold and proud. Today they would not kill Yi Futian, but they would gain control of him. The Helion royal family and the Yang clan both wanted to use Yi Futian to gain control of Dongyuan Pavilion. This much they were aware of and would never allow such a plot to succeed. Yi Futian must be controlled by their hands. Since Emperor Yi is not interested, we'll leave it at that. But what was the intention of the young pavilion master in doing so? Helion Yu asked coldly. That has nothing to do with the princess. Lu Donga glanced at Helion Yu and continued. Of course, it concerns me. It has been 10 years since your father took control of Dongyuan Pavilion. My father and Senior Yang have set off for Dongyuan Pavilion not long ago to decide together whether your father will continue to be in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion for the next 10 years. Helion Yu said, pointing directly to the heart of the matter without any pretense. Before she came here, she had already made preparations. Lu Donga stared at Helion Yu with a faint sneer in his eyes. If the others had made preparations, so did they. Since the other party had gone to Dongyuan Pavilion, then they would each get on with their own business here. He would handle the matters here while leaving Dongyuan Pavilion to handle his father and the others. My father has been in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion for many years, and everything is running smoothly there. Everyone who wanted to can seek cultivation at the pavilion, and it had produced many outstanding cultivators. Since Emperor Helion has some concerns, we could discuss them. Lu Donga continued. We don't need to concern ourselves with matters over there. The people around the tavern got a little excited. They didn't expect to have a chance to witness a great battle today. Was the battle for the control of Dongyuan Pavilion about to erupt? The undercurrents of these days were all centered on this matter. What would happen next? Dongyuan Pavilion. Many people's thoughts turned to this. They looked up into the distance. This was the tavern chosen by the young master of Dongyuan Pavilion, not far from the pavilion itself, so the great power of the divine consciousness that came from these Renhuang could reach here. In other words, those cultivators at Dongyuan Pavilion with strong cultivation could cover this place with their divine consciousness and see everything that was happening here. I am not worried, but since Emperor Yi is not interested, there is no need to bother him, said Helion Yu. In the crowd further away in the distance, there were also traces of shocking aura permeating as a group of men emerged, and they were all powerful Renhuang. Clearly, the Helion royal family had also prepared themselves. In addition, they sensed that there were many Renhuang who had not shown themselves, who used the crowd as a cover. 6 major forces could influence the control of Dongyuan Pavilion. This was a struggle between all 6 major forces and could not possibly start with just 2 major forces presented here. Cultivators from all sides were hidden in the shadows. Lu Dongge smiled and looked at Yi Futian. Clearly, everyone was prepared. That day when the spirit was revealed on the statue, my father had already said that as long as Brother Yi is willing, my father would give the position of Pavilion Master to Brother Yi. There was no need for Brother Yi to join forces with Hellion clan to fight against us. Yi Futian frowned. He didn't like how Lu Dongge was addressing him. You are not worthy to address my lord like this, the black-winged condor scolded on the side. His voice was somewhat sharp. His eyes swept over Lu Dongge, who was just a clown, far from worthy. There is no place for mere beasts to speak here just yet. Lu Dongge glanced at the black-winged condor and continued. Since Brother Yi wants to be the master of Dongyuan Pavilion, my father has commanded before that as long as Brother Yi is willing to go to Dongyuan Pavilion, he will abdicate the position to his better. Sounds good. Yi Futian nodded softly in response. His voice was extremely calm. It was as if to him, this was a trivial matter not worth mentioning. Now that everything was out in the open, he also understood the character of the master of Pavilion Dongyuan. Then, whatever he promised Qing, he would handle it. He put down the wine cup and looked directly at Lu Dongge for the first time. Upon seeing those indifferent eyes, Lu Dongge had a feeling. It was as if the owner of those eyes had never really seen him with his eyes, nor took his words to heart. Yi Futian, who looked quite young, had a pair of extremely deep eyes. It was as if he had experienced a lot in life. From the lower worlds of 9 states all the way to the land of the divine prefecture, few could compete with Yi Futian in terms of experience. He had spanned too many regions and had experienced too many life and death situations as well as the turbulences that came with them. Then, Master of Dongyuan Pavilion, abdicate, Yi Futian said, and his statement shook the hearts of those in the distance. Master of Dongyuan Pavilion, time to abdicate. Yi Futian would force the Master of Dongyuan Pavilion to abdicate. This meant that this man, who was appointed by the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion, was ready to take charge of Dongyuan Pavilion. That works. Lu Dongge smiled and looked at Yi Futian. His eyes narrowed slightly. Since Emperor Yi requested, then my father will step aside. Please follow me to Dongyuan Pavilion then. As long as they were in Dongyuan Pavilion, what if Yi Futian was to become the master of Dongyuan Pavilion? He was just a puppet. Sometimes in the future, they could easily cause him to meet his demise suddenly. I will go there myself. Yi Futian got up and raised his feet. Just a single step and he was out of the tavern. Everyone who was watching him could not quite adapt to the rhythm of his movements. They had always felt that Yi Futian treated this whole affair like a child's play, without taking the matter seriously. Now he just got up and left as he pleased, completely ignoring Lu Dongge and the other powerful Runhuang around them. Even Hellion Yu was a little stunned but soon got up to follow Yi Futian heading outside the tavern. However, just as they walked out, among the crowd, traces of Might of the Way descended instantly, covering this space and suppressing Yi Futian's body. Lu Dongge got up. He raised his head and looked at Yi Futian. A shadow cast over his eyes. Yi Futian was too arrogant and impertinent. As Yi Futian moving forward in the void, a middle Runhuang appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The might of the great path bloomed on this middle Runhuang with a terrifying aura. Lu Dongge looked over there through the air. His expression was extremely cold. This land is turbulent. To avoid those who plot against Emperor Yi, using Emperor Yi for other means, we are asking Emperor Yi to come with us, said Lu Dongge. To be safe, they must keep tight control of Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised an eyebrow and glanced at the other. With just one look, the other instantly felt a deep chill. In the depth of those eyes, he saw a moon that was dark and cold. Moonlight invaded into his spiritual soul, making him a little obtuse. At the same time, a formidable sword will exploded from Yi Futian, and the sky was instantly full of sword chi as it bloomed. The boundless space now turned into a territory ruled by the sword. Pist, pist, In this vast sword domain, where countless sword will encircled one place, a sword was created. This sword was the sword of the Great Path, and it bloomed endless radiance in the void. Its terrifying and sharp intent felt suffocating to many. Those who were watching the battle from a distance retreated immediately. Under the extremely repressed atmosphere, they felt that they couldn't breathe. The face of the middle Renhuang who intercepted Yi Futian changed. The sword light imprinted on his body, and in the next moment, Yi Futian pointed his finger forward. The sword will of the Great Path traversed the void, faster than lightning, leaving an infinite radiant sword mark between heaven and earth. Poof! A sound was heard as the body of that middle Renhuang was penetrated by the sword will. In the next moment, his soul and spirit separated and dissipated, and his body was shattered into nothingness, as if he had never even existed. Lu Dongge watched this scene with an intense gaze. A middle Renhuang was cut down with a single strike. Not only did he not restrain himself, but he was even more aggressive than the other day. "I dislike threats," Yi Futian said, continuing to move forward. Lu Dongge's face was gloomy, as many Renhuang levitated into the air, and some were even armed with powerful divine items. The aura of the Great Path exploded instantly from them as they unleashed their attacks on Yi Futian. "Kill!" Yi Futian waved his hands, and the sword transformed by the sword will turned into golden lightning that shuttled between heaven and earth. The sword will passed directly through the power of the Great Path and passed through the bodies of those Renhuang. Poof, poof, sounds continuously came out, but only in time to bear witness to these middle Renhuang shattered into nothingness, one after another under the sword will. No one could bear the power of that sword strike. Such a powerful display stole the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Yi Futian was able to make the spirits appear on the statue, but there were no longer any doubts about the greatness of his natural talent. Still, they didn't expect it to be so strong and to such an extent. Was this really a lower Renhuang of the divine will third order? Slaying all the Renhuang with a single sword strike, such powerful swordplay completely subverted their views on the realm of cultivation. Yi Futian stepped forward into the void, and Helianyu, who followed close behind him, trembled inwardly, quite shocked. The cultivation of those interceptors was not any inferior to him, yet they were annihilated with a single sword strike. That sword will was conceived from the Great Path, suspended above Yi Futian's head. It was as if anyone else who dared to stop him again would certainly be killed. This display deterred any rash act from those Renhuang who were hiding in the distant crowd. They retracted their aura, staring at Yi Futian in total shock. With no survivor under the sword, who dared to stop him now? Behind him, the people above the tavern also watched with a stunned look. Lu Dongge looked at Yi Futian, and his heart was greatly disturbed. He had wanted to control Yi Futian, but how could that be possible under such a condition? Who could make Yi Futian do anything? At this moment, Yi Futian looked back at Lu Dongge and said, "Aren't we going? Why are you still sitting there?" Lu Dongge's eyes sharpened slightly, and the currents of swordsmanship flowed between the heaven and the earth, as some sword will fell on him. At this moment, Lu Dongge didn't look too good. Just who was controlling whom? Very well. Lu Dongge stood up with a gloomy face, then followed Yi Futian and went in the direction of Dongyuan Pavilion. He wanted to see just what was up Yi Futian and Emperor Helian's sleeves. The other cultivators stood up and followed Yi Futian moving forward. There was a lot of discussion in the city, and following their footsteps, a large and frantic crowd rushed toward Dongyuan Pavilion as well. This tavern was not far from Dongyuan Pavilion, so the cultivators arrived very quickly. In the sky above Dongyuan Pavilion, cultivators from all sides had appeared there, discussing in the void in front of Dongyuan Pavilion. They were the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion, Helian Emperor, and the others. All the cultivators from all 6 top forces were present. They turned their attention to Yi Futian, who was coming at them. The pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion was standing straight in the void. His gaze swept toward Yi Futian and Lu Dongge. He wasn't under their control yet? "Our little friend is here," the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion said, seemed to be quite familiar with Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at him nonchalantly, saying, I came to ask the pavilion master to vacate. The pupils of the pavilion master contracted slightly, but Yifutian continued, I don't assume that Pavilion Master Lu will refuse the request? Before he could speak, he heard Yang Dongxing talking next to him. Our friend was appointed by the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion as someone who could take charge of Dongyuan Pavilion. Since he had spoken, the Pavilion Master Lu will naturally not refuse or violate the will of the founder. Emperor Helion nodded and said, Pavilion Master Lu has been in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion for some years. Now that its real master has been found, Pavilion Master Lu ought to vacate the position to facilitate the transition. The Helion clan supports Yifutian as the new Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Pavilion Master Lu has been in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion for many years, and he has worked hard to cultivate countless excellent figures and made great contributions. Although Dongyuan Pavilion had been founded centuries ago, it has established its own rules over the years, and the changing of guards shouldn't be done with just a few words. Furthermore, our friend's cultivation is still a bit weaker and may not be able to take on such an important task. Why not just wait a few more years? Before the Pavilion Master Lu had a chance to speak, the leader of Donglin clan piped up. He and Pavilion Master Lu were allies and would clearly be on his side. Brother Donglin, said the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion, I am not a greedy person who can't let go of the position of the Pavilion Master, since it was appointed by the founder of the pavilion, and our friend desires the position at Dongyuan Pavilion. I am willing to vacate and let our little friend Yifutian to be the new Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Pavilion Master Lu is much too indulgent. The leader of Donglin clan complimented him. Below, all the mighty cultivators were looking over that way with a curious expression. Could it be that the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion was really willing to give up his position this time? Pavilion Master Lu's attitude is admirable, Emperor Helion said with a smile. If this is the case, then Yifutian will be in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion in the future. Please withdraw the forces from Dongyuan Pavilion. Upon hearing the words of Emperor Helion, the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion raised his brows and said, Helion, although I am willing to vacate, I have been in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion for many years, and no one knows more about Dongyuan Pavilion better than me. The forces at Dongyuan Pavilion has always centered on the pavilion itself and regarding it as a holy land. They are all part of this place. What do you mean by withdrawing? Don't you think the forces should withdraw? Emperor Helion asked. Our friend's cultivation is not yet enough and would require assistance. The rest of the cultivators in Dongyuan Pavilion and I have been here much longer, and we know how everything operates here and could assist the transition for some years until Yifutian can completely take over Dongyuan Pavilion, said Pavilion Master Lu. There was no reason for him to continue to resist the demand for him to vacate, so he would acquiesce strategically and allow Yifutian to prevail for the moment. However, even if Yifutian assumed the control as Pavilion Master, the real control of Dongyuan Pavilion would still be firmly in his hands. As such, what excuse did these people have to expel them? What do you think? Emperor Helion looked at Yifutian and asked, all the while sneering inside secretly. No way could this guy let this go so easily. Dongyuan Pavilion is a library and a place for preaching. What need do you have for forces? Yifutian said, creating forces and principalities is the beginning of selfishness. I don't need it. Outside of Dongyuan Pavilion, many looked at those voices that could be heard from the void. Everyone was expectant when they heard Yifutian's words. Indeed, as soon as one established one's own principality, inevitably, there would be selfishness. Such was the case with the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Anyone who wanted to cultivate in Dongyuan Pavilion would need to pass his assessment, and those with outstanding talents would need to become his disciples first. That's right, Emperor Helion said with a smile. Dongyuan Pavilion is a holy land and shouldn't attract too much trouble. If protection is required, I will do whatever I can. So, Pavilion Master Lu no longer need to worry about Dongyuan Pavilion, Emperor Helion said with a smile. The Pavilion Master of the Dongyuan Pavilion looked at Emperor Helion, and then at Yifutian. His expression gradually grew grim. Next to him, the leader of Donglin clan snorted and said sarcastically, Is this Emperor Helion and Master Yang's? attempt to seize Pavilion Master Lu's position by someone else's hand? All this is no more than an excuse. Dong Lin, the master of Dongyuan Pavilion, called out and continued, "Over the years, I have done all that I can to protect Dongyuan Pavilion. All the cultivators at Dongyuan Pavilion and myself have a special feeling toward Dongyuan Pavilion, and it is a place of great significance to me. Now, I am willing to vacate the position as the Pavilion Master, but isn't it kind of inappropriate for you to team up with Hellion and the others to chase me off Dongyuan Pavilion? Perhaps you have been deceived or tempted?" The leader of Donglin clan said sarcastically, "I heard that the eldest princess is quite close to him these days. The eldest princess is outstanding in appearance with an outstanding spiritual talent to boot. I'm afraid few men could have resisted her. The eldest princess has beauty and wisdom. She is much better than anyone coming out of your Donglin clan." Yi Futian looked at the other and said, "Previously, below Dongyuan Pavilion, there was some woman who barked about not allowing me to set foot on Dongyuan Pavilion. She was from your Donglin clan, right?" Behind Yi Futian, that woman was standing not far from Lu Donga. Seeing that Yi Futian had mentioned her, her expression suddenly turned to one of embarrassment. She was Donglin Choi, a daughter from Donglin clan. The leader of Donglin clan stared at Yi Futian and said coldly, "Although you have peerless talent, you are way too arrogant and have no respect for anyone. You dared to kill the cultivators in Dongyuan Pavilion, and though you made the spirit to appear upon the statue, the elders saw only your talent and not your characters. If you are in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion with such conduct, it will be a true disaster. I don't think it is necessary for Pavilion Master Lu to vacate his position." This time, the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion was silent and did not say anything, as if quietly acknowledged those words. "According to you, he should just stand there and let the cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion assault him? If he were not strong enough with the young Pavilion Master there, he would never be able to cultivate in the Dongyuan Pavilion." Emperor Hellion continued, "In the past few years, there were probably many such geniuses who have been missed because of this and cannot enter Dongyuan Pavilion. What do both of you think?" At this moment, Emperor Hellion looked at the leaders of the two forces, who had not yet spoken. They were the cultivators from Hanging Sword Peak and the Beigong family. They had previously persuaded one of the two major forces to stand on their side. The summit lord of Hanging Sword Peak was carrying a sword on his back, clad in a long flowy robe, appeared rather otherworldly, with an ethereal temperament. He looked to be about 50, with a long beard and an extraordinary aura. The position of Pavilion Master at Dongyuan Pavilion is no trifling matter. If Pavilion Master Lu is willing to vacate, I feel that the transition will still take some time, the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak said, standing on the side of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Emperor Hellion narrowed his eyes as he watched what had transpired. Previously, the Hanging Sword Peak had maintained its neutral stance and determined not to intervene. Now, it seemed that he had been persuaded by the Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Perhaps he had been promised a great reward. So now it seemed that the forces on the two sides were evenly matched. "Where is Master of Beigong?" Emperor Hellion asked. The Master of Beigong had promised them. The Master of Beigong was a middle-aged man. He was unusually handsome and extraordinary with a somewhat refined temperament, which was soothing to look at. He looked at Emperor Hellion and said with a smile, "I can't make heads and tails about anything regarding this matter, so I am not going to interfere. I will support whoever serves as the Pavilion Master." When Emperor Hellion heard his words, his eyes sharpened slightly and stared at the other. The Master of Beigong did not look at Emperor Hellion. It was as if he were intentionally avoiding his gaze. Neutral. This was different from what they had said to him before. As such, the other party had 3 major forces and they only had 2. It would be frightfully difficult to shake the other party in any meaningful ways. The Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion was sure of himself and looked on all that happened casually as if he had already known. The leader of the Donglin clan looked at Emperor Hellion with a sneer, along with some contempt in his eyes. Did they think that only they know how to set things up? This time, in order to win over the 2 major forces, they had paid a considerable price. He wanted to see just how, with Hellion Emperor and Yang Dongxing alone, could they support Yi Futian's claim to become the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian watched all this quietly and looking at the crowd. He said, "Why do I need to transition as the pavilion master?" Previously, when all the cultivators had talked about Yi Futian becoming the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion, they had all said that he would need a transition period. Using this as an excuse, the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion had continued to assist him. In reality, they were taking control. Even Yi Futian understood that Chang Dongxing would have this idea. Right now, the various forces controlled Dongyuan Pavilion, and so the power of his words was limited. This would particularly be true if the forces of the pavilion allied with the Donglin clan. In that case, they would have even more influence. If Yi Futian became pavilion master, any of the various forces would have an easy time controlling him. At least that's what they thought. Yi Futian did not know whether or not Emperor Halian and Chang Dongxing would think like this. But it didn't matter. The Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak looked at Yi Futian. He was the one who had just said that there would need to be a transition period. Although you are outstandingly talented, your cultivation base is still a little bit lacking. If you immediately take control of Dongyuan Pavilion, without any other forces aiding you in the transition, anyone could come and attack us. How will you stop them? Said the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak. His words were sharp. As he spoke, his long beard danced back and forth and his robes rustled in the wind. You do not need to worry about that. As long as you all do not cause trouble, I will be able to control Dongyuan Pavilion, said Yi Futian. Those are bold words, said the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak coldly. Sword will float out from him, filling the area with murderous intent. Yi Futian swept his gaze over him, saying, "There is no point in discussing this further. I will only ask one more thing. Dongyuan Pavilion was created by the master of the statue. Does the master of the statue then control the pavilion, or do you all have the final say?" Yi Futian's words made the cultivators of the six forces stare at him. They were silent for a while. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. The pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion looked at Yi Futian. Sword Will was wrapping around the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Mountain. The helmsman of the Donglin clan had a cold expression on his face. Yi Futian was truly arrogant. However, his words had hit the nail on the head. I said that since you were willing to be the pavilion master, I would abdicate to you, but, said Lu Han of Dongyuan Pavilion. Since you did so, that is enough, Yi Futian said immediately. Previously, I resonated with the statue and inspired it to show its sacredness. This made you all declare that I was fit to be the pavilion master. Now, I accept your invitation to take control of the pavilion. From now on, I am the new pavilion master. He said this loud and clear, his deep voice sweeping out for a vast distance. Outside the pavilion, all the watchers could hear what he said. They trembled in their hearts. Was this his momentous declaration? From now on, he would be the new pavilion master. He did not need anyone else to agree to it, nor for them to even nod their heads. The founder of Dongyuan Pavilion had appointed him, so who could object? Moreover, Dongyuan Pavilion had been founded on the order of Donghuang the Great, who among them could gainsay him? Even Lu Han would admit that the control of Dongyuan Pavilion depended on the founder's words and not them. No one could deny this. Although this was only a small part of the mainland of the Divine Prefecture, it was still part of the Divine Prefecture. Thus, they would not dare be too wanton. Who could dare say that Dongyuan Pavilion was theirs? It had been created by the great emperor. The cultivators of the six great forces all looked at Yi Futian. He had directly announced that he would take the position as pavilion lord. There would be no ceremony, no handover. He had been handpicked. He stepped forward into the area where the six great figures were. This made them all narrow their eyes. This man was really that bold? Was he really not worried that they would all gang up and kill him? Hellion Yu watched Yi Futian. She obviously knew that he was powerful, and now she had witnessed that for herself. Lu Dongge wanted to control Yi Futian. They all thought that the game was between the six top cultivators and Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian had directly shoved them away and taken his place. Lu Han and the others all stared at Yi Futian. Now that he had so forcefully announced that he would take up the position of Pavilion Lord of Dongyuan Pavilion, they could not kill him for the time being. Now that I am the new Pavilion Lord of Dongyuan Pavilion, we have no more need of Pavilion Lord Lu. Please take all the cultivators you have here and leave the pavilion, said Yi Futian to Lu Han. Lu Han stared at him, his eyes sharp. He was laying all his cards out on the table. Very decisive, said the helmsman of the Donglin clan. Looking at Yi Futian, power bloomed from him, and he said, Pavilion Lord Lu has controlled the Dongyuan Pavilion for many years and put all of his heart into it. Now, although you were handpicked for the role, you only just took it. And yet you still got rid of Pavilion Lord Lu. Very decisive. If you take this post, I'm afraid it won't be long before Dongyuan Pavilion comes to great trouble. Because of this, the Donglin clan, as one of the powerful forces here on the mainland, and one of the managing forces of Dongyuan Pavilion, refuses to allow you to take over the pavilion. I believe that in the hasty light from the statue, the elder only saw your appearance and not who you truly were. If he meets you again in the future, he will know who you really are. He did not do anything to Yi Futian directly but overwhelmed him with his righteousness, refusing to allow him to take over Dongyuan Pavilion. The Donglin clan controlled the pavilion, along with Lu Han and Hanging Sword Peak. Even though Yi Futian had been handpicked, what did it matter? If they refused him, how could he control them? Just with his words? Now they would see how Yi Futian intended to take control of the pavilion. Yi Futian looked at the other man as he spoke, then turned his gaze to Lu Han and said, What do you think, Elder Lu Han? He did not reveal Ing Qing's identity and did not bring up anything about Mr. South Mountain. Those were in the past. Now, this would be the best way to get rid of Lu Han. This again. I can let you take over as Pavilion Lord, but I must stay in Dongyuan Pavilion to assist you in taking control in order to prevent it from going astray. Everyone else must think this as well, said Lu Han indifferently. There were some things that it was not appropriate for him to say, so the Donglin clan had said it for him. But he would do what he must. If he wanted to force him out, it would take several decades. Maybe he couldn't fight Yi Futian, but right now Yi Futian did not have any authority. I understand, said Yi Futian with a nod. He looked at the helmsman of the Donglin clan and said, Your force is one of the top forces on the mainland. It is one of the controllers of Dongyuan Pavilion. But you are only doing it for your own benefit, going against the purpose for which Dongyuan Pavilion was founded. In this case, as Pavilion Lord, from here on out, I revoke your right to speak on behalf of the pavilion. From now on, the people of the Donglin clan are not permitted to set foot within the pavilion. Leave. Madness! Shouted the cultivators of the Donglin clan at Yi Futian's words. Down below, Donglin Choi cried out in fury as well. The people of the Donglin clan were not permitted to set foot within Dongyuan Pavilion? He had even told the helmsman of the Donglin clan to leave. Such arrogance! Such madness! The helmsman of the Donglin clan stared at Yi Futian in shock. He had never seen such an arrogant youth. And yet Yi Futian really was that arrogant. A Renhuang with a third-tier divine will had told him to get out of Dongyuan Pavilion and forbidden the cultivators of his clan from ever returning. How arrogant was that? He stared at Yi Futian for a while, then suddenly smiled in a mocking and disdainful way. I am already sitting here. What are you going to do about it? Dongyuan Pavilion was founded by the great emperor as a holy land for teaching the way. Now there are people perverting the great emperor's will. This is obviously very disrespectful. Elder Hellion, you are one of the guardians of Dongyuan Pavilion. Please act now and kill them, said Yi Futian to Emperor Hellion. I will do as the palace lord commands, said Emperor Hellion with a nod. His feelings were very much in line with Yi Futian's. As he said this, his will surged into the sky. In an instant, the whole area was filled with his invisible will. The image of a face appeared up in the sky. Many people could see the face even off in the distance. When they looked into its strange eyes, they felt dizzy and fatigued, like they wanted to go to sleep. A thought came into everyone's minds. The Great Path of Dreams. This was the technique that the Hellion clan cultivated. Emperor Hellion had taken this cultivation style to a very powerful level. He could plunge people into a world of dreams and slay them there. The other great cultivators in front of Dongyuan Pavilion were affected by this, including Lu Han and the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak, and the helmsman of the Donglin clan even more so. He felt sleepy as invisible will seeped into him. Burning will surged out of him. Emperor Hulian's eyes became incredibly magical-looking as he stared at his opponent. It was like he wanted to bore his way inside of him. He looked at the helmsman of the Donglin clan and said, "Sleep now." As he said this, Emperor Hulian's eyes closed. In a flash, the helmsman of Donglin seemed to have fallen into the dream space as well. Lu Han and the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak felt like they were about to fall asleep as well. Their hearts went cold. Emperor Hulian had sent his will against them as well. But for the time being, they did not intervene. The helmsman of Donglin could handle it. "Be careful." Madness! At that moment, cries of surprise rang out, and powerful sword will exploded into the sky, filling a vast area and forming a field of swordsmanship. The terrible sword field gave birth to even more sword will with the power of Yin merged into it. The sword will swept through the air towards the helmsman of Donglin. That was why the cultivators of the Donglin clan were crying out. The sword will was absolutely terrifying. Lu Han and the Summit Lord of Hanging Sword Peak seemed to sense this as well. They looked at the sword will streaking through the air faster than lightning. They could not react in time to stop it. Although the helmsman of Donglin was trapped in the land of dreams, he could still feel the danger. He thrust out his hand, forming a palm print, aiming it at the oncoming sword will. Within the sword field, endless currents of sword chi flowed above the sword will, resonating with it. In a flash, the helmsman of Donglin's body seemed to freeze. His soul stilled as he was attacked fiercely within the dream. Crack! The sword will cut through his palm print and pierced into his head. Lines of blood flowed out. The helmsman of Donglin shattered into pieces, and his soul was destroyed as well. There was an illusory image of him left behind that had still not dispersed. A look of shock on his face as if he could not believe that this was really happening. In the next moment, his body and soul shattered, leaving nothing behind. Powerful sword will drew a beautiful curve in front of the Dongyuan Pavilion as it flew back in front of Yifutian. In an instant, multiple gazes shifted towards Yifutian. Their hearts were still trembling intensely. The cultivators of the Donglin clan were astonished, as was Donglin Choi after she witnessed her father, the head of the Donglin clan, killed by a sword. In one instance, the entire place became eerily quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the scene that had just unfolded before them. The hair of the figure still standing within the void was still as white as ever, his silvery hair drifting in the winds. That was one of the 6 peak figures of this land. He was someone who could affect command of Dongyuan Pavilion. Just a moment ago, they were still fighting over command over Dongyuan Pavilion, scolding Yifutian and not recognizing him as the pavilion's new patron. However, no one would have been able to guess that in one instant, the head of the Donglin clan would be killed. Even though he was fighting against Emperor Hulian and had fallen into the will of the great dreams, but his plane level should be sufficiently high enough not to be affected. This only proved just how strong Yifutian really was. At the very least, he was a lot stronger than his plane level indicated. In that earlier instant, Lu Han and the Summit Lord of Mountain Sword Peak could not react in time as well. By the time they wanted to move, the sword had already hit its target, and they were powerless. As such, the earlier situation where 3 powerful cultivators fought against 2 powerful cultivators had turned into a fight between the team of Lu Han and the Summit Lord of Mountain Sword Peak, and Emperor Hulian and Yang Dongxing. They no longer held any advantages. Moreover, there was still Yifutian. The complacency on Lu Han's face from earlier had disappeared while the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord no longer seemed confident like before. The both of them stared at Yifutian. They had lost their earlier control of the situation. Meanwhile, the Beigong family clan leader who had been maintaining a neutral position all the while also began to look at this scene with great interest, some ideas starting to form on his mind. In the quiet space, Yifutian looked indifferent. He had just taken a life in an instant. Now, there was a lot less pressure, so there was no need for him to expose too much of his strength. This time, he killed the Dongyuan Pavilion head. He had no intention of showing all his cards. Humans were unpredictable, and he could not fully trust Emperor Helion and Yang Dongqing. Kill him. Donglin Choi's eyes were filled with rage and a murderous aura. Donglin clan's cultivators started to move as they released extremely powerful might from their bodies. Bang! The sword will in front of Yi Futian sliced across the void. Moving faster than lightning, it looked like a flash of light that pierced directly through the void, leaving only a beautiful trail of sword gashes. Careful! A middle-level Renhuang stood in front of Donglin Choi. However, the sword will punctured him directly, and with a plopping sound, blood gushed out of his head before his body fell onto the ground. Donglin Choi's expression changed drastically. She wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Her divine will was only at the fourth order. How was she supposed to withstand Yi Futian's sword will? The sword will flashed across space, and Donglin Choi's body trembled intensely. Fear and panic filled her eyes as she gazed toward Yi Futian, seemingly remembering the time when she blocked Yi Futian from going there back at Dongyuan Pavilion. Was this Yi Futian's way of seeking revenge? The Donglin Choi from back then would have never imagined that this day would come. Fresh blood splattered into the air as Donglin Choi's body fell to the ground. Her spiritual soul shattered. Seeing that beautiful figure fall, the people from Dongyuan Pavilion looked toward Yi Futian's proud figure standing within the void, a sense of self-confidence emanating from the white-haired figure. The Renhuang who released their will might earlier stopped in their tracks. No one moved forward. None dared to raise a hand against Yi Futian. Whenever and wherever the sword will flew past, a person would die. Who would dare move against that? It was but an instant, but the head of the Donglin clan, as well as the princess of the Donglin clan, were both cut down and killed by the sword will. People of the Donglin clan, you will leave Dongyuan Pavilion immediately. As long as I command the Dongyuan Pavilion, you will not step 1 foot in the pavilion. Violators will be killed instantly. Yi Futian spoke with an indifferent and calm tone. Hidden within the calm tone was an undeniable murderous aura. The faces of the Donglin clan cultivators were as gray as ash. Their strongest Donglin clan head was killed while the remainder were not a match against Yi Futian. In this situation, the Donglin clan would be removed as one of the factions having control over Dongyuan Pavilion. They no longer had any influence on the pavilion, and they were no longer qualified to take part in it. They could not even step into Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate. In just a day, the Donglin clan's status fell straight down, to a devastating effect. The source of it all was that they had obstructed Yi Futian. Powerful. That's insane. Everyone's heart trembled. They would never have imagined that the genius Renhuang who made statues manifest would be so overwhelmingly powerful and decisive in killing. It was as if he was also a high-order character who was extremely comfortable and used to giving commands. Yingqing, who was standing not far behind Yi Futian, was already used to it. However, her curiosity over Yi Futian only grew stronger and stronger. Just who was this person? Why would a person like this suffer such serious injuries and be picked up by Sanluo Manor's Han Lin? And even more ridiculous, he was almost turned into a corpse puppet. The other cultivators from the Donglin clans struggled internally. They wanted to cut Yi Futian down to avenge their head and his daughter. However, did they still have a chance to do so? Lu Han and the Summit Lord of the Mountain Sword Peak were still there. If they were to work together, would they have an opportunity to kill Yi Futian? Then, an elder spoke. People of the Donglin clan, retreat. His position within the Donglin clan was quite high. As he finished speaking, he led the way by leaving first. The remaining cultivators looked ashen and were reluctant. However, they still followed him and left. Hold on. Lu Han shouted to stop them. He then asked, "You're going to leave?" Just like that. Master Lu, please forgive our uselessness and powerlessness. The elder turned around to salute Lu Han. He saw that some were still struggling, so he glanced across at them and, with a certain degree of forcefulness, transmitted his voice to them. After that, the cultivators of the Donglin clan left. The elder was well aware that the Donglin clan was no longer what it was before. They had lost their clan leader. They were no longer qualified to play the game. Even if they stayed behind to take part in the battle, to ally themselves with Lu Han, they would gain nothing, regardless if they win or lose. If they won, they would become the vassal of Lu Han and slowly be devoured by him. And if they lost, they would die even faster. Since they were no longer qualified to play the game, what was the point of staying? A lot of people lamented as they gazed at the backs of the leaving Donglin clan cultivators. Who would have imagined that this was possible just moments ago? One sword by Yi Futian ruined a top-tier clan. From now on, the Donglin clan would fall into ruin. Lu Han's eyes were cold. It seemed as if he no longer intended to hide his killing intent. He stared at Yi Futian and said, "Even though you are hand-picked by the elders who founded the pavilion, you are extremely cruel. To kill in front of Dongyuan Pavilion, removing people who disagree with you, how can I leave Dongyuan Pavilion to someone like you? This is blasphemy to Dongyuan Pavilion." The death of the Donglin clan's head seemed to have given Lu Han an excuse to make a move. He went back on his earlier words and no longer wanted to step down. Yi Futian looked at him. He was waiting for Lu Han to say exactly this. Otherwise, how could he kill him with justification? "So?" Yi Futian asked calmly. "You are addicted to killing. Even if I will be blamed and reprimanded by the elders who founded the pavilion, for the future of the pavilion, I have no choice but to kill you." Lu Han's voice was utterly cold. His murderous intent was at its peak, shrouding Yi Futian. Yi Futian was very calm after hearing Lu Han's statement. He then said, "Unfortunately, I do not think that you ever intended to hand over Dongyuan Pavilion. You only intended to step down and leave the position to me so that I could become your puppet while you guys remain at the helm of the pavilion. Lu Han, I have seen just how prideful and arrogant the factions commanding the pavilion were the day when I went. Since that is the case, today can just be considered a clean-up day. Forceful and overwhelmingly powerful will burst forth from their bodies." Lu Han's hands suddenly moved. His palm grabbed at the air. The void trembled intensely. Then, a gigantic palm flew and grabbed directly at Yi Futian. The divine will release a radiant and bright divine light of the great path. The sword will release an even brighter and beautiful light that broke through the sky in an instant. A loud bang. The sword will did not pierce through the large palm this time. However, it did cause cracks to appear on it. Regardless, that sword will was crushed and destroyed. Nonetheless, at that moment, Emperor Helion appeared in front of Yi Futian and threw a punch that shattered the giant palm. "Lu Han, no matter what, you are an elder. Show some decency," said Emperor Helion coldly. Then, at that moment, in the sky above the pavilion, cultivator Renhuang started to emerge one after another. Lu Han had been at the helm of the Dongyuan Pavilion for many years, and he had trained and developed many cultivators. The Dongyuan Pavilion was rather strong, and this could be considered Lu Han's home arena. Perfect grade divine wheel. No wonder. An overwhelming aura emanated from Yi Futian's body. Bright lights shone from his divine will as his sword will radiated all across the void. A genius Renhuang. The Mountain Sword Peak and the Beigong family are both top factions of this land who can collectively make decisions over affairs concerning Dongyuan Pavilion. Now, I have been designated as the new leader of Dongyuan Pavilion. Will the Mountain Sword Peak continue to help the enemy and attempt to kill me, the rightful leader of Dongyuan Pavilion, or correct your actions right now and help me clean up the factions of Dongyuan Pavilion?" asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian continued in a loud voice, "The same goes for the Beigong family. I will not pursue and fuss over past issues. I will still need to rely on all of you when I lead the Dongyuan Pavilion in the future. However, if you do not do anything today, I will recognize it as you surrendering your influence over Dongyuan Pavilion. In the future, you will not be involved with anything associated with Dongyuan Pavilion." The Sword Peak Mountain Summit Lord initially sided with Lu Han. The Beigong family was also bribed to remain neutral. However, at the moment, with the situation developing and shifting so quickly, everything seemed to have changed. They could not help but reevaluate the pros and cons. While Yi Futian was young and his cultivation level was not all that high, he had exceptional potential, and he was also incredibly strong, even when fighting against top-class opponents like themselves. For example, the head of the Donglin clan was killed by a single sword hit. Even if they maintained their earlier attitudes, Lu Han's chances of victory were still very slim. Vong! A burst of sword might came from the summit lord of the mountain sword peak. He released a monstrous amount of sword might. Then, like a river, his sword will descended straight from the sky and converged to become a giant divine sword that could seemingly cut the entire land in half. The sword moved. The void under the gigantic sword seemed to be split in half. The sword was slashing towards Yifutian. It seemed like the summit lord had made his decision. The conditions given by Lu Han were some things that were impossible for Yifutian. Moreover, he would be behind Emperor Helion and Yang Dongxing in the pecking order. As such, he did not hesitate and swung his sword against Yifutian. Yang Dongxing suddenly appeared in front of the sword. Anyone who saw the scene would know that an internal conflict had begun in the Dongyuan pavilion. The clan leader of the Beigong family looked toward the battlefield. Emperor Helion and Lu Han had already engaged in battle. Yifutian's sword was already swung. The Renhuangs belonging to the factions that originally controlled Dongyuan Pavilion were consecutively cut down within the void. No one could shake Yifutian. At that moment he made a decision. The clan leader of the Beigong family also made his move. He extended a palm, and thunder descended from above. Frightening thunder and lightning filled the sky and pierced through the void before reaching the body of the Beigong family clan leader. Then, he extended his palm, and a pair of frightening, giant hands covered in purple thunderbolts suddenly appeared. The hands contained a terrifying destructive aura. In addition to that, his body was also covered in the bright and beautiful purple thunder. Meanwhile, a towering illusion of the thunder god also appeared behind his back. It was a divine wheel of the great path cast by life spirits. Rumble. Disasters came from above as a rumbling thunderstorm filled the skies and shrouded the boundless space. The rumbling thunder in the sky transformed into multiple lightning strikes as if they were chains. Every cultivator had focused their attention on him. Who would the Beigong family clan leader, Beigong Ao, choose to target? Before this, Beigong Ao wanted to remain neutral. Now he needed to make a move. Emperor Helion and Yang Dongxing were naturally very vigilant. After all, Beigong Ao was a person who had previously come to an agreement of some sort with Lu Han. Of course, Lu Han and the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord did not dare to be careless. After all, Beigong Ao made his move after Yifutian made the threat. Yifutian remained calm and looked at the enemy. In the next moment, divine thunder struck from above directly at the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord. At the same time, Beigong Ao's body disappeared instantly. His body turned into a ray of lightning, and in the next moment, reappeared right in front of the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord. Clearly, he had made his decision. He decided to help Yifutian's side. The Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord reacted quickly. He raised his hand, and the giant sword sliced through the void. However, the terrifying giant purple palm containing an extremely violent aura directly blocked the sword in its path. As the sharp sword pierced into the thunderstorm, it began to chip away into pieces. The terrifying palm directly slammed into the opponent's sword. A loud bang ensued, and the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord was sent flying. At the same time, he roared in anger, "Beigong Ao! The bastard was really adept at sailing with the wind." Earlier, when they invited him, they had said that their three sides had made an alliance and that he only needed to remain neutral. Now, with the Donglin clan head killed, the situation changed. Beigong Ao actually betrayed them in an instant. He went back on his promise to them and attacked him. Yifutian was not surprised. After all, these alliances were only for their own gains and benefits. These high-order Renhuang were only divine will 7th order after all, while they dominated this piece of land. If one were to take a broader view of the entire divine prefecture, they were far from being the best. They needed more survival instincts. From what was happening, it was probably clear that Beigong Ao was siding with them. In addition, Yifutian had a perfect divine wheel, which was handpicked by the statue master. As such, it was justifiable that Beigong Ao would choose them. Now, it was 3 versus 2. Perhaps he did not even need to do anything. Yang Dongqing would naturally not let a great chance like this slip by. The instant after Beigong Ao's attack on the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord was released, he stepped into the void and arrived instantly to also initiate a melee attack. A major battle ensued as arrays of frightening power raged all around Dongyuan Pavilion. Buildings crumbled one by one. Only Dongyuan Pavilion, which towered high into the sky, emanating a formless divine light of the Great Path, remained standing. It was immovable. Apart from the battles between the few top figures, with Dongyuan Pavilion as the center, the cultivators from each of the factions appeared. Among them were several renhuangs from the Mountain Sword Peak. Their eyes shifted to glance at Yi Futian. Their cultivation levels were quite frightening. They were all middle-level renhuangs. The Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord was being surrounded and attacked by two top fighters. The only for him to get out of that predicament was to kill Yi Futian. Powerful sword wills burst forth in an instant, and over 10 giant swords appeared in the sky, easily enveloping the void. Those figures strode within the void and appeared at different locations in the sky above Yi Futian. Their sword will locked onto Yi Futian's body. Then, in the next moment, all the swords in their hands were released. Kill! Frightening blades of light tore through the void. At the same time, all the giant swords arrived and attacked Yi Futian at the same time. Within the space of swordsmanship, Yi Futian's body was buried and was about to be destroyed by the swords. However, at that moment, a bone-chilling aura appeared all around Yi Futian's body. The cold was extreme, and even if one was located far away, the cold that seemingly permeated into and chilled one's soul could still be felt clearly. The entire space seemed to have frozen in place. With Yi Futian's body at the center, the great path of freezing stopped the arrival of the frightening divine swords which were about to attack him. The swords seemed to have stopped, and the light emanating from the cold moon covered the void. Beams of frightening divine light of the moon burst forth, and the sharp divine swords suddenly became unbelievably fragile. Under the moonlight, these swords directly shattered into nothingness. They could not last even a hit. Above Yi Futian's body, accompanied by the frightening powers of the divine light of the moon, a ray of sword will shot straight into the sky and then towards a location. The cultivator felt very cold and swung his sword in an attempt to block Yi Futian's sword will. However, the sword will was unaffected and struck him. His sword shattered, his divine will crumbled, and his body directly punctured. Before he was completely killed, the sword will disappeared again, leaving a beautiful curve in the void. Under the chilly moonlight, crisp and clear sounds rang in the air, and in just a few moments, the sword will had returned to floating above Yi Futian. When the people returned to look at the swordsmen in training of the Mountain Sword Peak within the void, they could and here see their bodies explode into pieces one after another. Dead. Yi Futian only used one sword again. Seeing his figure standing there calmly, many people could no longer understand Yi Futian. It was as if he only needed one sword, no matter how strong his opponent was. Those who had just attacked him earlier were all powerful swordsmen in training at Sword Peak Mountain. They also trained in the arts of swordsmanship, yet they could not withstand the attack of one sword. The utterly chilling power that permeated into and froze one's soul. Just what kind of power was it? It seemed as if it was the most extreme cold. Was it the power of Yin? Are possessors of a perfect divine will actually so scary? Someone said in a low voice. He was unbelievably confident from beginning till end. It was as if, to him, this battle of the Dongyuan Pavilion had no suspense, thought Helian Yu as she looked at Yi Futian's back from behind. She had been in contact with Yi Futian over the past few days. He seemed too quiet. Whether it was before or today, whether he was facing Lu Donga or Lu Han, his heart was still. In his eyes, did he really care about this battle of Dongyuan Pavilion? Perhaps he did not. Helian Yu looked at the people standing beside Yi Futian. They were just as quiet. Yi Futian was confident, but why were Xia Qingyuan and Ing Qing so confident as well? Even the demonic beast that kept its head high proudly all the time, insufferably arrogant, seemingly in disdain of everything that ever existed, why was the demonic beast like that? Lu Donga did not allow Yi Futian to step into the Dongyuan Pavilion because Yi Futian went to South Mountain and has a history with Mr. South Mountain. Helian Yu guessed in her mind, She looked toward the mask-wearing Yingqing. Perhaps Yi Futian really did know Mr. South Mountain, or his parents or elders knew each other. As for Yingqing's mask, it may be because some from Dongyuan Pavilion would recognize her. He is here for revenge. Helian, you remembered that Yi Futian had asked about Mr. South Mountain's death before. After her father gave Yi Futian an answer, Yi Futian agreed to become the new head of the Dongyuan Pavilion. He came looking for Lu Han to avenge Mr. South Mountain's death. This meant that, from the very beginning, Yi Futian's objective was to kill Lu Han. That meant that, what was Yi Futian's real strength? Helian Yu's heart trembled. Could it be that he was able to defeat Lu Han by himself? Otherwise, why would he go to the South Mountain to head to Dongyuan Pavilion alone? After all, before all that, Yi Futian did not know if her father would ally with him. That was unless he did not care about Lu Han. Looking at the person dressed in white, Lianyo thought, even if Yi Futian is already releasing this crazy scary light, he might still be hiding his strength. The Yi Futian that everyone saw at the moment was not the strongest Yi Futian. Just as Lianyo was in the midst of thinking, a voice interrupted her thought process. I will give up this battle. She raised her head and saw the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord falling into a major crisis as two powerful cultivators engaged him in a pincer attack. Beigong Ao and Yang Dongxing were both adept at killing. They attacked him at close range, completely overwhelming him and not affording him space to even breathe. Just how powerful were close-range attacks of people who had reached the high-order Renhuang level. With a loud and terrifying plop, the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord roared. They had already reached this point. There was no way that they would just let him go like that. Boom! Another loud bang. The thunder palm containing extremely violent and destructive force slammed into his body, puncturing his body directly. A gaping hole was left in his torso as the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord's face turned pale. Plop! Yang Dongxing's spear descended and pierced straight into his skull. Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord was dead. Among the 6 top figures of the land, To had died. The Donglin clan head and the Mountain Sword Peak Summit Lord. Lu Han was obstructed by Emperor Helian. When he saw the Sword Peak Summit Lord fall, his body retreated quickly as he shouted, Retreat! Dongyuan Pavilion factions began to retreat. They knew that they had lost the battle. Take them all down, commanded Beigong Ao coldly. He exchanged glances with Yang Dongxing. Then, both of them went in Lu Han's direction. By this time, it was natural that they would not let Lu Han go. 3 powerful cultivators surrounded him, and in an instant, Lu Han was forced into despair. Father! Lu Donga's face was ashen. He moved back to retreat. He would never have imagined that the situation would escalate and become this terrible. Not that long ago, they were still controlling Dongyuan Pavilion. Did I say you could leave? A cold and indifferent voice came. Lu Donga looked at the person who uttered those words and found out that it was Yi Futian. Moreover, Yi Futian spoke with his back facing Lu Donga. Lu Donga's face was ashen and dark. Everything that happened was because of Yi Futian. Who are you really? Lu Donga asked. The person who will kill you. As Yi Futian finished his sentence, the sword will flew across the void, and a chilling light flashed. It was never in doubt. Lu Donga was pierced by the flash. Despair filled his eyes. At that moment, he actually remembered the day when he prohibited Yi Futian from getting into the Dongyuan Pavilion just because he said so. Now, the person was facing him with his back and had cut him down with one single sword strike. How surreal. No! A loud roar rang in the air. Despair. Lu Donga could recognize that it was his father's voice. Everything seemed to have ended. Under the Dongyuan Pavilion, the cultivators watched the scene unfold quietly. They looked on as Lu Donga turned into dust, as Lu Han received deadly attacks from the other 3 powerful cultivators one after another, before being killed by them together. Not that long ago, they were still drinking tea and chatting away within Dongyuan Pavilion. How cruel it was. Everything had ended. After Emperor Helian and the other 2 killed Lu Han, they turned around to look at Yi Futian. Then, they said, Pavilion head, please enter Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian, who was standing there, strode forward. The people who were gazing at his back understood one thing. Dongyuan Pavilion had entered a new era. Yi Futian walked in front of Dongyuan Pavilion. The statue was beside him. He turned around to face the crowd. The huge crowd gathered all around Dongyuan Pavilion area looked toward Yi Futian. The new Dongyuan Pavilion head had assumed his post. They did not know if it would be easier or harder to cultivate and train inside the pavilion. Yi Futian scanned the crowd and said, "In the past, the great emperor ordered our predecessors to create Dongyuan Pavilion so that the laws of the great path may be spread here. Now, I have been chosen by the elder to lead the Dongyuan Pavilion. Naturally, I will inherit the will of the great emperor and our predecessors to use Dongyuan Pavilion to help our fellow practitioners cultivate better." Lu Han has led the Dongyuan Pavilion for many years, and he forgot that he was placed in charge by others. He had imposed stringent access control over those allowed to enter the pavilion. Dongyuan Pavilion incident involving me, I am sure you all know it very well. Since I have received orders from our predecessors, I will not forget what should be done. In the future, Dongyuan Pavilion will set up examinations for practitioners at different plane levels. Every day, practitioners will be allowed to take this exam in front of Dongyuan Pavilion. All those who pass the exam will be allowed to cultivate in Dongyuan Pavilion. There will be no other limitations. Yi Futian's words made the crowd a little bit excited. Different planes. Huh? Moreover, it was a daily exam. It was completely different from before. In the past, apart from those recognized by the statue being granted unlimited access to cultivate in Dongyuan Pavilion, the remainder needed to undergo a specialized examination set up by the Dongyuan Pavilion head Lu Han. The effectiveness of the examination was low, and the gap between each exam was very long. That way, Lu Han's control over Dongyuan Pavilion grew stronger. He could easily choose the people who were allowed to enter the Dongyuan Pavilion. Dongyuan Pavilion faction had the final say on who was allowed to enter or not. Naturally, this was accompanied by all kinds of negative side effects. For example, conditional exchanges or becoming a practitioner of Dongyuan Pavilion. Now, Yi Futian said that he would perfect the examination system so that practitioners could take part in it daily. This meant that, as long as the system worked, it would be able to run itself. Yi Futian would not even need to manage it personally. For the practitioners, this was undoubtedly good news. However, for the major factions with the ability to provide conditions to gain favor, it was not as good. In the past, they were able to gain access to Dongyuan Pavilion through their networks and relationships. However, at that moment, it seemed like everything was about to change. However, nothing in the world can be absolutely fair and just. Dongyuan Pavilion has limited space. As such, through the examination, only the people with the best talent will have priority to access and cultivate in Dongyuan Pavilion. I hope you can understand, said Yi Futian. Everyone naturally understood this logic. Absolute justice was, in and of itself, a type of injustice. Apart from that, you have all witnessed the event that transpired today. The Hellion royal family, Yang clan, and Beigong family. These three factions are the top factions of this land, and they work together with me to clean up the corrupted factions within Dongyuan Pavilion. The future management and examination matters of Dongyuan Pavilion will also require their assistance. As such, the people from the three factions will be able to access Dongyuan Pavilion freely, said Yi Futian. Then, he continued, of course, the thing that Lu Dongge did to me will not happen ever again. Members of the three factions have no authority to decide who gets to enter Dongyuan Pavilion. That decision is left to the examination. I, as Dongyuan Pavilion head, will also not interfere in this. Everyone nodded. The gazes focusing on Yi Futian were tinged with a certain degree of respect. They were surprised that this exceptionally talented person whose combat skills were just as remarkable would actually do this. It looked like he really only treated himself as a head who had inherited the will of the great emperor and was representing them in order to spread the word of the great path. This made many wonder if his overwhelming strength came from his generosity and magnanimity. Some of the women from the clans of Dongyuan City gazed at Yi Futian, a white-haired Renhuang with unparalleled elegance and style, with admiration. Thank you, Sword Emperor Lionian, said someone while bowing to Yi Futian. It was admirable for the new head to do something like this. Yi Futian's alias was Yi Lionian. He displayed extraordinary swordsmanship skills before, and no matter who he killed, he only used one sword. As such, it was not a problem for this person to call Yi Futian's sword Emperor Lionian. Many people bowed slightly to Yi Futian and, with a smile, said, "Our Dongyuan city is lucky to have Sword Emperor Lionian lead Dongyuan Pavilion." They were sincerely impressed. Whether it was his strength, style, or his decisiveness in killing his enemy during battles, he had impressed the people. "Sword Emperor Lionian," Yi Futian mumbled. Then, he smiled and said, "That's the first time anyone ever addressed me like this, but it doesn't sound so bad." Everyone else suddenly started laughing after hearing Yi Futian joking about it. Then, a person said, "Based on this old man's observations, Sword Emperor Lionian's brilliance is unparalleled. White hair and white robe, transcending worldly affairs. Perhaps the white-haired Sword Emperor is a more imposing and fitting name." White-haired Sword Emperor. Many people mumbled amongst themselves and said, "Indeed, it is quite imposing. One look at him, and you'll know that he fits this name. Why not we combine the two names?" The atmosphere around the pavilion began to relax as more people started to chat and joke amongst themselves. Yi Futian did not have any opinions on it. While the Divine Prefecture was large, many of the most powerful factions that arrived in the Divine Prefecture earlier were very influential. If he were to do something extraordinary or shocking using his name, and news attaching his name was to spread, those top factions would likely hear about it. In that case, the battle from a few years ago would be rendered completely useless. Now, he needed some time to raise his plane level to a level where he could fight against those top factions. By then, he would no longer have anything to fear. As such, the nicknames such as Sword Emperor Lionian and the white-haired Sword Emperor attached to his alias Yi Lionian did not really bother him that much. Xia Qingyuan was behind Yi Futian. She sat quietly behind him as she watched Yi Futian's back. In the past, within the original realm, the people that Yi Futian interacted with were typically a lot stronger than he was. After all, he had exceptional talent and was able to directly reach the people at the very top, which sort of overshadowed some of his elegance and talent. Now that he was in the Divine Prefecture, the current situation was exactly what his talents deserved. Yingqing was also very grateful. While it was not Yi Futian who dealt the blow, it did not really matter. She only really wanted revenge, Lu Han's death. Now everything was over. Yi Futian had kept his promise to her. Moreover, he also bloomed and showed his talents and elegance. She was glad that she did not report to Han Lin and made him do anything to the severely injured Yi Futian back then. Otherwise, she would not have been able to witness the presence of a person as elegant and talented as Yi Futian. Emperor Helian, Yang Dongxing, and Beigong Ao also watched this scene quietly. Each of them had their own ideas. Beigong Ao carried a smile on his face with grace. Yi Futian really did not go after him. After experiencing Yi Futian's way of dealing with things, he believed that Yi Futian would not pursue the matter even in the future. Yang Dongxing, on the other hand, raised his brow slightly. This was not the ending that he wanted to see. After spending so much effort, even to the point where he risked his life to kill Lu Han and his allies, what was he after? Power. He wanted to become like Lu Han and firmly control Dongyuan Pavilion. However, Yi Futian's current plan was completely the opposite of what he wanted. Moreover, Yi Futian granted the Beigong family the same status as his and the Helian royal family, only allowing them free access to cultivate at Dongyuan Pavilion. It was inconsistent with his expectation. Yi Futian did not seem like an easy person to manipulate, at least not as easy as he had initially thought. Moreover, he was very strong. Of course, if he were easy to manipulate and were not that strong, they would not have won so easily in that battle. They might even lose. Yi Futian turned around to look at Emperor Helian and the others. Among the factions of Dongyuan Pavilion, many of them are just people who want to cultivate. We can just let them out of the pavilion. All right. Emperor Helian nodded and did not pursue or investigate these people. Pavilion leader Yi. Yang Dongxing looked at Yi Futian and transmitted his voice to Yi Futian and the rest. I am afraid many of these people are directly related to Lu Han. If we let them go, they may cause problems in the future. Even though we are not afraid of them, the people from our families may be targeted as an act of revenge. Since we are already at this stage, why do we not cut out the root and ensure that we get rid of the problem? Yifutian glanced at Yang Dongxing and said, Elder, you can investigate them first. If they are close acquaintances of Lu Han, we can deal with them on a case-by-case basis. However, if they are only people who entered Dongyuan Pavilion to cultivate, then we don't have to make their lives hard. He also understood Yang Dongxing's position. With regard to those potentially connected to the Mountain Sword Peak or Donglin clan, Yifutian did not give any specific instructions. He would let them deal with it themselves. The world of the cultivators was never a merciful or kind world, particularly when it came to life or death battles like this. The winner would become the kings while the losers perished. He understood this clearly. The three nodded slightly. Yifutian then continued and said, With regard to the examination, I will have to trouble the three elders. No problem. This should not be too difficult. Emperor Helion nodded. Beigong Ao also said, I can get some people from my family over. Yang Dongxing did not express his opinion. On this, he held a different opinion. However, the issue was already settled, and it was not yet time to make his case. He needed to find some time to, perhaps, have a chat about it with Emperor Helion. They were the first two factions that came together to form the alliance. Yifutian was only selected after he was handpicked by the manifestation of the statue. The issue had been settled. So, Yifutian left the place and headed to Dongyuan Pavilion. The crowd outside Dongyuan Pavilion also began to disperse. However, everyone knew that the debacle was not yet over, and that some residual events or incidents were to follow. Many would still, unfortunately, lose their lives. Emperor Helion and the first Princess Helion, you were still in front of Dongyuan Pavilion. Emperor Helion transmitted his voice to Helion Yu and said, You have been in contact with him for some time. What do you think of this boy? An exceptional talent of an era. No one in this land can even compare to him. We also have no idea where he came from. Nor do we know what his objectives are, answered Helion Yu. That's all, Emperor Helion asked. Father, I have a feeling that his true strength may have been severely underestimated, answered Helion Yu as she looked at Emperor Helion. Emperor Helion followed up to ask, Why do you say this? He is an acquaintance of Mr. South Mountain. He might have targeted Lu Han when he came. He tried to force his way into the Dongyuan Pavilion before us. Back then, he had no idea that this would happen. So, where did his confidence come from? Helion Yu asked. She continued, I suspect that he was never afraid of Lu Han. From the beginning until the end, he was always calm and indifferent. I can feel a ridiculously strong sense of self-confidence from him. It was as if everything was within his control. Right? Emperor Helion nodded profoundly. As the lord of our royal family, I have seen many talents and amazing presence in my time, and his aura was not weak. Whenever a normal lower Renhuang faces me, their aura would naturally be a few degrees lower. However, when this boy faced me, even though he did call me elder, the feeling that I got was that he was very calm and relaxed. In his eyes, I, the lord of our royal family, was not regarded as much. Even when the statue manifested back then, I specifically observed him and saw that he was as calm and relaxed as ever. This person is definitely a genius-level character who has been through something remarkable. The debacle over the Dongyuan Pavilion is probably not all that important to him. Helion Yu nodded slightly and said, I agree with you on this. She and her father had the same feeling. Her plane level was most certainly higher than Yifutian. However, the aura emanating from Yifutian when he stood in front of her made her feel like he was the actual elder. It was the aura and confidence brought about by true strength. Sanluo Manor was destroyed a while ago. Sword will wreathed all over the mountain where Sanluo Manor was located. Emperor Helion continued to say by transmitting his voiceover. Helion Yu was stunned. Her heart trembled as she looked at her father.